Callie jolts awake on the cold ground, every nerve in his body screaming from a fresh beating. His vision is a dizzying blur, and his limbs feel alien and heavy, like they don't belong to him. He has no idea what's happening. Just yesterday, in another life, he was a boxing prodigy with the talent, the build, and the killer instinct to go pro. But he threw it all away down a dark path. He bled out in a grimy alley, surrounded by thugs. His final, desperate wish was just to step into the ring one last time, and that wish was granted. His soul crash lands in the body of a kid named Callie, a scrawny slave who's known nothing but beatings his entire life. As he struggles to sit up, the problem hits him like a freight train. This body is a wreck, fragile, no stamina, zero muscle. It's completely useless for a fighter. A few days crawl by in this hellish new world. Callie's standing in line with the other slave trainees, a pit in his stomach. In front of them, the instructor lays it all out. One final match. Lose, and you get shipped off to the mines. Everyone knows what that really is. The mines are a one-way trip. The names are called out, one by one. Every single scrawny, underfed trainee is pitted against someone twice their size. It's not a test. It's a cull, designed to weed out the weak. And then, they call Callie's name. His opponent is a beast, solid, ripped, easily one of the strongest guys there. A wave of whispers ripples through the terrified trainees. A few even shout out, asking if the instructor is trying to get them killed. Callie says nothing. He already knows the answer is yes. The fight is set for 1 week from today. After the line breaks, the stronger crew immediately corners him. A guy named Solet plants a boot in his gut without a word, sneering down at him. More kicks follow. This is the daily routine. The old Callie would have shattered right here, but this is a new soul. When Solet winds up for another punch, something clicks. The fist seems to drift towards him in slow motion, and his body is already moving before he even thinks. He dodges. The entire group freezes. Callie pivots, driving his fist deep into Solet's gut, right where his guard dropped. Pure shock flashes across Solet's face before he tackles Callie, slamming him into the dirt and calling him a cocky little roach. The bullies stalk off, spitting that he only has a week left to breathe. Callie lies there, gasping for air. But then, a realization dawns on him. This body might be a twig, but his hand-eye coordination is insane, and his reflexes are god tier. That's all he needs. Callie pushes himself to his feet, his eyes burning with defiance. He's going to survive this match. There's no way in hell he's dying in some mine. He spends that week pushing his broken body to its absolute limit. When fight day arrives, absolutely no one gives him a chance. What are the odds of this literal stick beating a human bulldozer? Yeah, his chances are straight up zero. The bell rings, and the big dude immediately charges, swinging absolute haymakers. Callie does the only thing he can. He evades, barely staying ahead of the onslaught. The size difference is ridiculous in height, weight, and raw power. It's a total mismatch. So Callie stays light on his feet, constantly moving, ducking, weaving, and slipping away. The crowd absolutely despises it. They start roaring, booing, yelling at him to stop running and fight for real. But Callie ignores them. This is his ring now. His opponent keeps unloading heavy, sloppy punches, gassing himself out with every miss. He hasn't landed a single clean shot. From the start, Callie's strategy was brutally simple. Let the giant punch himself into exhaustion, then end it with one perfect counter to the chin. The plan is working, until Callie makes one tiny mistake. The big guy snags him, instantly hammering a vicious punch straight into his ribs. You can literally hear the bone crack. Callie crumples to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut. With a frame this brittle, a single clean hit is almost a death sentence. For a split second, it's over. But Callie is not done. He forces himself back to his feet, and then he does something absolutely insane. He takes the next punch square on the forehead. The big guy never saw it coming, and the moment he feels that sharp pain lance up his arm, he hesitates for just a fraction of a second. That's the only opening Callie needs. He darts in, ducks under one last wild swing, and pours every ounce of his being into a flawless uppercut to the chin. At first, the big guy doesn't even seem to register the hit. Then his eyes roll into the back of his head, his knees buckle, and he crashes face first onto the arena floor. He is out cold. Callie won. The entire stadium watches in stunned silence as the referee counts him out. Finally, the ref raises Callie's arm, declaring him the winner. Everyone is floored that this skinny kid somehow pulled it off. Looking out at the sea of shocked faces, Callie lets a real smile spread across his lips and raises his fist in triumph, because he's alive, and he is going to make this second chance count. A week later, slave traders arrive and take half the trainees away, mostly the weaker ones, but with the shocking exception of Callie. Now, including him, only 10 students are left at the training facility. That's when Nixar takes him to the Grand August Mansion. He tells Callie that his slave chains will be removed when they get back. Callie gawks at the lavish surroundings, Since this is his first time inside the estate, Nixar asks him how his injuries are healing. Callie just says he's fine, and cuts to the chase, asking why Azealia wanted to see him. Leading the way, Nixar explains that Azealia has taken a special interest in him, ever since his impossible victory. Inside her chambers, she greets Callie coolly, remarking that they meet again. Callie, however, is on high alert. To keep their meeting under wraps, Azealia orders Nixar to wait outside. She motions for him to sit, but he remains standing, insisting he's perfectly fine. Her voice drops, laced with ice. I won't repeat myself. He immediately sits and demands to know why she summoned him. She slides a bowl of fruit toward him, a silent truce before the real conversation begins. As he takes a bite, she lays her cards on the table. I need to ask you for something, she starts, adding, and you don't have the right to refuse me, because you're a slave. The words hang heavy in the air. He just prompts her to spit it out. She leans in, complimenting his stunning performance in the last match, especially that one-shot victory. My father dismissed it as pure luck, she continues, but I can see it was anything but. In that moment, he realizes she's far more perceptive than he gave her credit for. While Soleil's punch was pure chance, his own was calculated. He shakes his head and breaks it down for her, explaining that if you land a perfect shot on the chin, the shock rattles the brain, making the body go completely limp. Of course, that only works if the hit carries some serious force. A slow smile spreads across her face as she processes this. Well then, she says, best of luck, becoming a professional boxer. She dangles the ultimate prize before him. If you become a champion, you can finally earn your freedom. Back at the training center, once the shackles are removed, her words echo in his mind. The possibility of freedom consumes his thoughts. On the other side of the yard, Torres is having the exact same fantasy as he pummels a training bag. Freedom is his one and only goal. He flashes back to being 14 years old, when Nixar told him he had the raw talent to be a boxer. That's why Nixar rescued him from a life of farm labor, pushing him to grind relentlessly, become a champion, and seize his own liberty. As he trains, his mind wanders to Callie. The kid used to be a ghost, completely without ambition, but overnight, something in him flipped. He didn't just survive against Solette, he demolished him. His thoughts are shattered by another kid, Kijo, trying to recruit him to teach Callie a lesson. It's payback, Kijo sneers. Solette got sent to the mines because of him. But Torres couldn't care less, turning his back on the whole pathetic drama. He figures if Callie wants to reinvent himself, that's his business. The only thing that ever annoyed him was Callie's constant, pathetic begging. Callie, for his part, is on the mend. His ribs have healed, and his constant workouts have started to pack on some muscle. Before long, he's confronted by Kijo and his crew, who are still screaming that his win over Solette was a 1 in a million lucky shot. Callie gives them a deadpan stare. It'll be a real pain if you guys get hurt, he says flatly. But Kijo just smirks, convinced Callie is about to get wrecked. That's when Callie's expression shudders. A storm gathers in his eyes. Kijo swings wildly, throwing a barrage of punches, but Callie weaves through every single one. Then, with lightning speed, he plants his fist square on Kijo's jaw, thinking, you really believe that was just luck? In the end, Callie can only think how hopelessly complacent they are. Kijo, known as Mantis, has a towering frame and an insane reach. It's a massive advantage in boxing, letting him strike from a distance, while his opponent can't even touch him. Except Mantis is clueless about how to use his natural gifts, swinging with wide, sloppy movements that leave him wide open. He's nothing but a glorified punching bag for our boy. Callie closes in, giving him no space to breathe as he unloads a relentless assault. The pressure is suffocating. Seeing their leader get pummeled, his goons finally snap and swarm Callie, but he dodges every single telegraphed attack. Mantis spits blood, screaming, don't get cocky just because you landed one lucky punch. Callie just scoffs. You're only jumping me 3-on-1 because you know you're at a disadvantage. That strikes a nerve. All of them charge him at once, and Callie can't help but think how people like this always prey on others, just to prop up their own fragile egos. It's a scene he's witnessed countless times, even in his past life. His thoughts are cut short by Torres's voice. Let's start over. Kijo's crew immediately gets defensive, accusing Torres of taking Callie's side. I'm not taking anyone's side, Torres clarifies, his glare fixed on Mantis. I'm just annoyed that you got beat and you're still acting tough. Mantis sputters that he just let his guard down for a second. Torres fires back. Then prove it. Fight him one-on-one. I'll be the referee. That's all the encouragement Mantis needs, puffing his chest out and telling Callie to bring it on. A moment later, our dude rises to his feet. His expression is so dark it terrifies the bully. Mantis throws a desperate punch, but Callie dodges it with fluid grace. Your punches are slow, he taunts, before sinking a fist deep into Mantis's gut, provoking him even more. Mantis is completely enraged, but it's useless. He can't lay a finger on Callie, who finally sends him crashing to the ground with a clean knockout. Watching the whole thing, Torres is stunned. Callie's movements look like those of a seasoned pro. He assumes Callie must have picked up a trick or two from his father. When Callie asks why he helped, Torres arrogantly sneers that he's not about to answer. Someone on his level. After that incident, the bullying stopped for good. Everyone finally accepted Callie as a fellow boxing apprentice. Meanwhile, in the August mansion, Gadolf is calmly telling someone to proceed with an upcoming match when Nixar bursts in, his face a mask of pure panic. He pleads with his master not to go through with it, insisting their apprentices aren't even close to being ready for a real fight. Gadolf calmly tells him they have a real chance to win, since their opponent, Doraman, isn't bringing any of his top fighters either. He then presents him with two options. Either you prepare our best fighters to win, he says, or you send the weakest ones to be sacrificial lambs. I just want to see Doraman absolutely lose his mind. The grim realization crashes down on Nixar. Gadolf is planning to completely wreck this training center. What's more, he knows the gym is doomed if their star fighter, Torres, gets maimed. Now, he's staring down a 3-day deadline to whip these boxers into shape. Back at the gym, Nixar corrals Torres, Keijo, and Callie, dropping the bombshell about their upcoming showdown. They're facing Dorman's crew in just 3 days. Why them? Because they're supposedly the best fighters the gym has to offer. Torres cuts straight to the chase, his voice dead serious. Do we even have a prayer of winning? With a stone-cold expression, Nixar gives it to him straight. Their odds of victory are razor thin. That brutal honesty sends a chill down Keijo's spine. He's convinced they're being sent to their graves. To that, Nixar clarifies that, as Gadolf's property, he'll make sure they don't die, but broken bones are definitely on the table. Shaking that off, our guy zeroes in on the real issue. If they were chosen, that must mean there's a path to victory. Instead of confirming, Nixar orders Torres to start sparring with 3 instructors simultaneously. He needs to fast-track his combat experience. Next, he turns to Mantis, telling him to conquer his fear and forge a stronger will. Finally, he faces Callie, telling him to come find him if he needs anything at all. Callie got the spot because he's been on a hot streak lately, but Nixar admits he hasn't cooked up a specific strategy for him yet. He tells his instructor to find Callie, a training partner, as soon as possible. A short while later, Torres is in the thick of it, trading blows with his instructors, who are yelling at him not to pull any punches. Since he can drop an opponent with one solid hit, they drill it into him. Even if he's terrified, he has to project the aura of an unstoppable force. He needs to look immortal in front of his enemy. After a grueling session, his instructor tells him to catch his breath before they go another round. In that moment, Torres's eyes land on Callie, and a flicker of curiosity sparks. Meanwhile, Callie is training with a massive laborer named Valkyrie, making a strange request. Throw a rock at me. Valkyrie is totally bewildered but obliges, hurling the stone. In a flash, Callie expertly weaves around the projectile, using a hit-and-miss technique. It's a foundational skill in modern boxing. As he trains, he's thinking to himself, he knows the truth. He can't build any real muscle in just 3 days, so he's pouring everything into honing his reflexes with this tactic. It's quickly becoming his ace in the hole. Once he snatches the stone clean out of the air, he tells Valkyrie that's enough for the day. But when he steps back inside with the others, he's hit by a wall of rage. Some of the boxers are seething with anger at Dorman. He asks what's up and finds out some of Dorman's thugs showed up and roughed them up, though thankfully nobody was seriously hurt. Mantis is trembling, convinced they're going to get crushed. Valkyrie explodes again, screaming about killing Dorman, but Nixar cuts him off. The head instructor storms in, roaring at them to shut up. He smacks Valkyrie across the face, demanding they stop whining and start getting stronger. Looking at his teammates, Callie feels a sudden, powerful sense of brotherhood he hadn't noticed before. This isn't just a match for the citizens' amusement. This is about defending Gadolf's pride. In other words, this has escalated into an all-out war between 2 rival training camps. Finally, the fateful day arrives, and the August Estate arena is packed to the rafters. It feels like half the entire estate turned out to watch the carnage. Nixar hands his fighters a special herbal tea. It's designed to calm their fraying nerves and sharpen their focus. Then he gives them an order. If you think you're about to lose, raise 2 fingers high. He tells them it's far better to swallow their pride than to get permanently broken. As soon as the words leave his mouth, Keijo starts to crack. He fumbles his tea, sheer terror written all over his face. But Nixar gives him a firm push, urging him to get out there before Keijo finally trudges forward. Callie yells out a piece of advice, telling him not to let his opponent get into close range. Keijo just snaps back at him, yelling that he has to get close to land a punch. A moment later, Keijo is standing in the ring, utterly petrified. He's squaring off against a brute with 14 wins under his belt at his home gym. The warrior starts trash-talking Keijo immediately, sneering that having long arms and a tall frame doesn't mean a thing. From the sidelines, Torres is cursing Keijo's rigid, frozen posture. Meanwhile, Dorman is mocking Gadolf, smirking that even though Keijo is big, he's still just a scared kid. The comment makes Gadolf second-guess everything, wondering why Nixar sent out someone who clearly had no chance of winning. The match begins, and Bass lunges at Keijo. Keijo manages to dodge the first blow. The crowd erupts, screaming for him to fight back, and the pressure is crushing him. In the next instant, Bass fakes a jab at Keijo's head, and Keijo instinctively throws his arms up to block. It's a trap. Bass buries his fist deep into Keijo's gut, knocking all the wind out of him. He follows up with a vicious hook to the face. Keijo crumples to the canvas. The audience goes wild with fury at the one-sided beatdown, while his teammates can only watch in horror. The referee's count begins, and Keijo lies there, wondering if he should just give up. But then he sees his master's furious expression and forces himself to his feet. He knows that if he goes down without landing a single punch, he's getting kicked out of the gym for good. His opponent taunts him, asking if he's actually got any fight left in him. Keijo spits back with fury, "I'm a fighter too." In that split second, he struggles to regain his composure, his instructor's words flashing through his mind. Nixar is asking him if he's figured out how he lost. To a smaller fighter like Kali, he admits he has no clue. That's when Nixar reveals that he possesses a massive natural advantage as a boxer. With his height, long arms, and legs, he has every physical advantage and shouldn't be losing this fight. But he completely fumbled because he lost his cool and let Kali get way too close. If he pulls that again, it's game over for him. His instructor drills it into him. Stay frosty and conquer your fear. He needs to use his reach and never let his opponent inside his guard while he reads their next move. Finally, Keijo unleashes that long arm and connects with a brutal punch right to his opponent's face. His crew goes absolutely wild. Keijo himself looks stunned for a second, as if he can't believe it actually worked, before a massive grin spreads across his face. He's totally amped to have finally landed a solid hit on his opponent. Fired up by that first taste of victory, he starts unloading a relentless barrage of punches on the guy's face, forcing Bass into a desperate scramble to dodge. The crowd is eating this up. Meanwhile, our boy is breaking it down. All of Keijo's stress is being channeled directly into his muscles, making him unbelievably fast and fluid. It's turning his attacks into serious threats. Now, he's finally earned the title of the Mantis. Bass, on the other hand, is desperately searching for a moment to strike back at Keijo, but because of that insane height difference, he can't find an opening. Now even defending himself is becoming a struggle. He winds up for another swing at Keijo, but Keijo slips it at the very last second. This was the moment Keijo was waiting for. He immediately counters, slamming a heavy punch into Bass's jaw, dropping him to the canvas. He glances at the proud look on his instructor's face and roars that he's won. In that instant, Gadolf erupts into manic laughter as his apprentice claims victory, rubbing the win right in Dorman's face. Freeman tries to play it cool, reminding him that there are still plenty of matches left to go. With a smug look, he orders Valkyrie to pass a message to Nixar. The loser is getting sent to the mines. When Valkyrie relays the grim news, Nixar turns to his own apprentice with the message. He adds that the master is completely wasted, so he'll deal with that mess later. But he warns his student to surrender immediately if they even smell danger. Torres, however, just brushes off the concern, telling him with absolute certainty that he's going to win. Looking at the fire burning in Torres's eyes, our boy starts thinking about his opponent, Manga, who is on a whole other level compared to Bass. Inside the ring, Manga smugly advises him to give up, but Torres is locked in and ready to fight. The match begins, and to everyone's shock, they both connect with a massive blow right off the bat. Manga swings at Torres, but Torres dodges the attack, only for Manga to follow through and land a clean hit anyway. A second later, Torres puts on a tough face, taunting Manga about how many shots he's managed to land. Manga just looks at him and remarks that it looks like Torres is used to street brawling, but he declares that it's not going to be enough to win. With that, he charges Torres again, but this time he slams his elbow into his head. Torres's whole demeanor shifts as he reminds him that using an elbow is straight up cheating, but Manga, with a totally unbothered tone, just claims it was an accident. He shakes his head, his expression hardening. If that's how it's going to be, then he's ready to play dirty too. Manga thinks about how he's taken down 18 opponents and become a veteran brawler, even if he could never become a ranked fighter. But now, he's actually struggling against Torres, who's just an apprentice. Torres just keeps hammering him with hits, making Manga wonder why the kid won't just go down. Meanwhile, the crowd is absolutely electrified by the match, comparing Torres to a wild boar. Our hero is thinking the exact same thing. Then, after relentlessly pounding on Manga, without giving him a single second to breathe, Torres finally delivers the knockout blow. When Torres steps out of the ring, Nixar heaps praise on him for his boxing skills and for putting on a killer show that got the audience fired up. As our boy is about to head back to the ring, Torres stops him, reminding him that their team's victory now rests entirely on his shoulders, which makes him promise Torres that he'll finish the job. On the other side, Burrito is the last fighter for Doraemon's team, and he's rocking an 11-win streak. Seeing him, some people in the crowd start making jokes about how their own kids are bigger than Callie. Valkyrie wishes him good luck, which catches Azalea's attention. She asks him how he knows Callie. Valkyrie explains that he helped him train, just as he flicks a pebble at Callie, which Callie dodges with lightning speed. Watching Callie, Doraemon remarks that his boxer might actually have a real chance of winning this time. This, of course, gets another mocking comment from Gadolf. Meanwhile, Azalea is also leaning forward, excited to see Callie's fight. Burrito offers a fake apology to Callie, saying he can't let him win, and with that, he explodes into action. Analyzing his movement, Callie immediately becomes cautious. He hadn't anticipated this level of speed. This is dangerous. Burrito, for his part, can't figure out why Callie is able to dodge every single one of his punches. Callie, on the other hand, is already calculating an escape route, just in case things go completely south. When Callie throws a punch at Burrito, the guy just scoffs because the hit is so weak. Meanwhile, the crowd is getting restless, wondering how someone like Burrito, a guy with 11 victories, can't even land a single punch on a dude who is literally a kid. Callie taunts him, telling him to just use his fists. Burrito finally pieces it together, realizing Callie's tactic. He's using the audience's frustration against him. He has no clue what this kid's deal is, but he's planning to obliterate him regardless. Right after, Burrito unleashes a relentless barrage of fists at Callie, and Callie fluidly weaves past every single one. The whole crowd is completely shook by this matchup. As the brawl intensifies, Burrito's mind is racing. This kid can't possibly be a mere apprentice, with reflexes that sharp. Doraemon is also seething, furious that Burrito can't land a single punch on a nobody apprentice like Callie. Overhearing this, Azalea thinks to herself that Callie is anything but a random fighter. She silently cheers him on, absolutely certain he's about to prove he's on a whole other level. Amid the chaos, Callie isn't just reacting, he's dissecting his enemy's every twitch. He clocks a major flaw. His opponent is completely reliant on his right hand. He starts memorizing the rhythm of the attacks. A left hook flies in, followed by a right uppercut, and Callie slips past both, but he starts to question if simply dodging is enough. He wonders if it might be smarter to just tank a hit, even as his own frail body screams under the pressure. But then he recalls a crucial piece of advice from his friend. You can't ever win if you don't land a blow. In that instant, his strategy crystallizes. Dodging isn't just about survival, it's about gathering data, mapping out his opponent's patterns, and waiting for that perfect window to counterattack. His gaze locks onto the enemy's footwork, chest, shoulders, and waist, absorbing every detail to predict the next punch and set up his comeback. Meanwhile, Burrito winds up for another devastating strike, desperately hunting for a chink in Callie's armor. Callie seriously questions if his fragile frame can withstand the impact, but his boxing instincts and sheer will to win forge an unshakable confidence in his victory. The next instant, Callie dives under the descending fist and lands a clean shot on Burrito. He immediately follows up with a second hit, even harder than the first. Everyone is stunned, watching a kid with zero muscle outmaneuver a hardened veteran. The only reason it's possible is because he has completely decoded his opponent's moveset. Burrito is in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this fragile-looking kid can hit like a freight train. Callie desperately hoped Burrito would just give up, acutely aware that his own right hand is seriously messed up. But then, to his dismay, Burrito staggers back to his feet, glaring at him with pure hatred. Callie steels himself for the next onslaught. Burrito finally accepts that he can't win this in a fair fight. He resorts to a dirty trick, snatching a handful of sand from the arena floor and hurling it directly into Callie's eyes, aiming to blind him and steal the advantage. Azalea screams at the blatant foul play. Doraemon, however, is delighted and dismisses the tactic as standard procedure, arguing it's what happens when fighters get desperate. Callie's strength begins to drain, and the urge to quit creeps in. Effectively blinded, he's left wide open, which allows Burrito to land a crushing blow that sends him crashing to the dirt. However, Callie taps into his last reserves of energy and forces himself back up, determined to see this through. His opponent, consumed by rage, charges forward, intending to put an end to the fight for good. But Callie remains perfectly composed, having already finished his analysis of Burrito's movements. He's confirmed his theory: the guy always opens with his right. Timing his move flawlessly, Callie ducks beneath the incoming attack and counters with a massive blow that knocks him out cold. Callie stands victorious. He's flooded with pride and an overwhelming sense of relief as he lets out a triumphant roar. Azalea is in awe, having zero regrets about coming to witness the match. The coach is just standing there in disbelief, absolutely beaming with pride that his training center secured the win. After the fight, Baron Doraemon makes his exit, and Gadolf treats them all to 3 entire cuts of pork. 2 months flash by, and the harvest season begins. The students are tasked with gathering potatoes from the fields. Leo absolutely loathes the chore, but Callie views hauling the heavy potato crates as another form of strength training. By now, Callie's body has gone through a massive transformation, becoming noticeably bigger and more powerful. The peasants, impressed by his dedication, ask for his help carrying loads and praise his hard work. They then ask if the students are the fighters scheduled for Duke Wesley's Harvest Festival. Leo quickly clarifies that they can't make it, because as apprentices, they are forbidden from participating and have to wait another full year. They start wondering what they're supposed to do during the festival, considering its main attraction is boxing. Gadolf, who happens to be a relative of Duke Wesley, is the one organizing the whole event. The gyms of Doraemon and August are set to compete, under the Duke's official sponsorship, but the apprentices are still shut out. Callie resigns himself to the idea that he'll have to wait a year to get in on the action, but that year zips by. In Gadolf's reception room, Nixar is pleading with his master, asking for 1 more year to prepare his students. The Baron shoots him down, explaining that the Duke made a personal request, in a letter specifying that 3 renowned apprentices from their training center must participate in the festival. He speculates that word of their incredible victory in the last match must have reached the Duke. Duke Wesley is one of the 5 most powerful dukes in the kingdom. His requests are not optional. The Baron stresses that they must report to the Duke's mansion, the day after tomorrow, without fail. From that point on, the 3 apprentices will be recognized as professional boxers. The Baron decides to commemorate the occasion by giving each of them a stamp with a special mark, symbolizing their official membership in the school of Gadolf. The brand on Callie's skin still stings, but it's his ticket, a raw symbol of the power he's earned on this road to the Duke's palace. Out of nowhere, Azealia is talking to him, actually congratulating him on becoming a real boxer. And get this, she says it's all because of him. It's because of him she can finally hold her head high among the nobles. Stunned, Callie has to ask if she's for real talking to him, and she just admits it. So they start walking, side by side, toward the massive palace. She tells him the upcoming festival is his stage, a chance to unleash everything he's learned and show the world the beast he's become. Of course, his boy Keijo slides up, whispering in his ear, absolutely losing his mind over how stunning Azealia is, going on about her fiery red hair. And Callie can't even lie. The girl's a knockout, but that's when Torres shuts it down, warning Keijo to stop running his mouth before he gets them all in deep. He tries to ask Callie what's eating at him, but one dark look from Torres is enough to make him clam up. As the sun dips below the horizon, the crew makes camp for the night, but nobody's resting easy. Callie's restless friends are getting seriously ticked off by the swarms of stinging insects. They're all wondering why they're even trekking through this miserable mountain pass. Inside the carriage, Gadolf tells a drained-looking Azealia to get some sleep. Her father, the Baron, steps outside for a word with the guards, who are anxiously telling him to hurry it up. They warn him that bandits are swarming this time of year, but the Baron just scoffs, questioning why he even pays them. If you can't even handle a few thugs? Just then, a rustle from the bushes, a flicker of movement in the dark. Callie instantly warns the Baron to get back, but the old man snaps at him to mind his own business. And in that exact moment, an arrow sprouts from a knight's skull. They're ambushed. All hell breaks loose as unseen enemies attack from the shadows. The storm of arrows dies down, only for a horde of bandits to pour out of the darkness. There are dozens of them, and they look dead serious. Callie pleads with their instructor to unshackle them so they can join the fight and protect the group. The guards are completely overwhelmed. Seeing the brutal reality of the situation, Nixar doesn't hesitate. He unlocks the boxers. He orders them to prioritize the safety of the Baron and his daughter above all else. A bandit immediately spots the freed fighters and charges. A massive sword arcs through the night, but Callie expertly dodges the blow, sending the thug stumbling into the dirt. He bolts, sprinting with everything he's got to find and protect Azealia and Gadolf. The guards manage to drag the Baron to cover, but he's screaming that Azealia is still trapped in the carriage. Callie pivots, making a desperate dash toward the coach, but a massive, cunning-looking bandit intercepts him. He's heading for the carriage too. Callie tries to stop him, but the bandit's raw strength sends him flying backward. The bandit rips the carriage door open to find Azealia trembling inside. Meanwhile, Callie is scrambling to get to his feet. All he can do is desperately scream her name from behind. The bandit snatches Azealia and vanishes into the darkness. Gadolf is losing his mind, screaming in panic. Callie promises he will bring his daughter back, and then he's gone, sprinting after them into the woods. The chase ends abruptly at a cliff overlooking a churning river. Callie tells him it's over. There's nowhere left to run. The kidnapper shoves Azealia to the ground, points his sword at Callie, and demands he join him. Callie's mind flashes back to the ruin of his past life, recalling the inevitable, bloody end that comes with banditry. and he calls the man out on his dead-end path. The bandit just raises his sword, declaring this is the end of the line. But as he takes his stance, Callie realizes this isn't some random thug. He's a trained gladiator. The man proudly boasts of his 42 victories before lunging forward. Despite the gladiator's skill, Callie ducks the lethal blow, slips right under his guard, and with no other choice, scoops up Azealia. He sprints for the edge and leaps, holding her tight as they plummet into the stormy river below. After they claw their way to the other side of the river, Callie feels a wave of relief seeing Azealia is still breathing, though she's completely soaked. As she tries to recount what happened, they find a small cave for shelter. All she remembers is being grabbed by a one-eyed bandit. Callie can't believe he's actually using old military camouflage techniques in a situation like this. Azealia asks him to light a fire, but he explains the wood is way too damp, and the smoke would just broadcast their location. She's shivering violently, her soaked clothes draining all her warmth. He explains that the only way to help her is to get those clothes dry, which means taking them off. The suggestion makes Azealia furious, but Callie firmly states it's either that or she freezes to death. He promises he'll turn away, but she just accuses him of being shameless. He insists that her safety is his only priority, reminding her that if she dies, he's a dead man too. Reluctantly, Azealia agrees, warning him not to dare turn around, which just leaves Callie confused. He wonders if the cold is making her delirious, but she actually follows his advice and removes her heavy, wet outer clothes. She places them on a stone to dry. Now Callie is shivering, and he realizes this isn't going to be enough to survive the night. He decides they have only two options: keep moving through the dark, or press their bodies together for warmth. Azealia immediately refuses, insisting she's fine. He starts doing exercises to warm himself up, but she just keeps getting colder. He walks over and takes her arms. He loops them into his, shocking her. He explains that huddling together for body heat isn't a choice, it's a necessity. It's a survival tactic, he explains, one that soldiers use to endure the brutal winter chill. Besides, he's too weak to go anywhere, so protecting her is his only shot at making it through. So they settle in for the long night, their arms cinched together against the encroaching cold. When sunlight finally breaks, a wave of relief washes over them. The worst is over. Callie asks if Azealia can walk, and she fires back with pure sarcasm, asking if he plans on carrying her if she can't. He smirks, realizing she's still putting up that tough facade. Just then, Azealia adds that she's been starving since the day before. So, our boy wades into the river, snags a fish, and expertly prepares it for her. With renewed energy, they resume their trek along the river's edge. His plan is simple: follow the stream, and eventually, they'll find their allies. Azealia is still petrified of the bandits, but Callie just shrugs it off, telling her they'll have to rely on luck, which makes him seem dangerously nonchalant. Despite his carefree attitude, he tries his best to calm her fears, silently praying for a safe passage. As Azealia studies him, she realizes he's a total enigma. He carries himself with a confidence that betrays his status as a slave, unlike any other boy she's ever known. His mysterious vibe is captivating, and in spite of the chaos, she feels protected by his side. But from the shadows of the bushes, a bandit was watching, salivating at the thought of the massive ransom Azealia would bring. His plan? Eliminate the young boxer, the second he gets a clear shot. Through the rustling leaves, he spies Callie and Azealia getting closer, talking about meeting up with the soldiers soon. This is a gift from the gods, the bandit thinks, his excitement boiling over. Callie might be unarmed, but he's ready to defend himself, and Azealia with every last ounce of his strength. The bandit just scoffs, mocking the boy's complete lack of a weapon. He sneers, promising to kill Callie and claim the girl, fantasizing about what he'll do with her before selling her off. But these threats don't faze our boxer. He stands his ground, ready to protect them both, fully aware that losing his shackles in the river has left him dangerously exposed. The bandit lunges, his sword a blur of swift, deadly strikes, aimed straight at Callie's heart. Callie sidesteps the initial attack with lightning speed, but the bandit just laughs, taunting him about how long he thinks he can keep dodging. The sheer reach of the blade is a lethal problem. After a tense exchange, Callie stumbles and hits the dirt as Azealia screams, pleading for him to get out of the way. In that split second, a memory flashes in his mind, a past battle, and the key to his victory. It hits him like a lightning bolt. To beat a swordsman with your bare fists, you don't back away. You charge straight into the danger. The bandit sees Callie rushing forward and grins, thinking the kid is just serving himself up on a silver platter. With pure, unyielding resolve, Callie closes the gap, knowing he has to eat the risk of the blade to land a decisive blow. He slips into the bandit's blind spot and drives a fist deep into his gut, enraging the man, who swings wildly at him again. But our boy is already in motion, his fist connecting with the bandit's jaw. With the force of a battering ram, he wastes zero time, following up with a brutal elbow strike that sends the man spiraling to the ground. The sword clatters from his limp fingers as he crumples. Callie drops to his knees, utterly exhausted. The bandit, however, is still clinging to life, already plotting another move. But before he can even try, Azealia snatches the fallen sword and plunges it deep into his chest, her face a mask of cold fury as she remembers how he planned to violate her. Callie watches, stunned by her ferocity, and understands she is nothing like the fragile lady she appears to be. Completely spent, he finally lets himself collapse. That's when the rescue party emerges from the trees, sent by Gadolf to retrieve his daughter. While patching him up, Nixar remarks on how insanely lucky Callie was. If that wound had been any higher, it would have taken his eye. Still, he admits the scar makes him look even more badass. As he's recovering, Gadolf himself approaches and expresses his deepest gratitude for saving his daughter. Callie just says it was what he had to do. The Baron insists that he rest, declaring that he has earned it more than anyone, unlike those who have no clue about the hell he just went through. Gadolf then asks about the secret technique that let him topple a seasoned gladiator. Callie explains that playing the part of the underdog has its perks. It causes his rivals to get cocky, underestimating him while they burn through their stamina and best moves. After their heroic rescue of Azealia, the boxers are upgraded to traveling by carriage. They finally arrive at the Wesley Dukedom, receiving a grand welcome from Duke Wesley himself. The Duke inquires about their perilous journey, and, looking at Azealia, notes how she is the spitting image of her mother. A flashback reveals that back at the camp, Azealia had paid a visit to Callie's tent. She claimed one of her servants was ill and asked him to be her escort, complaining that the other men were too rough and threatening. She saw Callie as the ideal choice, all while he was just thinking about how he needed to get his training in. Later, at a lavish dinner, the Duke asks Gadolf if the rumors are true that his training center has been sweeping every single recent boxing match. He also pries about the new recruits' contributions. Gaitel proudly confirms that the apprentices have officially graduated to full-fledged boxers. All the while, Azealia is visibly bored by the political small talk. She leans over, whispers something to her father, and then gestures for Callie to join her outside. The pair weaves through the city's chaotic streets, a stark contrast to the stuffy dinner Azealia just escaped. She confesses the whole ordeal felt like a cage, admitting she never wanted to be there in the first place. Callie clocks the exhaustion on her face. She reveals her father's master plan, for her to snag a proper husband. She questions him, wondering if it's messed up to be shackled to someone at her age. But Callie just hits her with a question of his own. Why does his opinion even matter to you? Instead of a real answer, Azealia just pulls out a piece of candy, teasing that he's probably never experienced anything like it. And she's right. For a guy who's only ever had fruit for dessert, the first bite is a flavor explosion. As the sweetness melts on his tongue, he finally truly looks at Azealia, and her beauty completely hijacks his senses. He's not the only one. Heads are turning as she glides through the crowd. But amidst all the attention, Callie spots an old woman whose gaze is laser-focused on him. She materializes out of the crowd and asks Azealia if she can read her destiny. Callie immediately says no, but Azealia, intrigued by the drama, insists on hearing what the future holds. As they head for the fortune teller's tent, Azealia whispers that she'll make sure they get a sweet deal. The session kicks off, and the woman drops a bombshell. Azealia's path in life is going to be anything but smooth. Azealia finds this low-key thrilling, figuring a cookie-cutter life would be boring anyway. She then pushes about her marriage prospects, convinced that fortune-telling is always on point with that stuff. The old woman reveals her soulmate might be someone standing right beside her, but this love is one the world will absolutely refuse to accept. Azealia is just shook, completely speechless. The fortune-teller then offers to read Callie's fate. He tries to brush it off, but Azealia convinces him, pointing out that it's literally free. The woman begins reading our boxer, declaring he's from a land far away and completely unknown. When he presses her for details, she admits the vision is hazy. This gets Azealia's attention, who leans in and asks what she means. The woman describes seeing a giant metal bird soaring through the sky, a carriage moving without a single horse, and people living inside a glowing box. Callie is frozen, his mind racing to understand how this stranger could possibly know these things. He's floored by how the fortune-teller is seeing crystal-clear details from his past. She goes on, saying he radiates this insane energy, almost like a guardian spirit is riding shotgun with him on his journey. Azealia pipes up, remarking that maybe that's his secret weapon, the reason he always wins perfect for a fighter, but Callie shuts it down, calling it all superstitious nonsense, and telling her she sounds foolish for buying into it. Azealia, who deep down already knew this, is hit with a wave of both fury and disbelief at being spoken to like that by a slave. The fortune-teller, however, can't wrap her head around it. No way is Callie a slave. Someone with a presence that powerful could never be chained. Over the next 3 days, Callie's attempts to smooth things over with Azealia completely fail. One afternoon, after leaving the palace, Callie tries to head back in, only to be blocked by the guards. They start clowning on his skinny frame, leaving him totally confused about why they're suddenly trying to start something. But he doesn't back down. He demands they move, asking the guards if they've ever actually taken a punch from a real boxer. One hot-headed guard lunges at him with a massive spear, but is stopped dead in his tracks by Duke Wesley. The Duke orders the guards to fall back, announcing that Callie is a guest and, more importantly, Gadolf's property. The Duke then strikes up a casual chat, mentioning how he just can't believe a fighter who looks so fragile could actually beat Doorman's champion. He casually throws an arm on Callie's shoulder, feeling the dense muscle beneath, but still insists it's not enough to take down a veteran. The whole interaction screams that he suspects Callie is hiding a massive secret. Before walking away, the Duke drops a chilling line: "I'll be watching you in the next match." Callie is left stunned by the Duke's weirdly intense behavior. Back in the slave quarters, Callie immediately throws himself into training, his go-to method for silencing the noise in his head. For him, every problem can be solved with sweat and focus. On a break, his buddies ask him what the castle was like, and all he can say is that it felt like he was suffocating. Moments later, their coach rounds everyone up with some grim news. Not only Dorman, but a whole crew of other top-tier boxers are training nearby. He warns them all to skip the upcoming match, explaining that the roster is probably already packed with the early birds. At that, Torres fires back, questioning if ducking a fight is really lucky. Nixar confirms it is. Torres, however, is seething with determination and asks if Nixar plans to keep them locked up in the gym forever. He looks ready to throw down with anyone, but the instructor lays him out with a swift kick to the gut, snarling that reckless fighters like him are the first to get wiped out in the preliminary rounds. He spells it out for them. Facing a boxer with 10 wins means you're fighting a guy who has already destroyed 10 other people. As the students regroup, Torres comes over to apologize. The coach explains that it doesn't matter how strong you are, one wrong move, and it's all over. He glances over at Kijo, who's desperately trying to play it cool, insisting he's fine. But then, a wave of whispers ripples through the camp, a single terrifying word on everyone's lips: ogre. All eyes snap forward as they mutter, "It's Doraemon's ogre." Nixar scoffs, remarking that Doraemon is clearly going nuclear, unleashing his ultimate weapon. Even Keijo is shaken, whispering, "Dude, is that thing even human?" But their coach cuts in, reminding them they don't call him a monster for nothing. Callie's mind is racing. No way that's a man. He looks like a creature ripped straight from a fantasy world, a literal, terrifying ogre. He's known as the Ogre of Doraemon, an absolute beast in the ring, who has steamrolled his way to 76 victories in a single year. The other fighters are buzzing, their voices low and panicked. One of them breathes out, "How is that even possible?" Callie does the quick math, figuring he'd have to fight 3 to 4 times a day. And the rumors swirling around are even crazier. They say the ogre can literally tear a man apart with his bare hands. And yeah, the name is starting to feel chillingly accurate. That's it for Kijo. He's pale as a ghost, refusing to even consider facing him, but the coach immediately shuts that down. Their master is convinced Doraemon sees their fighters as a total joke, so pathetic they might not even get a shot at the beast. This ogre feels like an entirely different species. That's when Keijo hits Callie with a grim reality check. "Your fists won't even reach him, man." Which leaves Callie wondering what the point would be of attacking anywhere else. It feels utterly futile. Kyo gives him a strange look, muttering that sometimes he suspects Callie isn't exactly an ordinary human either. A short while later, everyone crowds around the newly posted match schedule. Baron Dorman finds himself face-to-face with Baron Gadolf once again. He smirks, predicting everyone will just surrender to the ogre, but Gadolf fires back that the fight itself will be the ultimate decider. Nixar just nods in agreement. While Dorman warns that such defiance could cost him his fighters, Gadolf assures him he's fully aware of the stakes. He's certain that no one is foolish enough to step into the ring with that monster. Hearing this, Doraemon reflects on the ogre's brutal fame, claiming he was merely trying to honor 3 other fighters. Nixar isn't buying it for a second, suspecting Doraemon straight up had them killed. Gadolf then mentions the rumors he heard, that 3 fighters were forced to face the ogre, a matchup that everyone knew was a death sentence. Their attention then snaps back to the schedule. Torres is slated for the first day, with Callie and Keijo lined up for day 2. The ogre is also scheduled to fight on day 1. He's pitted against some poor souls who immediately earn Baron Gadolf's pity. And then, the first day of the tournament begins. The Wisteria Stadium is packed, the energy electric. In the ring, the ogre stands opposite a fighter who is visibly terrified, the awful truth dawning on him that he's not just going to lose, he's not going to survive. The ogre charges forward like a human boulder, moving with the speed of lightning, and effortlessly smashes his opponent aside. Baron Dorman remembers his instructions. He had told the ogre not to damage the pillar, but now he's secretly ecstatic, putting on a show of apologizing to the Duke and offering to pay for repairs. Meanwhile, Callie watches from the sidelines, struggling to understand why they even call that creature the ogre, because it hardly looks human at all. The crowd is a feral mob, roaring for blood, demanding the fighter be put down. Utterly overwhelmed, the poor man surrenders, begging for his life, but the ogre's voice booms over the chaos, declaring that the spectators want to see him die by his hands. This audience is absolutely merciless, and Callie, completely shaken, realizes he has never witnessed such a horrifying, cold-blooded execution in a fight before. He sees it as a battle between a man and a beast, but he also notices the ogre lacks any real professional skill. Kyo turns to him and asks if Callie is still thinking about fighting that monster, but Callie doubts he'll even get the chance. Kyo warns him to drop the thought, dead serious that he would be annihilated. Torres adds that the ogre fights with the sole purpose of killing, and the match concludes with the ogre brutally slaughtering the surrendered fighter. The wild boars of Gaytolf regroup as the competition officially kicks off. Torres steps into the ring for his first round match. He refuses to back down, delivering a stunning knockout to his opponent. His victory becomes the absolute highlight of the day. Callie's fight is scheduled for the next day. He's deep in thought, going over his techniques, when his concentration is shattered by Azealia, who slides up and asks him, "So, are you into boys or something?" The question clearly startles him. She explains that most guys can't keep their eyes off her, but he seems completely indifferent, so she assumes he must be nervous. She then casually mentions hearing that fighters died on the first day, joking that he might not live to see her again. He calmly clarifies that he's not a celebrity like her, so it really doesn't matter. Azealia seems impressed by his smooth comeback. She chalks it up to his fighter's spirit. Then she makes him an offer. If he wins tomorrow, she'll be his prize. Callie promises her he'll claim his victory. The day of the match arrives, and the Wisteria Stadium is once again buzzing with spectators. The ring stands ready, waiting for the two fighters. Callie is primed for battle, and Nixar notes the incredible physical transformation in his back and shoulder muscles. The fight pits Caesar, a seasoned veteran from the Vadim training camp, with 21 victories, against Callie from Gandalf, who has only a single win from months ago. The crowd, unimpressed by Callie's lean frame, dismisses him as some underfed kid from a poor background. But Azealia, who is brimming with confidence in Callie, is approached by a man who praises Caesar's reputation, suggesting his victory is a done deal. In response, Azealia declares her full support for Callie and throws down a bet. She wagers on Callie to win, proposing that if she loses, she'll spend some time with him. When he asks what she wants, if he's the one who loses, Azealia demands a stunning ruby necklace she had seen in a local craft shop. The man finds the bet hilarious, absolutely convinced she's about to lose as the match begins. Inside the ring, a cocky Caesar sneers at Callie, blaming his master for throwing him into a fight he can't win. You can see the fury instantly ignite in Callie's eyes. Taunts Caesar, saying he's all talk, and dares him to start the fight. Absolutely triggered, Caesar unleashes a vicious right hook that slams Callie straight to the ground. Callie realizes that Caesar's steel-like muscles and tough hide mean that a simple jaw shot is completely off the table. Caesar clocks Callie's slick dodges, shuts down his footwork, and then hammers him with a crushing blow that puts him on the floor. The dude who bet Azealia gets cocky, asking about his prize, but his smug words die in his throat as the crowd gasps. Callie is weaving through every single punch like a ghost. In that moment, the nobleman's eyes go wide, wondering if this is the same fighter who destroyed the doorman, the one rumored to land hits with his eyes shut. Through it all, Azealia watches the fight, cool as ice. The rest of the arena is in shock, unable to believe how well Callie is holding his own. His mind races. Can he even knock this guy out with one clean hit, or does he need to slowly chip away at that mountain of muscle? He also wonders if his own stamina can even last long enough to pull it off. But our boy shakes off the doubt and locks onto a new strategy. Target the weak points. He's going for the back and the liver. His opponent lets out a furious, frustrated growl, but Callie just stares him down, knowing this is his one shot. He can't miss. He channels every ounce of his strength into a devastating blow to his opponent's midsection, aimed squarely at the rib cage, dealing massive damage. The punch connects with a sickening thud, burying itself deep in muscle and bone. Meanwhile, Nixar notices the sheer explosive force and the perfect weight transfer behind the hit. He understands now that all of Callie's relentless muscle conditioning is finally paying off in a huge way. After landing the punch, Callie is stunned. He's never unleashed a strike with that much raw power before. This attack wasn't a counter or a reaction. It was pure, unadulterated power fueled by everything he had. Seeing this, Nixar recognizes Callie's insane growth, but knows he has to keep the pressure on to lock in the win. All the while, Azealia and the boy are glued to the match. A searing pain rips through Callie's fist. It feels like his opponent's dense muscle armor is about to shatter his hand. Without hesitating, he hammers him again, this time on the back. This strike isn't a punch, it's a sharp spear designed to pierce through everything. Azealia is absolutely ecstatic as the fight reaches its climax, with Callie landing a clean shot right to his opponent's face. Another punch cracks across his jaw, and his opponent starts gushing blood before collapsing to the canvas. The fight is over. Callie is the victor. An incredible wave of joy washes over him, a feeling the kid who bet against him can't even begin to process. She playfully reminds the loser about the necklace from their wager. The kid grumbles that it would have been less humiliating if Callie had just fought normally. At that exact moment, Baron Gadolf proudly starts boasting about Callie being his fighter, one he carefully cultivated. This announcement catches Azealia completely off guard. Callie raises his hand in victory, and the clueless Baron actually thinks that Callie is dedicating the win to him as a sign of gratitude. Meanwhile, Nixar praises Callie, admitting he's on a whole new level now, and put on an incredible show that the crowd absolutely loved. His instructor tosses a towel at Callie, telling him he must have blown everyone away with that performance, to which Callie gratefully responds. But at the same time, an intense, throbbing pain shoots through his fist. Nixar tells him to get it submerged in water immediately. The coach warns him that he's still got a very long road ahead. As Callie dips his hand into the bucket, he finally feels the full, agonizing extent of the pain he'd been ignoring. Torres remarks that his body is still delicate, but concedes that he did an amazing job. Kijo congratulates Callie, then shakily declares that he's going to win his match too. Torres cuts him off, snapping at him to stop trembling. The coach asks Kijo flat out if he can possibly land a punch with that kind of force against his own opponent. He answers that the roar of the arena is still ringing in his ears. Suddenly, he feels like he's suffocating, his control slipping away. He thinks he might be having a panic attack, which makes sense given his fragile state. Callie tells him to stop overthinking it and just use his long reach to strike, exactly like he did in the last fight. He takes the advice and somehow pulls off a victory. He's absolutely euphoric, while Torres just looks annoyed, but even Callie is happy for him. He thanks Callie profusely for the advice, admitting it's the only reason he won. He even starts boasting that he must be the greatest because of his own incredible talent. Callie just thinks that maybe he really does have a special knack for this. Later, Azealia teases Callie about how the nobleman's face went completely red while his hands trembled. Callie asks what her plan was if he had actually lost, but she says with total confidence that she always knew he would win. She then suggests he could work as her bodyguard, and he replies that she has a generous spirit. She thanks him, and then asks him to walk with her outside. Just as they leave the room, her father sees her and hurries toward them. He tells Azealia that she has guests waiting. Utterly confused, she finds out the guest is none other than the second son of Count Joseph. The boy is the same one she'd made the bet with. He formally introduces himself as William Joseph, second son of the Count. In that instant, Azelia's expression freezes. She knows. Her family's a minor house with zero power, while the Joseph family are major players, pulling all the strings in the capital. She pictures her father, constantly scouting for potential husbands for her, and genuinely enjoying the hunt. It's so cringe. Wylan then slides over the ruby necklace he promised as the prize for their bet. Making good on his word, the guy smirks that the ruby is a perfect match for Azelia's red hair, making her want to just disappear. She'll give him this. He's a man of his word. But taking the necklace feels incredibly sketchy. He then asks, even though he lost, if she'd be down for a walk with him. All she wants to do is bolt. He barely gets the question out before he clocks her tense, uncomfortable vibe, but Baron Gadolf jumps in, promising they'll get her ready. Stunned that her own father would sell her out like that, Azealia just runs. As she makes a break for it, her dad grabs her arm. He pleads with her to just spend a little time with the guy, begging her to do it for his sake, mentioning she might actually see a good side to him. He lays it all out. He just wants her to have a better life, somewhere far away from the desolate Gadolf lands. Looking at her father's pathetic, desperate expression, she finally caves and agrees to go with him just once, secretly vowing to ghost him forever after this. Meanwhile, Callie is watching from a few feet away, seeing Wylan for what he is, a pathetic gentleman trying way too hard for Azelia's approval. Callie breaks it down. Wylan might own a training center, but the guy knows nothing about real fighting. He's just chasing clout and quick cash. He remembers a time Wylan literally sold off his estate's prizefighters actual human beings just to turn a profit. Wylan, still convinced he should have won the bet with Azealia, suspects this is all a setup to clown on him, so he starts throwing verbal jabs at Callie. He declares that Callie's downfall is coming, and then has the nerve to ask Azealia to join him, which instantly sets Callie off. The weather's perfect, the sun is blazing, and Callie finds himself drifting off, lost in memories of his past life. A nagging thought cuts through the haze. Can he really leave Azealia alone with a creep like that? His mind flashes back to the bloody floors of the ring, the countless matches he'd fought. He was a monster back then, ruthless and arrogant. No one ever got back up after taking one of his devastating punches, but he learned that cruelty is a two-way street. He remembers one opponent who used a dirty, vicious move to take him down, shattering his fist in the process. For a long time, all he wanted was revenge for that broken fist, but now, he thinks if he could only go back, he would never make the same mistakes. His thoughts are shattered as he wakes up, flooded with relief to realize it was all a dream. This is his second chance. Because if he had truly returned to the past, he would have been the same arrogant fool. Just then, a maid sprints over, begging for his help. She gasps that Wylan is drunk and out of control, and he's cornered Azealia, demanding a reward. Since he spent a fortune on that ruby necklace, his demand is absolutely foul. He wants her to repay him with her body. In retaliation, she slams her fist into his stomach, completely knocking the wind out of him. He strikes her back, sending her sprawling to the ground. In that same instant, Callie charges toward them, only to be blocked by Wylan's guards. They refuse to let him get near their master. He growls, warning them to move, or this won't end well for any of them. One of the guards just laughs him off, calling him a low-tier fighter who can do nothing but throw punches. The next thing he knows, Callie's fist connects with his eye socket, sending a shockwave of fear through the others. One of them immediately turns and runs to get more men. While the rest try to stop him, Callie plows through them to save the helpless Azealia. He reaches them just in time to see Wylan, forcing himself on her, demanding she pay him back. She cries out, asking if he has any shame at all for what he's doing, but he just keeps hurting her, snarling that she better not resist. That's when Callie unleashes a devastating blow. Wylan slams into the ground, completely shocked by his raw power. Callie roars, demanding to know if he has any clue what he's doing. Wylan actually tries to justify it, saying he's just collecting compensation for the expensive necklace he bought. That answer makes Callie see red. With every ounce of his strength, he lands another punch, then drags Wylan over to a water trough. He repeatedly shoves his face under the surface, yanking him up for air only to scream, "Are you sober now?" The gossip spreads like wildfire among the nobles. The second son of Count Joseph was just beaten to a pulp by a slave. Wylan decides on immediate damage control to prevent his family from becoming a joke. His plan: execute the slave without a second thought. He also vows to make sure Baron Gadolf's family is erased from the political world forever. When Baron Gadolf hears this, he is consumed by fury. He can't even fathom someone daring to touch his daughter. Then, he gets the update. Callie is being held in the guardhouse, completely at their mercy. A wave of gratitude washes over the Baron. He's thankful for the slave's courage in saving his daughter, but he knows he's powerless to protect him. Any attempt to step in would spell the ruin of his entire family. Nixar agrees, stating that this is simply the fate of a slave. The next moment, the door swings open and Azealia storms in. Her father tells her she needs to rest, but she flat out refuses. Pleading that Callie deserves some form of justice after saving her life on 2 separate occasions, she reminds him that even a common animal gets rewarded for protecting its master. But he's a stone wall, assuring her the situation is being handled. At that moment, Nixar steps in, reminding her that they're completely out of options and have no moves left to make. Meanwhile, inside the Wesley guardhouse, the place is buzzing. Everyone's hyping Callie up for having the guts to knock out a noble. To many, he's an absolute legend. He asks a guy sitting nearby what he's in for, and the man casually reveals he's a pickpocket. Callie just scoffs. Pathetic. As he sits there on the cold stone, it hits him like a truck. His dream of becoming a boxer is gone. Again. But the thought of what would have happened if he hadn't saved Azealia? That regret would have been 1,000 times worse. He knows protecting her was the only real choice, no matter what came next. Finally, Judgment Day arrives, and he's hauled into the courtroom. The judge looks down at Callie, identifying him as a slave belonging to the Agas family, and asks if he admits to assaulting Joseph William. Joseph is standing right there, a smug look on his face, flanked by 4 witnesses all decked out in bandages with fresh marks on their faces. They're all there to point the finger and seal his fate. And Callie? He admits it all. The courtroom erupts into chaos, a sea of voices screaming for his execution. They demand his head on a spike, his body put on display for the entire city. To Callie, their shouts are just background noise, meaningless static. He can only wonder how it was fair for William to hurt Azealia and get away with it. The judge's gavel slams down, delivering the verdict: death. He then asks if Callie has any objections, but in that exact instant, the doors swing open, and Duke Wesley strides into the courtroom, requesting the floor. He acknowledges that Callie's crime is severe, but he reminds everyone that the Harvest Festival is supposed to be a time of mercy. Looking directly at Baron Doran, he clarifies that he's not arguing for Callie's innocence, but insists he should die a slave's death. He proposes a spectacle, a fight to the death between Callie and Ogre, a notoriously brutal executioner. Turning to Baron Doran, he confirms that Ogre has handled plenty of executions, and the Baron has to agree. The Duke then announces the match will be the grand finale on the last day of the festival, all for the crowd's sick entertainment. His slick words make one thing crystal clear. This isn't a fight, it's a public execution, pitting a nobody against a certified monster. He even spins it as an act of mercy, letting him die in combat. The decision is final, and Callie is completely floored by the idea of having to face that kind of beast. He just needs Count Joseph's permission, which is given with a simple nod. The Duke, thrilled with his own brilliant scheme, sees it as the ultimate win-win. He's fully aware of Callie's incredible artistic talent, and, no cap, he would have bought him if not for this whole mess. The judge makes the official announcement to the court. The execution is off, replaced by a deathmatch between Callie and Ogre. William, however, keeps running his mouth, threatening to kill him. His taunts are just a desperate attempt to get under Callie's skin. He's absolutely giddy about the fight, drooling at the thought of watching Callie get ripped to shreds. Despite the threats, Callie's expression is like granite. He figures if fate dragged him this far, then fate can carry him to victory. A flicker of confidence ignites within him. He's betting everything on his own strength and will to survive this battle. Callie is led to a waiting room where a guard quietly tells him he'll be rooting for him in the match, because he did the right thing, protecting the lady. As he's listening, a crowd is gathering outside, asking the guards to see him. Moments later, Kijo and Torres burst in with their instructor. Kijo immediately thanks him, saying he did them all a favor by punching a guy who totally had it coming. Horace is grinning from ear to ear, admitting he's always hated that dude. He finally sees that Callie is a genuinely good person. "Don't you dare die," he says. "You have to win." Then, Nixar offers him some food to build up his strength for the fight. He adds that Ogre might be stronger, but he believes Callie has the skill to outmaneuver him. They all wish him luck. It finally sinks in for our boxer. There are people in this world who would actually be sad if he died, and that thought is more than enough to fight for. Later, Azealia herself shows up at the guardhouse. She knocks, and when he sees her, he demands to know why she's there. She replies that she never turns her back on someone who has helped her. He tells her she should be more concerned with her own reputation instead of him, reminding her that getting kidnapped by bandits and then cornered by that creep has already put her in a dangerous position. She then asks him to be the one to protect her from now on, if he really means it. She steps closer and kisses him, leaving him completely stunned by her boldness. But she's oblivious, pulling back only to make him promise that he will win the match. He finally speaks, admitting that she's making it incredibly difficult for him to just go out there and die. She reassures him, promising she'll be in the crowd, cheering for him. And now, it's time. Before the match with Ogre, Baron Doran gives his champion one final order. Be cruel. This is an execution. Kill him. Ogre cracks his massive knuckles, a brutal grin on his face, ready to unleash hell. On the final day of the Harvest Festival, the monster stands waiting for our condemned boxer. The guards drag Callie into the arena, where the roar of the crowd is a deafening wave of bloodlust. The entire city is chanting for his death. The crowd declares him a dead man walking, screaming for the monster to deliver the final verdict, and Ogre is poised for the kill. The beast lumbers closer. As Callie's chains are released, he stands before his opponent, a literal mountain of a man. It hits him instantly. Ogre doesn't rely on skill. His monstrous physique is all the weapon he needs. Even so, Callie braces himself for the onslaught. The bell rings, and he unleashes a vicious blow to kick things off. But it's like punching solid rock. Ogre barely registers the hit. His muscles are so dense that the shockwave from his fist kicks up a sandstorm. He continues to menace Callie, whispering threats of his imminent demise. But our boxer stays cool as ice. He understands that the universe always finds a balance. Ogre might have the brawn, but he's got nothing upstairs. Callie believes that humanity's greatest weapon, strategic thinking, can always conquer sheer brute force. He knows that technique and tactics are his only keys to victory, and he's fully prepared to use his hardened body to neutralize the monster's power. Callie stares Ogre down, and the entire crowd is convinced he's completely lost his mind and is on a suicide mission. Even Torres and Kijo are stunned by his defiant stance. Baron Dorman questions if Callie is just planning to give up and die. As the two combatants face off, Ogre throws a massive punch, but Callie masterfully weaves to dodge it. He commits to a new strategy, perpetual motion, focusing entirely on evading every strike, knowing his previous hesitation left him wide open. He's resolved to be faster, to leave no openings. But here's the crazy part. Despite Ogre's colossal size, his speed is unreal, making this fight an absolute nightmare. As the match rages on, the Duke starts to see Callie's unbelievable courage and next-level skill. He realizes that abilities like these could completely revolutionize the sport of boxing. The two are locked in a fierce exchange, with Callie constantly on the defensive. Instead of looking for a finishing blow, he's patiently waiting, stealing his nerve for the one perfect punch that will end it all. He's analyzing Ogre's every move, realizing that the more aggressive the monster gets, the sloppier and more predictable his attacks become. The audience is glued to the spectacle, watching in utter disbelief as the battle unfolds. Finally, Callie connects with a thunderous punch, leaving Duke Wesley absolutely ecstatic at the boxing revolution happening before his eyes. Despite his raw power, Ogre unleashes his full fury, but Callie counters with surgically precise strikes. He's picked up on the fact that while Ogre has immense destructive capability, his movements are painfully simple. Balling his fist, he lands a devastating body blow that leaves Baron Dorman speechless and stuns the audience, completely flipping everyone's expectations. Kijo and Torres are ecstatic, witnessing his brilliant strategy play out. This time, he's not aiming for the head or neck. Instead, Callie is playing the long game, focusing on letting fatigue and accumulated damage do the work as the fight wears on. Ogre starts gasping for air, his muscles starving for oxygen and losing their power. But here, Callie makes a crucial mistake. He completely underestimated his opponent's will to survive. Even running on fumes, Ogre keeps pushing forward, catching Callie totally off guard. Even though he's drained most of Ogre's stamina, the beast is still lethally dangerous. With a surge of adrenaline, Ogre hammers him with a brutal strike. The blow sends Callie crashing to the ground, the wind knocked out of him. He knows that if he hadn't blocked the impact with his arm, that single punch would have shattered it to pieces. As the fight reaches a fever pitch, Ogre seems more terrifying than ever, absolutely determined to end him. As Callie struggles back to his feet, he notices his opponent is also on his last legs. For the first time in his life, Ogre has been pushed this far in a fight, a feeling he has never known. All of his previous fights were over in an instant. Now, completely gassed and visibly fading, he's starting to stumble. Callie understands that everyone has a breaking point. Even the strongest titans can fall to exhaustion. Ogre's time is running out. Callie knows this is his last chance, with the giant looking completely spent. Ready to gamble it all, Callie slams a massive punch into Ogre's chest. The monster gasps, unable to breathe. Callie immediately follows up with another punch, but he feels a sickening pop as his own wrist dislocates from the sheer power of the strike. He landed on Ogre's unprotected jaw. The giant stumbles, but Callie presses forward with a relentless barrage. Leaping high into the air, he brings his fist crashing down on Ogre's neck. Fluid spews from Ogre's mouth as his eyes roll back, and his colossal body finally slams into the ground. The arena is dead silent, the crowd unable to process that the unbeatable champion lies broken on the floor. With Ogre down, our hero has claimed victory. His friends erupt in cheers, celebrating his impossible triumph. But then, the unthinkable happens. Ogre's eyes snap open, and the monster, despite his catastrophic injuries, gets back up. Our dude is frozen in shock as Ogre finds one last spark of strength and throws a world-ending punch. Ogre's first instinct is to kill him, but instead, he just swats him with his paw like a football. Callie goes soaring through the air before crashing hard into the ground. An audible crack echoes through the stadium, and his friends start screaming, claiming it's a foul. Someone in the crowd barks that this isn't a sport, it's a public execution. Callie is completely frozen, just staring. He watches the ogre's rage just boil over, unable to compute how the beast moves with such blinding speed, after absorbing so much damage. At the same time, Callie's own body is screaming, battered, and on the verge of collapse. He's running on pure adrenaline. Then it happens. The ogre unleashes one last, bone-shattering punch, and Callie is sent flying to the canvas. The monster towers above him, basking in his supposed victory, as a raw scream of agony rips from Callie's throat. The ogre's hand clamps around his neck, the grip tightens like a vice, and he hoists Callie high off the ground. Callie's vision starts to blur. This isn't a boxing match anymore. This is cold-blooded murder. He just hangs there, utterly helpless, trapped in the ogre's suffocating hold, flailing uselessly and begging for his life. The ogre's face contorts with even more fury, but in a sudden, feral move, Callie lunges forward and bites down hard on the monster's ear, tearing it clean off. With a roar of shock, the beast releases him, and Callie crumples to the floor. Blood stains his own lips from the desperate act, but he's stunned to see the ogre's blood isn't green, not like some monster. He realizes with a jolt that it's red, just like a human's. Completely unhinged now, the ogre resolves to finish him for good. Scrambled in the corner of the ring, Callie instantly fires back, slamming a fistful of sand directly into the ogre's eyes. He notices that while the ogre has unbelievable strength, its body doesn't seem to register pain, not from cracked ribs or a twisted gut. Exploiting the opening, Callie drives his knee upward, smashing it into the ogre's nose with brutal force. From the stands, Duke Wesley leans in, a new understanding dawning on him. This is no longer a beast fighting a man. This is a beast fighting the best damn boxer he's ever seen. He finds himself rooting for Callie's survival. The crowd, catching the same fire, suddenly turns the tide. The entire stadium explodes, chanting Callie's name, their voices a unified roar of support, willing him to win. Fueled by this newfound energy, Callie delivers a devastating hook straight to the ogre's jaw. A spray of blood erupts as the monster finally crashes to the ground. In that single, silent moment, the ogre knows it's over and doesn't move. Utterly spent but standing, Callie is flooded with relief and pride, having conquered an impossible foe. The stadium is a deafening echo of his name, a celebration of his impossible victory. But Baron Doraemon stands there, completely shell-shocked, unable to process the ogre's defeat. Just as Callie turns to leave, Count Joseph's soldiers step in to block his path, insisting the execution must proceed. A wry smile plays on Callie's lips. He gets it. The match might be over, but his fight for survival sure as hell isn't. But then the crowd erupts, turning on the soldiers and hurling stones, demanding mercy for their champion. They scream at the guards, calling them cowards and insisting he be freed. Faced with this overwhelming public outcry, the soldiers actually hesitate, their will to carry out the sentence faltering. Count Joseph, witnessing the chaos unfold, demands to know what's going on. But Duke Wesley cuts in, strongly advising him to let Callie live. The Duke points out that it's the Harvest Festival. Winning the hearts and minds of the common folk is paramount. Executing their new hero now would completely sabotage the entire event. After a tense moment, Count Joseph realizes that ignoring the Duke would cause a political nightmare. He begrudgingly gives the order, allowing Callie his freedom. But as Callie walks away, Count Joseph's eyes are cold with a silent vow of revenge, promising himself he'll never forgive the Agesta family and will one day burn them to the ground. His rage simmers as he watches the boxer leave, like a conquering hero. Later, the doctor and Nixar are talking over Callie's state, and the doctor is just baffled, stating that him even being alive is a flat-out miracle. How his ridiculously fragile body managed to withstand that punishment, the doctor can only chalk up to some insane force of will. As they talk, the doctor awkwardly brings up the mountain of hospital bills for Callie's care. Nixar lets out a curse. Baron Gadolf still hasn't paid a dime for the medical costs, a fact that disgusts him. Right on cue, Azealia walks in and offers her own earring to cover the debt. She places it in Nixar's hand, asking if it will be enough to pay for everything Callie needs. The doctor inspects the jewel and agrees to continue the treatment, visibly relieved the money problem is handled. Abruptly, Callie starts coughing violently, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. His eyes find Azealia, and he weakly rasps, asking her who won the fight. She gently reassures him that his death warrant has been officially voided by the court thanks to the massive public demand for his freedom. Azealia tells Callie he earned this win with nothing but sheer grit, and he finally feels a wave of relief wash over him. A profound sense of peace settles in as he lets his body finally relax, the reality sinking in that he's actually alive. 1 week later, on a bright and clear day, Callie is still wrapped in bandages when an ecstatic Keijo bursts in for a visit. Keijo grandly proclaims him the hero of the Harvest Festival, bestowing upon him the epic title of Ogre Slayer, a nickname Callie finds incredibly corny, and he's getting seriously ticked off. Keijo just hits him with the fact that, like it or not, everyone is already running with it. It sinks in that the title has basically gone viral. Just then, Torres shows up, remarking how Callie totally lucked out in that match. But Callie instantly shuts him down, hitting him with a reality check that he was practically dead. The doctor then steps in. He lays out the good news. The bones in his face will patch up fast, and that strained ligament should be good to go in a couple of days. But there's a massive catch, his shin bone, which Ogre's insane punch completely shattered. That injury is throwing a major wrench in his comeback story. Callie knows damn well it's only because of Azealia and Nixar that he didn't get kicked to the curb, but he's getting the vibe they're cheaping out on his treatment. His mind drifts back to the grueling trek it took to reach the kingdom, a stark contrast to the much easier journey home. 3 months blow by, and winter descends on the land. The once vibrant landscape is now smothered in snow, and a biting chill poisons the air. Baron August, staring out a window, mutters that he's been waiting for 3 whole months, but his voice trails off, his train of thought completely derailed. Picking up on the heavy pause, Nixar steps up, asking what's really weighing on his mind. The Baron's expression remains unreadable. At that moment, Callie limps into the room, leaning heavily on a cane, each movement slow and agonizingly deliberate. Baron August locks eyes with him and cuts straight to the point, demanding to know if the mangled bone in his leg will ever truly heal. The grim realization dawns on Nixar. The injury struck right in the middle of Callie's growth spurt, and the bone was so pulverized that a proper recovery was never in the cards. The Baron, his patience worn thin, looks Callie square in the face, his voice heavy as he demands the unvarnished truth. And Callie confirms it, his words hitting like a physical blow. The leg is never going to be right again. At this, the Baron's composure completely shatters. He explodes, declaring that Callie's career is toast, that his fame means nothing if he can't fight anymore. Outside, The relentless snowfall mirrors the icy tension crackling in the room. The Baron pivots, zeroing in on their immediate problems, pointing out the dwindling firewood and pinning the blame squarely on Callie for their string of bad luck. He accuses him of poking the bear, the Joseph family, and dragging them all down with him. Then, he drops the ultimate bombshell. It should have been Callie who died. Pixar, who's been stewing this whole time, finally erupts. He jumps in, arguing that Callie's legendary skills would make him a phenomenal instructor. But Callie shuts the idea down, cold, leaving Kijo completely floored. He just states that it's his call to make, period. Kijo, beyond frustrated, reminds him that becoming an instructor is the highest honor a retired boxer could ever achieve, and that Pixar himself went out on a limb to recommend him to the Baron because he saw his raw talent. Still, Callie doesn't budge, which only infuriates Kijo more. He's convinced Callie just doesn't get what it takes to heal. Lashing out, he sneers, asking if that brawl with Ogre finally rattled his brain loose. Callie, totally unfazed, tells him to just focus on his own job. Rocked by his ice-cold reply, Kijo reminds him of his 7 incredible victories, while Torres chimes in, warning him about the Baron's fury. But Callie just brushes off their concerns. He says he's always been the bad guy, and that playing nice has never gotten him anywhere. He fires back, reminding them that the Baron was the very first person to ditch him. He thinks back on the last 3 months, trapped in bed, watching Kijo and Torres rack up fame, from one fight after another. For a split second, he considers the instructor gig, but ultimately decides if he can't fight for himself, the title is meaningless. So, Callie gets to work, preparing firewood. The servants watch, thanking him, all of them noticing he's gotten way stronger, able to chop down trees effortlessly. One of the workers mutters that it'd be even better if his leg wasn't busted, but the first servant immediately shuts him up. Callie just says he'll be back on his feet soon, then tells everyone to get inside before they freeze. Despite his raw physical power, his mind is a storm. He walks into his room, thinking about his massive experience and deep knowledge of boxing, but his anger surges because no amount of medicine has been able to fix his shattered leg. To his shock, Azealia is already sitting there. She looks up and asks why he's trying to slam the door off its hinges. She notes how weird he's acting, while Callie can barely look her in the eye, the memory of their last meeting. In the guardhouse, fresh in his mind, Azealia cuts to the chase. She's here to say goodbye. He asks if they're leaving, and she lays it all out. The Agesta estate is broke, their business completely choked out by the Joseph family. With the cost of living skyrocketing and luxuries becoming a distant memory compared to basic needs, survival is getting tougher by the day, especially with a brutal winter rolling in. Callie processes the grim reality, realizing things have gotten so catastrophic that staying is no longer an option. He asks what they're going to do now. Azealia explains they have to look out for themselves now to get by. Worried, Callie asks if the master is going with them, but Azealia tells him the man is broken and too weak to travel. She says the master is terrified of Count Joseph and has locked himself in his room for days. He's drowning in shame over the beatdown the Joseph family delivered, forced to accept the brutal truth that power is the only thing that matters. As Callie listens, he's struck by how much she's matured and how sharp her thinking has become. She voices her own frustration, saying that if she had power, she could be the one protecting her family. Callie finally gets the full weight of their desperate situation and starts to think about what he can do to help them through this nightmare. Azealia insists she has to repay him for saving her life twice. Seeing this young girl ready to face the world head-on, Callie decides he has no right to stand in her way. A few days pass. Some guys wander up and ask him if he's a boxer. He confirms it, explaining that he's out here for rehab training, though he privately wonders how chopping wood is supposed to fix his leg. He starts swinging an axe at the trees but quickly finds out that his boxing skills are totally useless for this kind of work. But he's determined to get his strength back, so he grips the axe and gets to it. A worker sees him struggling and points out he's holding the axe all wrong, then shows him the proper form. He explains that just using brute strength is a rookie mistake that only works for a second. Technique is what really counts. This is a complete revelation for Callie, who suddenly understands that skill can trump raw power. He adjusts his grip, and his swings become way more precise and efficient, and he starts tearing through the logs. His back and waist scream in protest, but he powers through the pain, fueled by a burning need to recover as fast as possible. Then, out of nowhere, a woodcutter bursts onto the scene, shouting for everyone to get out of the area immediately. Callie's not buying the panic, pointing out that they've still got plenty of time to wrap things up, but the woodcutter just jabs a finger at the ground, showing them fresh bear tracks pressed into the dirt. Something's been stalking these woods. The crew starts whispering amongst themselves. Judging by the size, they guess it's just a small bear, but nobody's taking chances. The new plan? Finish this job at lightning speed and get out. Then, The woodcutter's eyes land on Callie, zeroing in on his injured leg. One of the workers explains he's the new guy on the team. He adds that Callie's actually a boxer, currently in rehab. The woodcutter's eyes widen as the name clicks into place. He realizes this is the same Callie who threw down with Ogre at the Harvest Festival and won. The woodcutter grins, remembering how his own son couldn't stop talking about that legendary fight. Suddenly, the whole crew breathes a sigh of relief. If this guy could take down a monster like Ogre, a little bear should be a total cakewalk. Callie, completely mortified, begs them to drop the ridiculous nickname, Ogre Slayer. Later that evening, Callie's chilling in his room when Torres walks in, wanting to know what's eating at him. Callie is floored. Torres, the infamous boar, is asking him, a rookie, to teach him his fighting style. It's a huge blow to his pride, but Torres admits it. He's in awe of Callie's boxing technique. As Torres reaches for a mug of water on the table, it suddenly slips right through his fingers, crashing to the floor in a spray of shards. Callie's mind races. How could he miss something right in front of him? Torres just sighs, admitting that sometimes his body just refuses to listen. He says that at times, his vision gets blurry, things go out of focus. This new information sends a jolt through Callie. He casually tosses a small stone at Torres, and Torres completely whiffs the catch, his hand reaching out into empty air. Our boy's brain starts connecting the dots. Is this punch-drunk syndrome, or something worse, like a detached retina? As a veteran fighter, Torres has dished out a ton of punishment, but he's also taken a brutal amount of damage. Callie lays it out for him. Keep taking shots to the head, and he'll end up permanently crippled. Torres just looks him dead in the eye and says that's exactly why he's here. He needs help. He pleads with Callie to teach him how to fight smarter. So, the lesson begins. Callie first shows him a solid defensive stance, teaching him to keep his body and arms tight, like a fortress. He explains that instead of just trying to dodge every single hit, a rock-solid defense is the key to surviving an opponent's onslaught. Torres is skeptical, asking if locking himself up like that won't kill his own offense. Callie reassures him that while it shuts down straight punches, attacking from the sides just means you have to sync up your head and body movement. Callie then drills Torres on how to weave his upper body while blocking, and how to unleash a counterattack the second his opponent's combo fades. But he quickly tells him to take 5, seeing the visible strain on Torres's eyes. Torres, however, just shakes his head, refusing. He says his schedule is absolutely brutal. There's no room for a break. With major fights coming up, resting now means certain failure. Callie can't help but wonder what their instructor is thinking, pushing them this hard. Is their master getting desperate, or just reckless? They both know they could just leave the training center, but ditching now would only dump more problems on the estate, which is already hanging on by a thread. Meanwhile, the woodcutter stares out at the biting cold, realizing the Doran family has already skipped town, leaving the estate even deeper in the red. The workers know they're stuck here. They have to keep working to survive, unlike the engineers who can just pack up and find a new gig. When the crew goes looking for Callie, they find out he's already gone. He smashed his quota early and bolted for the train. The woodcutter is impressed by Callie's insane speed and efficiency. They figure they'll just hit him up after they finish their own work. Miles away, Callie is deep in his own training, slamming his fists into tree trunks with brutal force. He's a firm believer in the Wolf's Law, a brutal philosophy that says repeated impact on bone floods it with calcium, forging it into something as hard as steel. He's obsessed with getting stronger. He unloads on the trees, focusing his power, training his core and back to build devastating strength. Just as the workers and woodcutter are packing up to leave, they freeze. Sprawled on the ground is a bear, with her cubs huddled beside her. She's dead. The shocking sight silences everyone, but as the surprise wears off, they just feel a wave of pity for the fallen animal, probably taken down by an even bigger predator. Their worry shifts to the cubs. With this killer frost and no food, their chances of survival are basically zero. As Callie silently watches the tragic scene, one of the cubs stumbles toward him and latches onto his leg. The workers can't help but smile, remarking that the little guy seems to have chosen him. Everyone starts urging Callie to take the cub, seeing how desperate it is. Looking down at the tiny creature, he agrees. But when he gets it back to their place, Kijo thinks it's adorable, but immediately starts panicking. If the instructor finds out they brought a wild animal here, it's going to be a massive problem. Callie just shrugs, promising he'll feed the cub from his own rations. Right on cue, the instructor storms in, taking one look at the cub and exploding. "Why is there a wolf in my house?" Callie scrambles to apologize, but the instructor isn't hearing it, demanding he hand over the cub to be thrown out. "Wait, hold on," Callie begs, insisting it's just an adorable little puppy, before correcting himself that, well, it's actually a wolf, not a dog. At that, Nixar's entire demeanor shifts. He calms down and allows Callie to keep the animal, but on one condition: train it properly so it doesn't maul anyone. And with that, he's gone. The instructor gives Callie a final warning. Get some rest. You're on the mansion construction crew starting tomorrow. He adds with a cynical smirk, I half expect you to finish the job by demolishing the whole place. But let's be clear, this work has to be done right. Cut to Baron Auguste, brooding alone, his mind consumed with plotting his path to absolute success. In a brilliant flash of inspiration, Baron Auguste decides to revive his old alliances by inviting all the local nobles to a spectacular boxing match. To guarantee a full house, he's bringing in professional heavy hitters like Torres and the Ogre Slayer. He's confident no one can refuse a spectacle like this. And the best part? It's completely free. Nixar points out that for a real show, they have to invite the rival Catalan boxing team to be their opponents. But there's a huge problem. The ongoing mansion construction is bleeding them dry of funds. The Baron casually suggests hitting up the residents for emergency funds, but Nixar immediately shuts that down, explaining the local villagers would never accept it. That's my problem to solve. The Baron snaps, telling Nixar to forget the money and focus solely on prepping for the match. In his mind, it's a necessary sacrifice for the good of the territory, and everyone should be willing to chip in. He dismisses Nixar to go make the arrangements. Days later, a procession of luxurious carriages begins to arrive outside the mansion. For the first time, noble families are flocking to the Auguste territory, lured by the promise of a free, high-stakes boxing tournament. It was an offer impossible to refuse. A free-for-all featuring professional fighters. Beyond the main event stars, other boxers are already battling it out in the ring. Every single match is electrifying. The Catalan team is stacked with seriously talented fighters. From the sidelines, Torres and Cali watch intently. They can immediately tell these guys are the real deal. In the very first match, the Catalan team scores a decisive victory. While scoping out the scene, Cali hears someone call his name. A man asks if he's the famous Cali, to which he replies that he's definitely not famous, but he does confirm his name. The stranger introduces himself as Shram, a sailor from the south. Cali eyes him up and down, remarking that he doesn't exactly have the look of a sailor. Shram explains, his ship was captured, and he was sold to slave traders. He's just waiting for his ransom to be paid before he can head home. He then mentions that whenever people gossip about the strongest fighters around, Cali's name always seems to come up. Shram smirks, saying that the rumors must be wildly exaggerated because Cali looks fragile and weak, especially compared to a beast like Torres. He then has the nerve to offer some advice, telling Cali that as a mere apprentice, he should be training more and judging others less. He finishes the condescending chat by saying it was nice to meet him, extending a hand for a handshake. In his head, he's thinking Cali is just some cripple and plans to crush his hand to put him in his place for free. Shram is supremely confident. After pulling sails for more than 5 years, his grip strength is legendary. But as he squeezes, something goes terribly wrong. He knows it instantly. A wave of pure confusion washes over his face. He feels his bones groaning, on the verge of shattering into dust, as Cali innocently asks what's wrong. And why do you look so nervous? He adds. Seeing the man's panic, Cali releases his grip. Torres just sighs. Another newcomer, trying to act tough in front of Cali. He thinks to himself that the guy will be singing a different tune once he sees Cali fight. Cali simply tells Shram he should focus on getting his ransom paid, and that he should watch the upcoming matches very carefully. The Auguste school fighters have been given one simple task: finish every last opponent. Keijo steps into the arena next, carrying himself with the swagger of the strongest man alive. The moment the bell rings, he unleashes his ridiculously long arms, snapping a devastating punch into his opponent's jaw. The other fighter is completely shocked to be hit by such a massive blow from so far away. Even Torres is stunned by Keijo's transformation. His strength has exploded, and he's fighting with incredible power. Torres realizes Keijo might even be strong enough to defeat Newell now. Cali, however, sees the fight with a strategist's eye, thinking it's true you need to close the distance. But Keijo is just using brute force without any real skill. He believes the better tactic would be to wait for Keijo to get tired, and then deliver the final strike. The fight ends with Keijo victorious, and Torres praises him for the big win. Now, it's his turn to step into the ring. Keijo wishes him luck. He, known as the Boar of Augusta, climbs through the ropes as the crowd chants his name. They're roaring for him to smash his opponent and score a knockout. But as the match starts, he loses his focus, feeling a wave of uncertainty about the new techniques. Taught by Cali, he panics and defaults to his old defensive style. He quickly realizes his opponent is a relentless force, constantly advancing. Instead of backing down after a big hit, the opponent just eats it and keeps coming, recognizing Torres's insane resilience and why he's earned the name Boar of Auguste. But the look in the other fighter's eyes is furious. He is absolutely determined to crush him. Radiating confidence, the opponent starts effortlessly dodging Torres's heavy blows. Cali watches the fight, a growing concern for his friend's victory twisting in his gut. Then, it happens. Torres misses a huge blow, and his opponent counters, sending him crashing to the ground. The audience erupts, loving this unique fighting style. They recognize it as the new whistling style, something they have never witnessed before. Callie leans forward, his eyes narrowed, trying to analyze exactly what he just saw. This radical new fighting style is all about evasion. The upper body just weaves around every single punch, and it hits Callie like a ton of bricks. Torres is using his technique in the ring, the exact same moves he's used in his own brawls. They call this boxing method the Wesley style, supposedly pioneered by the one and only Duke Wesley. The Duke had ordered his fighters to master it right after the Harvest Festival, and now, every boxer in the game is trying to show off their version. It's not just for the old-school brawlers anymore. While most of the world credits Duke Wesley, anyone who's witnessed a real street fight knows Callie was the one who invented it. Down on the canvas, Torres struggles back to his feet and then explodes forward for another assault. He's thrown all caution to the wind. His opponent taunts him, asking if he even knows what the Wesley technique is. But the question doesn't even register. Torres is absolutely seething now, and his rival sees it clearly this time. It's different. Something has fundamentally shifted in him. As his opponent coils for a final blow, he's actually intrigued by this bizarre technique. They circle each other, shifting positions. Torres ducks under the first haymaker. This fresh defensive posture allows him to just absorb the barrage of hits. All it does is make his opponent even more livid. He's beyond frustrated, seeing that no matter how hard he connects, Torres won't even flinch. He thinks to himself that Torres's whole body is guarded, but if he can just close the distance, he can definitely score a knockout. Only Torres's side and gut are exposed. The opponent is certain that if he can just bridge that gap, he can land a devastating punch. But then, a terrifying realization dawns on him. He has to dodge Torres's counter. His fist is moving slow, but it's loaded with every last ounce of his strength, and his feet are planted firmly on the ground, making his stance unshakable. He instantly snaps into a defensive guard. He's blocking every single one of his opponent's strikes, a new trick he's apparently picked up mid-fight. Then, Torres unleashes an absolute cannon of a punch. It sends his opponent flying backwards, crashing to the mat. The entire crowd goes wild, roaring at Torres's epic victory. Callie stares down at the fallen fighter, shocked to his core as he recognizes a style that is an almost perfect mirror of his own. He muses that traditional boxing never incorporates footwork. It's purely a battle of hands. Meanwhile, back in the ring, Torres looks completely revitalized. The truth sinks in for Callie. Sure, he taught him the defensive stance, but Torres took that foundation and built something incredible all on his own. The kid is a genuine boxing prodigy. The fight ends in a massive success, and Gadolf is absolutely beaming. But a guest, Baron August, leans over to Count Joseph, demanding to know how he can possibly crush him now that all the nobles are fawning over Gadolf again. In public, people shower the Baron with praise for hosting a legendary match. He's on cloud 9, seeing his territory finally buzzing with life like the old days. But then, the guests begin to depart, and just like that, all contact is severed once more. The Baron desperately tries to reach out, but his messages are met with absolute silence. Now, his only recourse is to scream at his servants, because he has no other options left. He realizes it was all just a free performance. Nobody gave a damn about helping him. All those so-called relationships evaporated the moment the fight ended. He gets it now. The spectators were only there to watch the free entertainment. The thought makes his blood boil, because he rebuilt his entire mansion for those backstabbing nobles. Blind with fury, he just wants to drink himself into oblivion, bellowing at the servants to bring him more booze. A few weeks later, one of his workers sits alone in a room. He's contemplating the bleak future of their territory. He knows Baron August isn't just a tyrant, he's a hopelessly incompetent manager. That's the real reason the whole estate is crumbling. He still can't believe the Baron actually picked a knight to manage the mansion's repairs. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoes at the door, and Callie steps into the instructor's room. He announces he's back from training and ready to get to work. The instructor tells him to take a break. It's a holy day, after all, but Callie brushes it off, saying he'd rather work. Tailing our guy is the small wolf pup he adopted. The instructor spots the wolf and asks its name. He tells him it's Rovo, and the instructor chuckles that it looks more like a fat dog than a wolf. He tells Callie that once his own training is done, they can head out together. With that, Callie takes the little wolf for a walk. Callie runs through his usual drills deep in the forest, his thoughts drifting to how much stronger Kijo and Torres have become. Meanwhile, Rovo's ears perk up, focused on a strange rustling from deeper in the woods. He knows instantly that it's not the wind. It's the bushes they're shaking violently. To be honest, our boy had already sensed a lurking presence moments before. Then his blood runs cold as a massive bear steps into the clearing right in front of him. It's unreal. The bear seems small, yet it radiates an insane aura of power. He thinks the bear looks weak, but as it lumbers closer, He knows there's no way he can escape with his bad leg. The wolf plants itself firmly by his master's side, letting out a deep, menacing growl. In that moment, our dude figures the wolf is more ready for this fight than he is. He's instantly regretting not bringing his axe. The bear lets out a deafening roar. He decides he has to trust his fists and his skill. The bear attacks with raw, primitive fury. Callie dodges the first swipe, and, using the bear's momentum against it, he smashes a powerful punch right into its sensitive nose, drawing blood. Rovo watches the beast intently, his growls getting deeper. Callie follows up with another brutal strike to its jaw, a heavy blow that only enrages the beast even more. It immediately lunges at him, as the beast shreds his clothes to ribbons with its claws. But our guy just digs in, bracing for another devastating blow. Meanwhile, the instructor is dead to the world in his hut, the night air biting cold. Suddenly, a sharp sound shatters the silence, yanking him from his sleep. He grabs his axe and creeps to the door to investigate the disturbance. But when he swings it open and steps outside, his jaw hits the floor. There stands our boy, his clothes in tatters and caked in blood. In a low voice, our dude admits he got worried. He says the instructor wasn't answering the door for way too long. Snapping out of his shock, the instructor immediately demands to know about his wounds. But our guy just smirks and tells him they're having bear stew for dinner, because he took care of the main course out in the forest. The instructor is absolutely stunned by this, and then his gaze drops to the massive bear carcass lying on the frozen ground. News that Callie single-handedly killed a bear spreads like wildfire. The loggers buzz about it, admitting that while the bear wasn't a full-grown monster, it was definitely no cub either. They all agreed that taking that beast down with bare hands should have been completely impossible. Some of the crew call cap on the story, dismissing it as a wild rumor, but the loggers who've actually seen Callie's insane strength buy it without a second thought. These are the guys who witnessed him training like a demon in the dead of winter, shattering entire trees with nothing but his fists. As the brutal winter finally thaws, the Agast estate explodes with activity. A buzz fills the air, as everyone talks about the lady's imminent arrival. The massive gates swing wide to welcome her convoy, as carriages loaded down with salt and wool roll into the estate. Azealia makes her grand entrance and immediately asks where her father is. A knight informs her he's waiting in the mansion. And that's when it hits her after all this time away, her own father couldn't even be bothered to come greet her at the gate. As she's processing that sting of rejection, a woman and a small child wander by. Their faces light up, overjoyed to see her back home. The little boy, who has a bandage plastered across his nose, flashes her a huge smile. Looking at him, her heart aches, and she hopes she'll get to see our boy soon. Elsewhere, Callie asks a worker if Azealia has returned, and the man confirms she has. He adds that word on the street is, she's on a whole other level now. He also lets it slip that a massive party is being thrown at the mansion to celebrate her return. All Callie can think about is getting some real meat for dinner, a desperately needed break from his all-bear meat diet. Callie then has to break the news to Rovo that he can't tag along to the mansion, but he promises to bring back some of the good stuff. At dinner, they're treated to an insane spread of delicious food. But right in the middle of the feast, a knight appears and informs Callie that Lady Azealia has summoned him. On the way, he runs into Baron Agast, who actually seems pleased to see him after so much time. When he meets Azealia, she cuts right to the chase and asks about his leg. He plays it cool, claiming it doesn't really bother him, even though it's nowhere near healed. She sees right through it, knowing there's no way he's comfortable with an injury that severe. She then pivots, launching into her own success story. She details how Count Joseph tried to sabotage her at every turn, which makes Baron Agast's blood boil. But she refused to let that snake interfere with her work, and went straight to the imperial capital. Once she was in the imperial city, she was completely out of Count Joseph's reach, and buying up supplies became a total breeze. Baron Agast is deeply impressed, knowing that the imperial region's military power is no joke. Then Azealia drops the real reason she called Callie there. She tells him about a legendary doctor in the capital, a man who served the royal family and was known by the name God Doctor. The man's specialty is literally reattaching severed limbs. The Baron realizes that if this doctor can perform limb reattachments, he has to be an official imperial doctor. But he's skeptical, doubting that a high-ranking imperial doctor would ever bother treating a minor noble from the Agast kingdom. Azealia reassures him, claiming she has connections within the imperial family and can arrange the treatment with a simple request. She adds that during wartime, this doctor even welcomes injured imperial soldiers. So, she's decided to take the boxer with her to the capital, a power move designed to prove to her father just how invaluable she is. Meanwhile, Callie's mind is reeling with the possibility of treatment for his leg. He asks Azealia if this is for real, and she promises she'll do everything in her power to make it happen. But she's hiding her true motives, since direct access to the imperial family isn't something she can actually guarantee. Back at the training camp, The young fighters are grinding away, but Callie is completely zoned out, lost in thought about his leg finally healing. Nixar wanders over and asks for his opinion on the trainees who are gearing up for the next match. Callie just stares blankly, the question barely registering. The instructor has to jump in and remind him that the big test for the boxers is literally the next day, highlighting the two top contenders, Takayan and Shram. They break down the fighters' styles. Takayan has unbelievable flexibility and lightning speed, while Shram is a beast of pure muscle with an unyielding will to win. Looking at them, Callie realizes that the motivation to finally return home is one hell of a powerful driving force. The coach is totally baffled by Callie's gloomy mood. He figures the kid should be thrilled about the chance to get his leg fixed. Later that night, lying alone in his room, Callie can't help but wonder if an operation like that is even possible. He thinks back to how wrecked he was after the ogre fight, remembering it was pure luck, not medicine, that pulled him through back then. Crushing doubt begins to creep into his mind, making him feel like this hope of healing his leg is nothing more than an empty, impossible dream. But then, he steels himself, deciding to keep his head up, remembering just how much Azealia is grinding for his sake. Kijo spots Kelly slamming his fist on the table and calls him out, telling him to get out and hit the training grounds instead. But Keijo fires back that the pugilist test is tomorrow, and he's taking the day off to rest. Kelly is completely thrown by this revelation, struggling to wrap his head around why he'd even enter the test. "It's the only play I've got," Keijo explains. While roughhousing with a baby wolf he finds adorable, he asks Kelly if he's going to throw his hat in the ring. Our boxer just stays silent, his mind racing, trying to figure out what's driving Keijo to do this. The next day dawns, and the pugilist trials commence. This is the moment apprentices can finally ascend to the rank of full-fledged fighters. If they can manage to impress the instructor and earn his approval, the test is designed to determine one thing and one thing only: who is truly the strongest. Those who pass will become official pugilists, a small detail that most people are completely clueless about. Every student draws a lot to pick their opponent, and the first name called is Keijo's. A grin spreads across his face, thrilled to be the opening act. Keijo puts his phenomenal footwork on full display. He explodes towards his rival in a blur of motion, making the poor guy's punch swing through empty air. Kelly watches his every move, a grim realization dawning on him. He could never hang with Keijo and Torres when it comes to pure power. They've both become absolute units, and even though he's been training like a maniac, his busted leg is holding him back, making it impossible to unleash his true potential. He can't execute his techniques at all. Still, he vows to get stronger, to push through the agony in his leg. Next up, it's Shiram's turn. He walks straight up to Kelly and demands a fight, insisting that a little leg injury isn't a good enough excuse to back down. The words hit their mark. Kelly accepts the challenge, agreeing to the bout. He's more than ready for this. Nixar discusses the situation, noting that while Kelly could be disqualified, they're also morbidly curious to see if he can actually fight with that leg. They're convinced he's just putting on a show, trying to buy time. But our boy looks Shiram dead in the eye and asks why he chose him. Shiram's answer is simple. Since Kelly beat him last time, he's here for payback and to prove he's the superior fighter. Hearing that, our dude guarantees he won't dodge a thing and tightly wraps a leather strap around his knuckles. The two warriors now face off in the center of the ring. Shiram eyes the cloth wrapped around Kelly's hand with confusion. Kelly just asks if he's been doing his ab workouts. Shiram instantly recalls the rumors that Kelly is notorious for blending deadly techniques with the raw force of his fists. He figures he's caught a lucky break, since Kelly's bum leg has definitely nerfed his skills. Shiram swings first, launching a punch, but Kelly evades it with ease. Seething with frustration, Shiram lunges again, only for Kelly to unleash a devastating counterpunch. A spray of foam erupts from his opponent's mouth. The entire crowd is frozen in shock. From the sidelines, Torres watches the match intently, wondering when in the world Kelly's fists got that powerful. Meanwhile, Kelly keeps raining down catastrophic blows with his wrapped hand until his opponent finally crumbles to the mat. Nixar rushes over, asking Shiram if he's okay. He admits he feels like his power has been drained and his ribs are definitely shattered, yet he struggles back to his feet, ready to continue. Kelly realizes that even with the leather padding, his strikes have been landing perfectly on all the right pressure points. Kelly then wonders if Shiram is running on pure grit rather than actual physical power at this point. Shiram starts to see that Kelly's strength is the real deal. Those whispers about him killing a bear were probably true. Still, he's beyond pissed and refuses to go down against a guy fighting on one good leg. Shiram takes a brutal shot to his side from Kelly, and his own leg buckles from the impact. "Well, look at that," Kelly mocks. "Whose leg isn't working now?" Shiram, a cocktail of fury and disbelief, is just stunned by Kelly's raw power. His own crew starts shouting, asking why he's not moving, why he looks completely rooted to the spot. but he screams back that he can still move, unlike Kelly. Taking a deep breath, Shiram resets to launch another attack. He relentlessly presses forward, throwing haymakers, while Kelly expertly parries with his own. Finally, Kelly lands the one clean shot he needs, sending Shiram crashing to the floor. "You made a big mistake choosing me," Kelly tells him. It finally clicks for Shiram. Kelly really is the Ogre Slayer. Furious, Shiram accuses the instructors of setting him up, of telling him Kelly was washed up. "Nobody lied to you," the instructors reply. Kelly has always been about technique over brute strength, but even they have to admit they've never seen him unleash this kind of insane punching power before. His defeated opponent wonders how Kelly built up that kind of god-tier strength in a single season. He starts to see him not as a man, but as an ogre, a monster in human skin. Torres, watching this all go down, is just as baffled by Kelly's evolution. He never imagined he'd ditch his technical style for pure, unadulterated power. The boxer announces that he's switched up his game plan, deciding not to dodge anymore. He's going to land his hits, no matter the cost. And that's when Torres sees it. Kelly's leg is completely shot. Fueled by Kelly's raw strength and unbreakable spirit, Torres is itching for a showdown to see who's really top dog. Kelly, never one to back down, accepts the challenge, absolutely determined to put his power on display once again. He knows fighting on an injured leg is a massive handicap, but his resolve is unshakable. After the students finally finish their tests, the season shifts into spring. Following a short rest, the mercenaries hired by the lady pack up and leave the territory. Callie just watches from a distance as their convoy departs. A girl decked out in mercenary gear locks eyes on our guy, thinking to herself that their mistress's favorite is surprisingly handsome. He explains that his face is hardly an advantage when you're a slave, but she brushes it off, admitting she just likes his face, period. The girl introduces herself as Sullivan, from the Sullivan mercenary group. Turns out, she's the captain of this entire crew. She makes it clear they're not the bad guys. When our guy gives his name, Sullivan's eyes go wide with recognition. She's already heard of him. She asks if he's the one who took down that bear. Just then, a soldier calls for the captain's help with the tents, and Callie offers to assist. But Sullivan, knowing all about his busted leg, immediately shuts him down. At that moment, Azealia approaches and pulls our guy aside for a serious talk. She tells him straight up that everyone knows about his health problems and that he needs to stop pushing himself to help the mercenaries. And that's when it clicks for Callie. Azealia is the one who's been spreading the word about his condition. She tells him they can't just sweep his injury under the rug and orders him to follow her. With a cryptic warning for him to brace himself, Callie's eyes widen in shock as a sly smile spreads across Azealia's face. She announces they're having dinner together. As they walk, Azealia explains that the mercenaries are incredibly young, most are teenagers, and the oldest is just 20. No self-respecting mercenary crew would ever follow a leader as young as Azealia. On top of that, there's a widespread superstition that a female captain is a curse. Callie immediately calls that idea ridiculous, but old myths like that tend to stick around. Azealia explains she wanted to build a team with other young mercenaries who were constantly looked down on because of their age. Inside the tent, our guy brings the food, and Azealia insists he eat with her, making the whole situation incredibly awkward for Callie. Azealia cuts right to the chase, asking him what he's fighting for. Callie gives the standard answer. Like every other slave, he's fighting for freedom. Azealia doesn't buy it for a second. She points out that Callie isn't like the others. He could easily escape or find a much better life for himself. Callie has no comeback for that. Azealia presses on, admitting she doesn't get why he's so fixated on being a boxer. She argues that his life won't just crumble if he quits the ring. Then, she drops a heavy question on him. If he was forced to choose between a fully healed leg and his freedom, which would he take? Callie hates the word if and tells her so directly, so she makes him a real offer. If he stops being reckless with his injured leg, she'll convince her father to grant his freedom. But Callie couldn't care less about freedom. All he wants is to prove he is the absolute strongest. The rush of winning match after match, seeing his defeated rivals lying on the canvas before him, that's worth more than all the gold, silver, or jewels in the world. So, he chooses a healthy leg over freedom. Azealia, completely exhausted by the conversation, ends it right there and leaves the tent. That night, as she lies in bed, she can't help but think Callie is a complete fool. She believes that by the time he ever falls in love, it'll be far too late. He will have already wasted his entire life on fighting. Later, Sullivan catches up to Callie and sees he looks down, assuming it's because of his leg. She tells him to be patient for just a little longer. They'll soon be on their way to the free city of Koran, a place Callie has never even heard of. So Sullivan explains that it's a city without a hereditary lord. It's a special trading zone where the leader is elected by the people. Wealthy merchants pour insane amounts of money into election campaigns, leading to a dark underworld of bribery, kidnappings, and even murder. Despite the corruption bubbling underneath, the city itself looks vibrant and gorgeous. Upon arriving at Koran, Azealia goes through a security check as an officer inspects her documents. They're told their stay is approved for 7 days but can be extended at City Hall. That's when the guard with Callie's wolf gets spooked. He knows what he's seeing is a wolf. Callie plays it cool, assuring him that it's just a dog, maybe some kind of wolf hybrid. Since wild animals are banned in the city, Callie tells Rovo to bark, but his companion refuses to play along. Incredibly, the guard lets them pass anyway. Sullivan starts laughing, impressed that Callie can lie so convincingly and pass a wolf off as a dog. After the group is well out of earshot, the guard signals to another soldier, informing him that members of the Agist family have just entered the city. The city of Koran is absolutely buzzing with energy, the streets filled with crowds of smiling people. At the pier, Sullivan is mesmerized by the smell of the ocean, while our guy is daydreaming about how much he wants some sashimi and soju. Suddenly, a gust of wind blows a poster directly into Callie's hands. As he starts to read it, Sullivan lets out a joyful shout. The Koran boxing tournament is about to kick off. In these tournaments, unlike standard fights, boxers have to cough up an entry fee to even compete. The flip side, however, is that the prize money for winning is astronomical. Sullivan, who is a massive boxing fan, excitedly tells Callie she wants to go with him. Their conversation is cut short by a wave of panicked screams as a full-blown brawl breaks out right in the middle of the street. The tension in the square is thick as a group of soldiers corners a squad of mercenaries, led by none other than Leonardo, the head of the Koran guards. Leonardo strolls up to Lady Azealia, casually dropping a bombshell. He's received a report accusing her of smuggling contraband weapons. He requests just a moment of her time, but Azealia immediately shuts him down, firing back that her caravan has already been inspected, and everything was clean. She flatly refuses to go, but Leonardo's smile doesn't fade as he insists she cooperate. That is, if she wants to handle this the easy way. Cut to the security office, where Leonardo finally drops the act and admits the accusation was a complete fabrication. He reveals that Azealia has seriously angered the Joseph family, and his orders are to shut her entire trading operation down by any means necessary. She cuts through the lies and demands to know why he needed to get her alone. A greasy smile spreads across Leonardo's face as he implies they're on the same wavelength. Then, he names his price. 10,000 gold. The mercenaries are absolutely stunned by the ridiculous sum, instantly protesting. They shout that scraping together 10,000 gold is impossible, even if they sold off every last thing they owned. Azealia knows their caravan is on an incredibly tight schedule. They have an entire empire to cross. She sinks into her chair, the full weight of the setup crushing her. She's only got 5,000 gold on her. How could she possibly come up with the other 5,000? It all clicks into place. The Joseph family is trying to sabotage her entire career. That's when our guy, Callie, glances over at Sullivan. Meanwhile, Azealia is starting to spiral, convinced her trading group is finished. She's already thinking she'll have to find a new line of work. But Callie pivots the conversation, asking for more details about the local tournament. Sullivan explains the rules. There are no special qualifications to enter. All you need is 100 gold, and you have to pass a quick test against an active fighter. The grand prize is 8,000 gold. A plan forms in Callie's mind, and he lays it out for Azealia. She immediately shoots it down. No way. The other soldiers try to reason with her, reminding her that Callie is the one who single-handedly defeated an ogre. If he wins the tournament, they'd only need to come up with another 2,000 gold. Azealia, however, is not convinced. She erupts, shouting that they've all lost their minds. She absolutely refuses to send Callie into a fight, especially with his injured leg. Sullivan smirks, pointing out how deeply Azealia seems to care for her so-called slave, joking that this feels less like a shakedown and more like a romance story. But despite her arguments, Azealia knows they are trapped. This might be their only way out. If their caravan gets delayed any longer, the Joseph family will close in on them. Callie interrupts everyone's frantic debate. He slams his fist on the table, the sharp crack silencing the entire room. He reminds them of the promise he made to his coach, a promise to return by summer. He declares that this tournament is going to be his ticket. Defeated, Azealia lets out a long sigh and reluctantly gives in. You just have to win the whole thing, Azealia tells him sternly. Callie promises without a moment's hesitation that he will succeed. With Salomon by his side, our guy heads to the tournament sign-up. The organizer is immediately skeptical about letting him join. It's the first time anyone with a noticeable injury has tried to enter. Sullivan points to a bald man in the center of the ring. She explains that he's the tournament judge, who is currently screaming at the top of his lungs, mocking everyone in sight. He's yelling that instead of real fighters, they sent him a bunch of mama's boys who should go home and drink their milk. Sullivan yells right back that the bald man looks like a baby himself. Callie, trying desperately to avoid a scene, attempts to back away from Sullivan, but she's already stormed off in a huff. The bald man's gaze then locks directly onto our guy. He challenges him, ordering him to get in the ring. As Callie walks forward, the crowd watches in stunned silence. Murmurs spread as they try to figure out what a disabled person is doing here. This arena is only for competitors, and they think he needs to get lost, fast. Callie marches right up to the judge and presents his pass, proving he's a registered participant, and that he has every right to be there. The judge is dumbfounded, unable to process the situation. What is the world coming to when kids who can barely walk are trying to enter boxing tournaments? The bald judge thinks to himself that he's going to enjoy teaching this kid a lesson. Callie steps into the ring, his fists clenched, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. Meanwhile, Sullivan watches from a hiding spot nearby as the scene unfolds. She starts to wonder if Callie is actually the legendary ogre slayer. She feels a little guilty for ditching him earlier, but she tells herself that if he truly is the one who killed an ogre, then this will all work out. For Callie, the mission is simple: just win. That's it. And within mere seconds, the entire audience, Sullivan included, lets out a collective gasp. Nobody can believe what they've just witnessed. Callie is still standing right where he started, while the bald opponent is sprawled out on the ring floor, completely clueless as to how someone with an injured leg just took him down. Callie coolly asks if his opponent wants to continue. Hearing this, Sullivan just erupts into laughter, cheering for Callie's insane victory. She realizes that his win was no fluke. It's the first time she has ever witnessed such a devastatingly powerful punch. Callie, however, doesn't seem quite as thrilled, crediting his success to something else entirely. Sullivan scoffs at the idea of carelessness, insisting that making an opponent drop their guard is a masterclass skill, and calls Callie's performance absolutely brilliant. Then, in a flash, she gazes at Callie with a deeper sight and sees his aura. A sudden realization hits her. This is not the energy of a broken slave. It's blazing, utterly radiant. And now, Sullivan finally gets why the noble lady is so obsessed with this guy. That night, as Callie lies in bed, he replays the fight in his head, admitting his opponent was a total pushover. The guy was all brawn and no brain, relying only on his massive size and raw strength. But Callie can't shake the worry that smarter fighters will exploit his gimpy leg, and that's when he'll be in deep trouble. The following day, after their midday meal, the tournament officially kicks off. A roster of fighters goes up, and you can feel the tension as powerful. Trained warriors begin their warm-ups. The training room is thick with the stench of sweat. Azalea pinches her nose, completely grossed out. Callie has no idea why she insists on tailing him. Salomon is right beside them, her own face buried in her sleeve. The drawing for the initial matchups begins. Callie pulls the number 4. His opponent is number 3. Salomon leans in, explaining that this tournament operates on a whole different level from regular fights. Callie has to fight every single day, with the only break coming during the women's semifinals. To win it all, he needs to lock in 5 victories, back to back. She's terrified of what might happen if he draws a monster in one of the early rounds. Callie instantly understands the disadvantage. The damage and injuries will just pile up. The random draw is designed to guarantee fairness and stop any shady dealings, especially with so much prize money at stake. As they're talking it over, the announcer calls numbers 1 and 2 to the stage. The two fighters lock eyes, the air crackling with intensity. A moment later, numbers 3 and 4 are told to get ready. Boxer number 3, a guy named Spirion, scans the room, searching for his opponent. Sullivan mutters that Spirion looks like some rich kid playing fighter. Callie and Spirion finally face off. Spirion is taller and built way more powerfully. Then they both approach, offering a hand and wishing for a good, clean fight. Spirion seems surprisingly friendly as the two shake hands. The crowd immediately starts mocking them. After Spirion walks off, Sullivan speculates he's probably from some wealthy family, just here to test his mettle. Callie remembers the handshake. Spirion's hands weren't calloused or rough at all. He starts to think Sullivan might be right. This guy is a total amateur. Sullivan, on the other hand, lets out a quiet sigh of relief, thankful that Callie's first opponent seems like an easy win. Sullivan, who despises nobles with a passion, slams a heavy bag of coins on a table and asks her soldiers if they trust her judgment. The mercenaries' eyes go wide, assuming it's payday, and they are totally here for it. But Sullivan drops a bombshell, announcing that the money 6 months' pay for the entire squad is all being wagered on Callie to win. The soldiers erupt in protest, shouting that Callie isn't the fighter he once was, and that his leg is completely wrecked. Sullivan stands firm, reminding them that she has never, ever led them astray. She reassures them that her gut is screaming that this is the right call. A tense silence follows before one mercenary slowly raises his hand, siding with her. He declares that if it wasn't for their captain, he'd have been dead long ago. Slowly, one by one, more hands rise in agreement. From behind a wall, Azalea watches the entire intense exchange between the mercenaries. She is burning with curiosity about what they're plotting. The tournament begins the next morning, with the first stage featuring 32 grueling rounds. The stands are overflowing with spectators. In the ring, a couple of absolute brutes are trading vicious blows. One of them takes a devastating hook straight to the jaw. Callie watches the fights and quickly sees that the skill level of the competitors is way higher than he anticipated. For example, one of the fighters currently in the ring is clearly setting up a feint to block his opponent's line of sight. The second he pulls it off, he unleashes a brutal strike right into the blind spot. In the modern boxing of Callie's past life, this was a basic, fundamental tactic. But in this world, this kind of strategic fighting is almost revolutionary. He figures this fighter has to be incredibly experienced. In the ring, the action plays out exactly as Callie foresaw. The other boxer gets rocked by a shot to the face and collapses. The referee declares contestant number 2 the winner. Up in the stands, the crowd is a mix of chaos and emotion. Some are erupting in cheers for the victor, while others are screaming in rage after losing the money they bet on the loser. The roar from the crowd snaps Callie out of his analysis. Before he has a moment to brace himself, his number 4 is called to the ring. Callie limps his way toward the ring. His appearance is anything but threatening. Murmurs spread through the audience, with people wondering if this guy is going to die before the fight even starts. I can't believe they're letting him fight with those injuries. Spirian promises not to underestimate him, even if Callie isn't at 100%. A dark thought crosses Callie's mind. If Spirian really is a noble, beating him senseless could cause major problems down the line. He decides to end it cleanly, with one perfect shot to the chin. Callie gets into his fighting stance, but before he can launch an attack, Spirian closes the distance in a blur and smashes a straight punch right into Callie's face. The punch connects flush. Callie has zero time to react. Spirine unloads a blinding combo and then dances back out of range. Okay, Callie knows he's got to switch to defense. He throws up a guard, but Spirine's fist just phases right through it. Callie eats another nasty blow, and just like that, Spirine vanishes again. Our boy tries to fire back with a counter, but Spirine sidesteps it like it's nothing, laughing his head off as he backs away, taunting that Callie's fists are oh so scary and powerful. But low-key, something about Spirine's moves feels familiar, and Spirine confirms it, smirking that he paid a visit to the Duke of Fists estate just to master this very style. That revelation hits Callie like a ton of bricks. The fighting style Spirine is flexing right now, that's his style, and it all clicks. Spirine was banking on him being underestimated this whole time. The playful look on Callie's face vanishes. Playtime is over. He ducks under Spirine's attack, slips inside his guard, and hammers a shot into his ribs. Suddenly, a memory of watching Torres fight flashes through his mind, and he's certain of it now. The copycat style has a fatal flaw in its footwork. The way the force travels from the ground to the fist is completely off. Without a proper anchor to the ground, a punch has no real juice. You can't deliver a knockout blow with just muscle. Callie explodes with a counteroffensive, forcing Spirine to backpedal, but the hit doesn't have enough sting to cause any real damage. Deciding it's time to box this guy in, Callie braces for his next move. He puts weight on his mangled leg, his face twisting in pain. He knows he has to end this, with one clean, decisive shot. In the blink of an eye, he closes the distance and is right on top of Spirine. The guy can't even believe what he's seeing. Callie drives a devastating blow straight into Spirine's gut, knocking every last bit of air out of him. You hear a sickening crack as Spirine's leg gives out, the bone snapping under the force, and he crumples to the ground in agony. Pure rage and utter confusion wash over Spirine's face as he tries to process how Callie, in his trashed condition, just completely dominated him. Callie steps forward, planting his weight on that busted leg, and unleashes his fist like a rocket, straight for Spirine's chin. Spirine has nowhere to run. The fight is done. The other boxers just stare, absolutely stunned. It's a total shock to them that this kid with the limp is actually a monster. He just dismantled someone who was supposedly skilled in the ultimate fist style. As Callie starts to head back, a sudden scream makes him whip around. Spirine storms back into the room, shouting that winning like that was dishonorable. The other boxers are all ears, soaking up this sudden drama. One of them gets seriously ticked off, declaring that some noble's son has no right to talk down to a boxer with that kind of tone. He reminds Spirine that this is the ring it's for, fighting, and there's no use crying about someone stepping on your foot. He says that kind of move won't faze anyone here. Spirine is left speechless. All Callie can think is that he's been through so much worse. He's had his eyes filled with sand, his arm nearly ripped clean off, and his leg left permanently crippled. If a fighter is too green, they'll just assume it's cheating. Our guy walks over and places a hand on Spirine's shoulder and suggests they take this chat to the courtyard. Spirine asks why he was brought out here, wondering if Callie seriously wants another round. Callie tells him that if this had been a street fight, Spirine would already be 6 feet under. Spirine actually takes it like a man. He says that he, the boxer Vis, recognizes Callie's skill. Callie shoots back that he recognizes Spirine's skill too, but he learned it all wrong. Spirine freezes, completely confused, and asks what he means by wrong. Callie explains that just because you're moving fast doesn't mean you're moving right. The way Spirine moves proves he'll be the first to gas out. Our guy then demonstrates the correct stance, telling him to use the power from his legs when he strikes. Spirine repositions his feet and throws a quick jab, and the result is insanely stronger and faster than anything he did before. Callie tells him to keep at it, stressing that it's nearly impossible to throw a heavy punch using only your upper body. Spirine gives him a heartfelt thank you, realizing that Callie is actually a genuinely good dude. They part ways on good terms, with Spirine wishing Callie victory. But as Spirine walks off, it suddenly hits him. He's definitely heard the name Callie before, but for the life of him, he can't place where. 2 days later, Azealia and Sullivan are watching as Callie steps out of the ring. Azealia is completely speechless. Callie's opponent in this match was no slouch, and Callie himself looks absolutely wrecked, but he still snagged the win. Callie is just relieved that everyone is still wiped from the last battle. Azealia, however, thinks bitterly to herself about just how much more punishment Callie has endured. Nearby, they overhear 2 spectators griping that they could have won their bets if it hadn't been for the lame kid. Azealia and Sullivan immediately tell Callie not to listen to a couple of salty, sore losers. His entire focus now needs to be on his next opponent, Jiraka, a boxer who is also a slave from the Western Desert, and he's notorious for completely smashing his rivals. Callie and the girls are watching Jiraka's fight from the stands as Sullivan gives Azealia the rundown. She explains that Jiraka can earn his freedom if he keeps pulling in massive crowds as a boxer. Azealia is blown away and asks why he doesn't just take his freedom instead of keeping up the fight. Sullivan explains that Jiraka simply gets a kick out of beating people to a pulp. At that exact moment, Jiraka is down in the ring, totally relishing the fight and openly mocking his opponent. His completely shameless behavior is throwing the other guy off his game. Model. Even after taking a monster shot to the head, Jiraka just laughs, blood streaming from his mouth as he unleashes a vicious counter. The blow slams into his opponent, sending him staggering. The 2 warriors trade absolute bombs at point-blank range until Jiraka's rival is forced to scramble back. It dawns on him in that moment. He's landed clean shots, but this guy hasn't even flinched. Jiraka stands there like a statue, ready for more, like a freaking immortal made of iron. The boxer tries to forfeit, but he can't even get the words out. Jiraka's fist crashes into his jaw, cutting him off completely. He shoves his face right up to his opponent's, making it crystal clear that nobody's leaving this ring until he says so. The referee is screaming that the fight's over, that the man gives up, but Jiraka just tunes him out, continuing his brutal assault. After his opponent is laid out cold, Jiraka just shrugs, saying he didn't hear a thing. The announcer declares Jiraka, contestant number 8, the winner, while the other fighter gets carted off on a stretcher. Our boy watches this whole savage display from the sidelines. The girls anxiously ask if he really thinks he can beat a monster like Jiraka. Callie is confident he won't lose, but he admits something about Jiraka is setting off alarm bells. Callie concludes Jiraka has 0 technical skill but possesses terrifying physical power. Jiraka doesn't remind Callie of Ogre because of his strength, but because of that same unsettling aura that sends a chill down his spine. 2 days later, the tournament's 4th round kicks off. The stadium is electric, the crowd roaring Jiraka's name, hungry to see the fight get started. They're all chanting for him to push forward and obliterate his opponent. The mercenaries sit in silence with Azealia and Salvin. Azealia is fuming that everyone's rooting for Jiraka, thinking the hype might give him an edge. But Salvin just reassures her that our guy isn't the type to get rattled by a little noise. In fact, Salvin bets every last coin they have on Callie, absolutely buzzing to see him claim victory. Our guy hears the deafening cheers from the stands, but that's not what's bothering him. He knows Jiraka isn't just swinging wildly, he's deliberately targeting vital points. The judge's voice booms, officially starting the highly anticipated semifinal. Jiraka and Callie stride to the center of the ring, their gazes locked in a tense stare-down. Jiraka looks Callie up and down with pure arrogance, mocking him before erupting into loud, obnoxious laughter. He's literally doubled over, but Callie just watches his enemy's ridiculous display in dead silence. Suddenly, Jiraka's fist flies like a lightning bolt toward Callie's head, but Callie dodges with blinding speed, the blow missing by a hair. Jiraka completely ignored the rules, starting the fight before the referee even gave the signal. Jiraka has to admit his opponent is fast, while the ref gets in his face, issuing a sharp warning for the violation. He threatens to disqualify him on the spot if it happens again. Jiraka just blows off the judge, confident that as long as the crowd doesn't care, he can get away with anything. Our guy braces for impact, knowing a brawler like Jiraka will always attack first. Jiraka lunges, but Callie ducks the punch, weaves under his arm, buries a shot into his gut, and then unleashes a devastating hook that connects squarely with Jiraka's face. Blood explodes from Jiraka's mouth as he doubles over in agony and smashes onto the floor of the ring. Callie stands over his opponent's body, having just delivered his most powerful strike yet. The entire stadium erupts. Some fans are screaming for Callie, saying he fights like a true boxer, while others are ripping into Jiraiya for losing to such an average-looking guy. The judge leans over Jiraiya, who's lying there completely still, and asks if he's conscious. To everyone's utter disbelief, Jiraiya's eyes snap open. He claims he just got a little lightheaded for a second but is totally ready to go again. Callie is stunned. He was 100% sure that blow should have been a knockout. He gets back into his stance and warns Jiraiya to dodge better this time, because he's not getting up after the next hit. Jiraiya spits a curse and taunts him back, saying the punch he just tanked felt like nothing more than a little tickle. The two fighters start circling each other in the ring. Callie observes that Jiraiya's fighting style is exactly the same. He hasn't adjusted his movements at all. Callie knows that if he can land another clean shot to the stomach, the shock alone will drop him for good. Callie never wanted to take a life with his bare hands, but now he decides to proceed with deadly precision. Callie intentionally leaves himself open, baiting Jiraiya into thinking he sees a weakness. Jiraiya winds up his fist, and Callie raises his guard to block the attack. The raw force of the enemy's punch is insane. Callie barely manages to deflect it in time. He once again slips under Jiraiya's arm, but he doesn't get the opening for a body shot, forcing him to leap back and reset. Then Callie sidesteps another haymaker, and slams his fist deep into Jiraiya's gut. He can feel Jiraiya's ribs crack from the impact, but instead of screaming in pain, Jiraiya just laughs. He doesn't even seem to feel the injury as he marches toward Callie. This time, there's nothing Callie can do, and his opponent's fist smashes into his face. Our guy is certain Jiraiya's ribs are shattered, but somehow, the man is still terrifyingly dangerous. Jiraiya lands another hit on Callie and just tells him to die already. Callie throws his hands up to block, but Jiraiya shatters his guard, and the blows begin to rain down on him, one after another. He flies into a rage, screaming that he's invincible. He spots an opening as his enemy's guard drops, and immediately hammers a counterpunch into his stomach. Jiraiya then spits a spray of blood from his own mouth directly into Callie's eyes. In an instant, our guy is blinded. He can't see the fist rocketing toward his face and has no way to block or dodge the incoming attack. His head just snaps to the side as he's launched across the ring. Jiraiya stands triumphant, soaking in the roar of the crowd. They're screaming for him to just end it already. Sullivan and Azealia are frozen in a tense silence, and Sullivan tries to find some hope, but it's getting real hard to see a way out. Our boy is just a heap on the canvas, completely still, but his mind is racing, replaying the fight. He spots the pattern. His opponent always finishes with a devastating punch straight to the chin, the exact same move as last time. And right on cue, Callie ducks his head and the blow sails right over him. That's when Jiraiya starts losing it, bellowing that he's got an immortal body. He screams that he's not like these other broken-down fighters, but our guy struggles back to his feet, wiping a smear of blood from his eye. He spits back that Jiraiya's body is already shattered in multiple places. There's nothing immortal about him. Callie growls that he's about to prove it by putting him in the dirt for good. He tosses every single strategy he had for this fight out the window. He plants himself right in front of his rival, balling his fists, putting all his weight on that one good leg. The plan is simple now. Hit Jiraiya with every ounce of power he has left. He just has to pray his leg doesn't buckle. He winds up. His opponent is smirking, positive, that no trick is going to work on him. Callie unleashes a strike, but then he grabs his opponent's hand, a move that's totally against the rules. With that illegal move, he completely shuts down any chance of a counterattack. For a second, Jiraiya is just confused. This little punk just grabbed him, and he did it so damn fast the audience didn't even catch it. Callie hammers another blow toward his enemy, who just barely dodges. A searing pain shoots up Callie's leg, but the dude just ignores it, digging his heel in even harder. Another strike twists Callie's face in agony as he pulls it off. Jiraiya sees an opening and buries a monstrous shot into his gut. Blood erupts from Callie's mouth again. He leaps back, creating some space, and just stares down his opponent. A bloody grin spreads across Jiraiya's face. He gets it now. The weak point. It's the leg. That's the key. He cracks his knuckles to the deafening roar of the stadium and begins to stalk forward, that sick laugh never leaving his lips. Our boy just waits for the inevitable attack, his expression unreadable, but the pain in his leg is becoming absolutely unbearable. Still chuckling, Jiraiya closes the distance. He doesn't even bother putting up a guard. Even the ref can tell something is way off about his behavior. And then, our guy just shoves Jiraiya's chest with an open palm. With zero resistance, he just collapses onto the ring, that same bloody smile plastered on his face. The scene flashes back 7 years. We're in the western desert, where a 15-year-old Jericho is busting his back in a quarry. A massive boulder breaks loose, tumbling right where he's working, and the kid is completely crushed by the rock. 3 days later, he wakes up, feeling like he's been touched by a god. He's suddenly stronger than anyone, and his body can no longer feel pain. He demolishes the overseers and just walks out of the desert. That's how he ended up in Corin. Now he's the strongest, an invincible, chosen one. And this so-called strongest, chosen one is now laid out on the canvas while the ref checks for a pulse. After a tense few seconds, the ref calls it. Jureka is unable to continue. The winner is Callie. And even though our guy always says his name right, everyone just calls him Callie. He's so overcorrecting people that he just raises his hand in victory. That fight took everything he had. The stadium explodes, the crowd chanting the winner's name. Azalea, meanwhile, just can't stop the tears from flowing. She tries to play it off like she's happy, but Sullivan is slick enough to pretend he doesn't notice her crying. Spyron was also watching the match. And suddenly, it clicks. He remembers where he's heard the name Callie before. That's the ogre killer. The realization leaves him stunned. The next morning, back at his place, a bunch of mercenaries are shouting for Callie. He's trying to recover from the brutal fight, and has no idea who's making all that racket. A whole mob has shown up to see the legendary ogre killer in the flesh, all of them hyped to meet him. This is the last thing Callie wanted. Now his cover is totally blown. Meanwhile, deep in the grimy back alleys of Corin, a brawler named Volton is calling cap on the whole ogre killer thing. His boys remind him that he literally watched the guy take down Jureka. You can't just write him off. Besides, Volton himself wouldn't last a round against Jureka, so how the hell does he expect to handle the dude who beat him? Volton snaps, whipping out a knife in a rage, and pressing it to the guy's throat. The dude immediately starts apologizing like crazy. Volton tells him to round up a couple of guys who know what they're doing. He's not planning to lose. He just needs the perfect strategy, like, for instance, chopping off the bastard's leg, which is the exact same medical advice the doctor gives Callie when Sullivan takes him for treatment. A psycho bandit and a doctor on the same wavelength. Callie is not vibing with this treatment plan. The doc explains that the knee is wrecked beyond repair. The bone shards are just grinding into his flesh. Just lop it off, he says. The good doctor grabs a freaking meat cleaver, promising it'll only hurt for a little bit. Sullivan and Callie absolutely lose their minds on him, screaming that Callie has a match tomorrow. The doctor is shocked. His patient is a boxer? A guy who beats people up for a living but can't be bothered with modern medicine. He sets a splint on the man's mangled leg, yet the grim thought of simply amputating it still flashes in his mind. On top of that, he slides Callie a powerful painkiller, something potent enough to get him through the entire battle without feeling a thing. Just as they're about to head out, the doctor stops Sullivan, admitting he offered to cut off the leg for a very specific reason. He's a legendary surgeon who has saved countless lives and knows exactly what he's doing. But our hero insists his leg is beyond saving. Sullivan presses him, asking if he's familiar with the Imperial God. The doctor says the name rings a bell. He even knew his real name once, but it slipped his mind. Getting dementia? Sullivan sneers. The following day, just before the championship bout, our guy is in the waiting area, mentally preparing for the clash. His leg is feeling dramatically better. The guards are totally relaxed. There's just one fighter chilling in the waiting room. There's zero chance of a pre-fight brawl, so they figure it's the perfect time to dip out and grab some food. Just then, Callie gets some visitors. Sullivan and her little wolf cub, Rovo, have dropped by. The pup is absolutely obsessed with Callie, and it's been way too long since they last saw each other. It makes Sullivan wonder if Rovo is even a real wolf. Their reunion is cut short when a couple of fans show up, hyped to meet the ogre killer. They ask if Callie would honor them with a handshake, gushing about how much they admire him, and just want that one moment before the big fight. Rovo listens intently to the whole exchange. Then, out of nowhere, he bares his teeth, a menacing growl rumbling in his chest. Sullivan's eyes go wide. The instant that cute puppy transforms into a snarling predator, she launches herself at Callie, screaming as she shoves him out of the way and throws her own hand forward. A blade, hidden in the fan's grip, slices deep into Sullivan's hand. The attacker's faces twist with raw frustration and pure rage. Sullivan drives a powerful kick straight into the first guy's chest, sending him flying into the far corner. But the second attacker grips his knife and lunges straight for Callie and the girl. Our hero has no time to process what's happening. He barely manages to twist his body away from the blade's path. The attack is shut down by Rovo, who leaps onto the thug with a terrifying snarl. The attacker freaks out at the sight of his bared fangs and starts swinging the knife wildly. One of his panicked slashes connects with Rovo. The wolf yelps and jumps back, positioning himself between the thugs and his master. His entire stance screams that he's about to rip these lowlifes to shreds. Their only option is to run, which is exactly what they do. Our hero rushes to Sullivan, asking if she's badly hurt. She brushes it off, saying it's nothing serious. Her mind is already racing, trying to figure out who ordered the hit. It has to be Voltan. If that's true, then all the pieces click into place. She never saw it coming, and silently curses herself for getting careless. Callie and Sullivan look over at Rovo, who's collapsed on the floor. Our guy is sick with worry, but Sullivan inspects the wound and reassures him it's just a scratch. She tells Callie to get his head in the game. After all, she bet everything she has on him. Not just her money, but her entire retirement fund. Callie knows the stakes are high and swears he'll come back with the win. He is fired up and ready for the finals. Later, stepping into the ring, Voltan's eyes practically bug out of his head when he sees our guy, alive and completely unscathed. His perfect plan failed, and this bastard looks perfectly fine. The sight throws Voltan completely off balance. As the fighters meet in the center of the ring for the stare-down, Callie clocks Voltan's shocked reaction. In that instant, he knows. It was him. He was behind the attack. A cold fury begins to boil inside him as the referee signals for the fight to begin. The boxers drop into their fighting stances. Voltan sizes up his opponent, noticing he's shorter than he imagined. And more importantly, he's limping, a clear weakness in one leg. Voltan fires off a lightning-fast left, and Callie is too slow to dodge it. His guard drops, a fatal mistake that his opponent immediately picks up on. Voltan sees an opening, the weak points in our hero's defense. He's certain victory is his. He unleashes a straight right aimed at Callie's head, but Callie throws up a block, shutting down the enemy's combo. Pinning Voltan's arm, Callie speaks his name, and the ice in his voice promises a world of pain. Voltan ain't trying to talk. He hops back and launches another straight right, trying to break through. Callie blocks it again effortlessly. Every single one of Voltan's attempts to land a hit gets shut down. Callie leans back against the stone wall, almost mocking him. Voltan's composure shatters, and he starts getting sloppy. His attacks turn wild and desperate. He pours every ounce of his power into one last punch, trying to finally land a hit on his opponent. Our guy deflects the blow in a flash, immobilizing Voltan's arm, and smashes his fist directly into Voltan's wide-open, shocked mouth. Then, Callie slowly uncurls his fingers. Voltan is frozen in agony as Callie, in an act of pure savagery, rips out every single one of his teeth. They scatter across the canvas floor. Voltan clutches his bloody face, stumbling back into the corner of the ring. Callie coldly promises him that he'll never chew meat again for the rest of his life. With blood pouring from his mouth, his spirit is utterly broken. He tries to tap out, but Callie, now running on pure, unfiltered rage, ignores his desperate signals and continues the merciless onslaught. Voltan desperately tries to defend himself, but his shattered hand is completely useless. With a relentless barrage of fists, Callie hammers his opponent, each blow landing with crushing force. Then, a final, devastating punch launches Voltan clear out of the ring. For a beat, the entire stadium holds its breath, the crowd frozen in disbelief at the raw power they just witnessed. But that shock quickly melts into horror as the reality of the carnage sinks in. Down on the floor, Voltan is a broken heap, utterly and completely defeated. The referee takes one look at Voltan's motionless form, raises a hand, and proclaims our hero, the undisputed champion. He owns the ring, a victorious titan. But in that moment of glory, a searing pain rips through his injured leg, and a wave of pure frustration crashes over him. The timing is just brutal. Even in victory, the agonizing throb is a harsh reminder of his own fragility. The following day, during the closing ceremony, the praise is pouring in for Callie's incredible win. The mayor himself extends a personal invitation to Corin, promising our guy a hero's welcome anytime he decides to visit. Azealia accepts a prize in Callie's name, a ridiculously heavy sack overflowing with prize money. The soldiers are ecstatic, clapping him on the back and thanking him for making them all rich. They tell him he absolutely earned some top-tier medical care. Callie just laughs, especially when one guard brings up how, after Jericho knocked him flat, he seriously considered ditching the whole fighting thing to go chop wood for a living back in Aegis. Bam! The door swings open, and the captain of the guard strides in. His sudden arrival silences the room, drawing the immediate, curious gazes of both Callie and Sullivan. Azealia rises to meet him, greeting him with a cool politeness, and noting she'd been expecting his arrival, she cuts right to the chase, admitting that at first, she didn't think Callie stood a chance of winning. The captain glances at Callie, sizing him up. "This is the pugilist?" he asks, his tone dripping with skepticism. Azealia elegantly sidesteps the question. Instead, she makes a statement, dropping a bag clinking with 10,000 gold coins right on the table. The captain's eyes narrow. He knows this isn't just a gift. He asks why she's being so direct, smelling a trap and knowing that just grabbing the cash wouldn't be the smartest play. He thinks back to his own bets, how he'd put all his money on Jiraiya, convinced he was the strongest fighter in the lineup. He had absolutely no idea that the infamous Ogre Slayer himself would be Jiraiya's opponent. If he'd known, he would have bet every last coin on Callie. Callie listens to all this, thinking the entire conversation is completely surreal. Azealia, unflustered, simply lifts a single finger. On cue, Sullivan brings in a second bag. Now, a staggering 20,000 gold sits gleaming on the table. The captain just stares, his mind reeling at the sight of such wealth. A quick flashback reveals Azealia, cool and defiant, betting every cent the Merchant Guild had on Callie, pulling off the win. The lady knight next to her had been freaking out, asking if she wasn't worried Callie would lose because of his bad leg. But Azealia cut her off with unshakable faith, declaring flat out that Callie never, ever loses. Her mind flashes back to all the times she'd seen him snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, even when he was a bloody mess. Sullivan, watching it all unfold, is low-key terrified by Azelia's sheer audacity. Back in the present, she fixes the captain with a smug look and asks if his price has finally been met. Faced with the mountain of gold, the captain guard stammers for a moment before admitting that, yeah, it's an insane amount of money. He plucks a couple of coins from the bag, trying to act cool, and says this will do the trick. His easy acceptance catches her off guard. Just then, a sharp rap sounds at the door, and someone else asks to come in. A voice calls out Callie's name, and it's a familiar one. In walks Spyron. Our boy is stunned to see him and immediately asks if he's okay. Spyron ignores him for a second, his eyes locked on the captain guard. I'm done turning a blind eye to your little schemes, he says, his voice ice cold. He points out that as Corrin's chief guard, the captain's loyalty should be to him alone, and he casually wonders what his uncle would think if he heard about this little side deal. The captain guard instantly starts sweating bullets. Sullivan puts the pieces together in a flash. This Spyron guy is clearly nobility. Big time. Spyron smirks, telling Callie he looks way too clean to be a real boxer. He then says he's been dying to know how a fighter with a busted leg, who's been out of the game for ages, suddenly makes a comeback. Then comes the bombshell. He reveals he used a fake name for the tournament. His real name is Lorvin Corina, and his uncle? He's the freaking lord of all of Corrin. The knights are floored. They realize Lorvin is from the Corina family, one of the legendary founding families of the entire city. This guy is practically a prince. The captain guard, knowing he's in deep trouble, quickly excuses himself. On his way out, he tells Lorvin he'll be betting on Callie from now on. But Callie, completely over the drama, couldn't care less. Lorvin then gets the full story about their beef with Count Joseph. After hearing about the pressure Aegis is under, he immediately agrees to lend them his support. He does, however, give Azealia a heads up that the Joseph family will likely retaliate by jacking up their prices. But he makes it clear he won't get involved in their trade disputes beyond that. Azealia is overflowing with gratitude. She knows that with the backing of Corrin itself, Count Joseph's power to threaten August has just been completely neutralized. As Callie is standing outside the room, Lorvin calls out to him, a curious glint in his eye. Lorvin steps into the room, cutting right through the tension, and tells Callie he can speak freely, acknowledging the raw power he's witnessed. He straight up admits he's binge-watched every single one of Callie's brutal matches, confessing that he knows our guy is the real deal, a true fighter. A slight smirk plays on Callie's lips as he tells the man to chill, reassuring him he has zero plans to throw hands. And that's when Lorvin drops a bombshell. He actually tried to purchase Callie from Azealia. She refused. Callie is visibly shocked, demanding to know his real motives. But Lorvin insists he doesn't see him as just another product to be bought. He argues that Callie's god-tier skills are being completely squandered in slavery, and his true intention is to set him free. But Callie's response is ice-cold and completely unexpected. He's fine with his life as a slave, fully aware of all the risks that come with it. He explains that his entire existence finds its purpose inside the ring. Lorvin is absolutely floored, his mind struggling to compute why anyone would pick battle over freedom. Our dude lays out his creed. Better to go down swinging than to live with the shame of failure. Lorvin stares back in silence, finally comprehending the chilling intensity of his resolve. This time around, Kelly's security detail is stacked, double its previous size, all thanks to Corrin's hookup. Azealia knows that pushing into Imperial territory gives them a massive upper hand. A crewman shouts that they're closing in on the Empire's capital. Her eyes are glued to the road ahead, hungry for their arrival. The weather is perfect as they finally breach the gates of the spectacular city of Macedon. Sullivan scans the area, remarking that every road is paved with the precision of some ancient civilization. Without warning, Imperial troops materialize as the city gates swing wide for them. The Lady Knight is absolutely floored by their presence. Kelly clocks her expression and asks if she's run into them before. She just nods, a story surfacing in her eyes. She explains that, long before Azealia hired her, she was ambushed by bandits. Just then, the Imperial troops were marching home from a campaign, and by a stroke of pure luck, she crossed paths with the prince himself, an encounter that ultimately saved her hide. Kelly is stunned to hear the prince was involved. The troops clear a path, waving their entourage through. Azealia passes a sealed letter to a soldier, ordering him to deliver it to Iskandar, the third prince. She then pivots to Kelly. My room, when we arrive. Once they're settled, Kelly heads straight to her chambers, where he finds the lady surrounded by her personal knights. She dismisses them with a wave, leaving just the two of them alone. He urges her to get some rest. a hint of concern in his voice, but she flatly refuses. Instead, she drops a bomb. Prince Iskandar is coming to meet them any minute. The gears in Kelly's head finally click into place. Iskandar is the prince from the night's story. Azalea's gaze hardens as she reminds him they journeyed all this way for his leg. She orders him to obey every command the prince gives, without a single question. Then, her final, chilling warning. If anything should happen to her, he is to stay completely still and silent, no matter what. A dark feeling creeps into Kelly's gut. He can't shake the question of what this cure is truly costing, and asks her point blank. He knows a prince doesn't offer this kind of help for free. There's always a catch. But she offers only deafening silence in return. She simply tells him that Prince Iskandar has already arrived. When Kelly tries to protest, to make her wait, she's offended by his audacity. She feels the entire journey was a waste if he's going to challenge her at the finish line. Exasperated, she snaps that his only job is to fight and survive, telling him to focus on that and nothing else. Without another word, she storms out of the room, leaving Kelly completely blindsided by her fury. Moments later, Prince Iskandar strides in, and Azalea greets him with a dazzling smile. The prince beams at the sight of her, claiming he rushed over the second he heard she was in the city. He insists he has never once forgotten her, despite their brief meeting so long ago. Hearing this, our boy sizes up the prince. The man looks less like an aristocrat and more like a back-alley brawler. The prince catches his stare and jokingly asks if he needs the bathroom, thinking Kelly looks both awkward and idiotic. Azalea quickly steps in to introduce Kelly to the prince, who instantly recognizes the name of the legendary ogre slayer and formidable boxer. He spins to face his soldiers and announces they will throw a magnificent welcome banquet for his guests at the palace. He booms that he can't possibly let Azalea, who he casually calls his future woman, stay in such a squalid inn. Our dude is absolutely horrified by the prince's claim. His mind races, trying to process what future woman could possibly mean. As they ride to the palace in a lavish carriage, the Lady Knight finally spills the entire truth to Kelly. She confirms his worst fears. This was the deal she struck with the prince in exchange for getting his leg fixed. Azalea calmly explains to the group that when she first met the prince, he was completely captivated and fell for her on the spot. The mercenary, eyes wide with curiosity, asks the blunt question, "So you're going to become the prince's mistress?" Sullivan wonders if she consulted anyone about this decision, but Azalea admits she kept it a total secret. She knew that if she had told them the price beforehand, they never would have accepted the treatment. A tidal wave of guilt crashes over Kelly. He feels the crushing weight of responsibility. This is all happening because of his useless leg. He silently blames his own weakness for trapping them in this nightmare. Meanwhile, one of the prince's soldiers approaches, asking if he's ready to entertain the ladies from the barony. The prince dismisses him with a wave, saying he'll deal with that later. For now, his attention is completely locked on Azalea, the woman he fell for at first sight. He marvels at her elegance and power, but can't mask the growing disgust he feels for our boxer. But despite his annoyance, the prince has to honor his side of the bargain. He commands his men to summon the renowned god doctor. Shortly after, he gets word that the doctor is tied up in the western workshop with the first prince. Soon, the welcome party at the palace is in full swing, and a decadent dinner is served to the honored guests. Kelly is now dressed in fine clothes and looks powerful. Sullivan remarks that his treatment is officially complete, and he's a warrior once more. But Kelly's expression sours the moment he spots Azalea sitting beside the prince. A volcano of fury erupts inside him as he watches them together. Unable to stand it for another second, Kelly moves to leave, but the lady mercenary blocks his path. She urges him to keep his cool, reminding him that this was Azalea's decision, her tone, implying that he missed his shot with her a long time ago. Callie gets a seriously weird vibe from this, grilling her like, "You've seen this kind of mess before, haven't you?" She fires back that she's been watching the whole scene unfold for the last 2 months, but Callie ain't having it, arguing that the game has changed. The adjused estate, he insists, is absolutely crushing it now. Meanwhile, the prince is just chilling at the party when a memory of Azalea suddenly zaps him. He recalls her gassing Callie up as some legendary brawler. She'd hyped him as a famous boxer, sure, but she also spilled the tea about his injury. A wicked grin spreads across the prince's face. He calls Callie over, telling him to spice up the party. Utterly baffled, Callie just asks what he's on about. The prince suggests a little demonstration of his bare-knuckle fighting. Azalea immediately shuts that down. She reminds the prince that Callie is hurt and in no condition to throw down. But the prince just shrugs it off, saying since Callie's hands are perfectly fine, he'll just command the fighters to keep their legs out of it. A wave of panic washes over Azalea as a profound sadness settles deep inside Callie. To the prince, this is all just cheap entertainment for his guests. He even threatens his own soldier, warning him that a loss to Callie means he's fired. Then, locking eyes with Callie, he orders him to put on a show, completely ignoring the fury simmering beneath the surface. Callie realizes the cold, hard truth. The only path to protecting Azealia is to step up and win. He plants his feet, ready for whatever comes next. His stance is solid, unshakable. His opponent sizes him up, noting how young, yet incredibly disciplined he looks. A flicker of overconfidence flashes in the opponent's eyes as he scoffs that the second Callie hits the floor, the match is done. The atmosphere gets thick with tension. Both combatants steel themselves for the clash. Our boy clenches his fists, a fire of pure determination blazing in his eyes. His opponent is convinced he can bait him into a reckless attack. The prince, watching from his seat with a bored expression, abruptly hurls his wineglass to the ground, signaling the fight to begin. The opponent lunges forward, throwing a massive punch, but our dude evades it with zero effort. He pivots and counters instantly, forcing his opponent to throw up a desperate defense. But in the next split second, Callie finds his opening and unleashes a brutal blow to the man's chest, his fist connecting with devastating force. A blast of pain rips through the opponent's ribs. He staggers backward and collapses, unable to get back up. The entire crowd goes dead silent. Then, a wave of shocked whispers ripples through the onlookers. Our dude stands tall, his expression completely blank. He's not here for a victory lap. He's here to send a message. The prince studies him, his eyes narrowed. He was expecting some kind of triumphant display, but he's starting to realize Callie's power is on a whole different level. It's only now that he finally understands why they call our boy the Ogre Slayer. A contemplative look crosses his face, before he declares the entertainment is officially over. He thanks everyone for coming and rises from his throne. He places a hand on Azelia's shoulder and steers her away, the two of them disappearing into the palace as night falls and silence descends. Out of nowhere, Prince Iskandar materializes outside Azelia's room, stumbling and reeking of booze. You can see the pure frustration on his face. He knows Azealia is not feeling him at all. He pounds on her door until she finally opens it. She's met with his cautious gaze. She immediately clocks that he's wasted, and while she's got a laundry list of things to tell him, her number one priority is Callie's safety. Nothing can go down until Callie gets proper medical attention, and they can get the hell out of there. The prince slurs an offer for a drink, and after a tense pause, Azealia forces herself to agree. As they sit together, she cautiously brings up the god doctor. Prince Iskandar's whole demeanor changes, praising the doctor as a straight-up extraordinary man. He reveals that the doctor is not just his father's most trusted ally, but also the official guardian of the first prince. Azealia just nods, acknowledging the man's legendary status. With a glimmer of hope, she asks if the doctor's insane skills will make treating Callie a simple matter. At that, the prince's face clouds over, his voice laced with sudden, sharp annoyance. He sneers, asking if she's genuinely worried about her slave. Azealia meets his toxic glare head-on, calmly explaining that her concern for our boy stems from incredibly important reasons. But her explanation only throws more fuel on the prince's raging fire. Without any warning, his anger explodes. He slams his fist into the wall, with so much force the entire room seems to vibrate. An electric silence hangs in the air before he sucks in a deep breath and apologizes for, losing his mind. His voice drops to a disturbingly smooth tone, promising Azealia she has nothing to worry about from him. With a chillingly confident smile, he tells her that from now on, she'll be thinking about him, and only him, for the rest of her life. Azealia is completely frozen, his words shocking her to her core. The idea of being shackled to this psycho is terrifying. Pure desperation floods her mind as she thinks about screaming for Callie. As the prince closes in, his presence becoming overwhelming, she finally lets out a desperate shout. "Callie!" In a heartbeat, our dude smashes through the door, his face a mask of cold fury. Without a single wasted motion, he grabs a chair and hurls it directly at the prince. It forces him to jump back. Callie's voice is dangerously low and steady as he commands the prince to stay the hell away from Azealia. We get a quick flashback, revealing our boy was already beyond pissed after seeing the third prince spit on the ground right outside Azelia's room. He tries to just roll over and ignore it, but a sudden, desperate cry shatters the silence. It's Azealia. He bursts into her room, and the scene that greets him makes his blood boil. A primal rage explodes in Callie's chest. All hell breaks loose as he lunges at the prince. He smashes a chair over his back, and the splintering impact sends them both crashing to the floor. The prince, stunned by the ambush, sputters. "What are you doing?" Callie doesn't even hear him. He snatches a jagged leg from the shattered chair and swings hard. Their eyes lock, two predators fueled by pure fury. Callie's voice is like ice as he snarls, asking the prince how he could even think about threatening her. But the prince just scoffs, dismissing his words as meaningless noise. His gaze drifts over to Azealia, who's just sitting there, silently watching the chaos unfold. Without a moment's hesitation, the prince grabs a piece of broken wood for himself. Royal dignity is out the window. It's on. He sizes up Callie, ready for a real fight. He lunges, aiming a brutal strike for his thighs. But before he can connect, our boy lands a vicious blow to the side of his head, sending a spray of blood from the prince's mouth. Despite the heavy hit, the prince stays on his feet and retaliates with a powerful shove that sends our dude flying into the wall. As he slumps to the floor, Callie realizes this royal is way stronger than he looks. The prince flashes a twisted smirk, his voice dripping with a sudden, dark understanding. He claims that Callie's little outburst just showed him everything he needed to see. Then, with chilling certainty, he declares that from this point forward, Azealia belongs to him. Fed up and ready to end this, our boy focuses, planning his next attack. He locks his eyes onto his target, the prince's jaw. He explodes forward, channeling every ounce of his fury into one devastating punch, right to the prince's face. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through him, but instead of dropping, the prince snatches Callie's hands, trapping them in an iron grip and refusing to let go. The two men are locked in a standoff, pure determination on both sides, neither one willing to back down. The prince hisses that our guy will play by his rules, then, without warning, twists his arms into a crushing lock. The pressure is insane. Callie struggles against the hold, but agonizing pain shoots through every single joint in his left arm. He feels the strain intensifying, knowing that if this goes on any longer, his arm is going to snap. Just as desperation begins to set in, the prince suddenly screams and lets go, staggering backward in pain. A thin line of blood trickles down his forehead. Azealia is standing there holding a lamp, her expression a mask of tense, unwavering resolve. Before either of them can make another move, the heavy clang of armored footsteps echoes from the hall. Knights storm into the room, their eyes taking in the carnage before they immediately surround Callie. The prince, his face a storm of rage and utter humiliation, clutches his bleeding head. The soldiers close in, yelling at Callie to surrender. Prince Iskandar and Azealia now stand in the grand hall before the first prince, Philippos, whose expression is stone cold. Philippos demands his brother explain how all this happened. Iskandar, realizing his older brother has shown up at the worst possible time, starts to hesitate. But Philippos cuts him off, demanding the entire story and warning him that if he lies, he'll just ask Azealia and punish him just like when they were kids. Cornered, Iskandar confesses everything, admitting he forced Azealia into a deal to get Callie treated in exchange for her company. Azealia is completely stunned to hear him admit the truth so bluntly. She totally expected him to lie his way out of it, but he just laid the whole situation bare. Despite her terror over what Callie did, she holds on to a sliver of hope that he can somehow avoid the death penalty. Philippos, absolutely seething at his brother's behavior, decides to teach him a lesson. He grabs a nearby cane and starts beating Iskandar with it, ignoring his brother's pleas to stop. He scolds him viciously, reminding him that a prince should never act with such shameful irresponsibility. He roars, questioning how Iskandar could dare enter a woman's room, in the middle of the night, especially wasted, pointing out how any woman would obviously be terrified. Iskandar just takes the punishment in silence, as his brother continues his verbal assault. Once Philippos is finally done disciplining him, he announces that a trial will be held. On the emperor's behalf, he orders Callie to be brought before him. Callie is shoved forward, standing tall before the. Philippos sizes him up, his eyes sharp, and straight up asks, "You're a fighter, aren't you?" Callie just gives a firm nod. Philippos comments, "Huh, you're taller than I pictured." Iskandar, still shook from getting chewed out, immediately tries to do damage control. He starts rambling about how he's useless, and that Callie wiped the floor with him, but one death glare from Philippos shuts him right up. Whipping around to face Iskandar, he demands to know what gives him the right to disrespect the god-tier doctor by asking something so out of line from Azealia. Philippos absolutely lays into his brother, calling his actions a total disgrace, especially sneaking into a lady's room in the dead of night. Like, that's not just shameful, it's straight up pathetic. And while all this is going down, Azealia, who's here from her own kingdom, trapped in a deal with the third prince that she never truly wanted, is also in deep trouble. But the second Philippos lifts a hand towards Azealia, Callie's blood starts to boil. His hands ball into fists, knuckles white with rage. Azealia, seeing how bad this is getting, just admits that it's all on her. Philippos fixes his gaze on our boy, his expression like stone, and lays it out plain and simple. Assaulting a prince is a capital offense. Prince Philippos can't wrap his head around the sheer audacity Callie has, throwing down with his brother on a busted leg. He concedes that Callie's actions were totally reckless, but technically, the third prince has every claim to be Azealia's future husband. The prince, however, drives the point home that this whole mess is ultimately between the lady and his brother. Locking eyes with Callie, he tells him that if he's a true warrior, he needs to own his choices and see this through to the very end. He hits our boy with the any last words question, but Callie stands his ground, stating he has zero regrets because protecting his lady was his one and only duty. Then, in a move that stuns everyone, Philippos whips out his sword and slices through Callie's bindings, giving the boxer a nod of pure respect for his courage and loyalty. With a look that's equal parts stern and impressed, he commends Callie for his guts and commands our boy to continue protecting the lady, always. Acknowledging his value as her guardian, Prince Philippos then drops a bombshell. By the laws of the kingdom, there will be a formal duel. The loser will have to walk away for good. Since both Callie and Prince Iskandar are vying for Azelia, the prince sanctions the match. The showdown is scheduled for 1 week from now. Afterwards, the mercenary knight warns Callie that Prince Philippos has a reputation for being absolutely merciless. But this decision of his has her completely baffled. Callie agrees, equally shocked that the third prince didn't just tuck tail and run from the challenge. The knight admits she had a seriously bad feeling that night, so she discreetly had some people keep an eye on Azelia's room. She teases Callie, saying if it had been her, she would have just laid the prince out and bounced. Suddenly, a unit of soldiers storms in, demanding to know if Callie is the guy who thrashed Prince Iskandar. They're actually hyping him up, cheering for him to wreck the prince all over again, which totally weirds our boy out. Especially since these guards are shouting the third prince's name so casually, with zero respect. The soldiers then order Callie to come with them. When he asks where they're going, they tell him he has an appointment with the god doctor. A surge of adrenaline hits him as he realizes this is it. The real reason for their entire journey is finally happening. He's buzzing with a mix of eagerness and hope, thinking about the long-awaited moment when his injured leg might finally be healed. The scene cuts to the sage's home, perched high in a solitary tower. A guard knocks on the door, announcing that a boxer has come to see him. The man at the desk says he's been eager to meet this troublemaker Philippos told him about. The doctor looks Callie up and down and asks if he's enjoying all the drama, but when he examines the leg, the vibe instantly changes. Bone fragments are literally lodged inside the muscle. The fracture is completely displaced, putting immense pressure on everything. Our guy winces, the pain flashing across his face. The doctor is floored, wondering how the boxer is even standing. With an injury this severe, just walking should be agony. He asks when it happened, and our guy says it was last fall. The doctor falls silent, lost in thought. The quiet stretches on, and Callie's hope starts to crumble, fearing the man can't fix him. So he finally chokes out the question, is there really no hope for him? The doctor's reply is instant and absolute. There is. He's just amazed that the leg is in such incredible condition, all things considered, and is now trying to figure out a temporary patch-up. After all, in a few days, Callie has a throwdown with Iskandar. The doctor mentions that everyone around here calls him Sage, but he hates that name. Our boy can just call him John, and John is an American. An American is the absolute last thing Callie expected. He's so stunned he literally tumbles out of his chair, unable to form a single word. For a long moment, he just gawks at the doctor in total disbelief. John senses something major is happening and tells the guards to leave them. Turning his back, he confesses that he's been searching for someone like Callie for a very long time, but with no luck. And at last, here you are. This must be destiny. Callie finally asks John if he's also from Earth. John says yes and formally introduces himself. His real name is John Bradley Clark. He arrived here 40 years ago. Callie and John talk for what feels like an eternity. John was a major in the U.S. Army who died during the Korean War. Back in 1950, he was a field surgeon, performing life-saving operations. He used that advanced knowledge to help the emperor, and his skills were so legendary he was practically seen as a god. John is desperate for news from Earth, since for him, it's been 60 years. Callie is floored that 40 years in this world is the same as 60 years on Earth. John admits it's just a theory. He needs more data to confirm it. He explains that old records mention other people who've experienced the same phenomenon. Each of them blacks out, and when they come to, they find themselves inhabiting a completely different body. A lot of them go on to live incredibly successful new lives. Just as Callie explained earlier, his biggest regret was not pursuing boxing. John had a similar lingering regret about medicine. He speculates that maybe this profound sense of unfinished business, stronger even than the fear of death, is what brought them here. But that's a problem for another day. Right now, the leg is the priority. John picks up a scalpel, and our guy freaks out, thinking he's about to perform surgery on the spot. The doc's got to dig out a bone fragment that's wedged deep in his calf muscle. It's the only shot he has at stopping the agony, and so the operation begins. But plot twist, there's no anesthesia in this era. Callie can't help but hiss as white-hot pain shoots through him. The doctor mutters about being too old for this. His hands not as steady with the scalpel as they used to be. Finally, the procedure is over. He gets stitched up, and just like that, the gnawing ache in his leg vanishes. If the pain is only this bad now, he knows he can dominate the fight. John's like, look, as a doctor, I'd shut this whole fight down, but I can't exactly boss around a prince like Philippos. So instead, he tosses Callie some healing salve. Callie snags it out of the air and tells John, "Don't even trip about the fight." A guard then asks the sage if he knows the boxer, and John just says they're from the same neck of the woods. Fast forward a few days. Our boy is just cruising through the castle when Philippos pulls him aside for a chat. The prince knows these castle walls have ears, so he motions for Callie to follow him somewhere more private. He asks how the visit with the sage went, and Callie just says the old man patched up his leg. That's when Philippos drops a bomb. He's only alive because of that sage's insane skills. Without him, both he and his mother would have died during his birth. And even though they've known each other for 30 years, Philippos admits the sage is still a total mystery. The guy's got knowledge and tech from God knows where. He adds that the emperor couldn't care less, but Philippos isn't about to just ignore these major red flags. And now, Philippos has heard a rumor that Callie is from the exact same place as this mystery sage. He then deadpans that, for the last 20 years, the sage hasn't stepped a foot outside the empire, and Callie is only 20 years old. With a stare that could cut steel, Philippos commands him, "Tell me who you really are." But let's rewind a few days before this intense showdown. John gets a question from Callie. "Yo, why didn't Prince Philippos just kill me on the spot? I literally threw hands with royalty. The penalty for that is straight-up execution." According to John, Prince Philippos is capable of leveling up this entire civilization. He's the perfect ruler that John has spent his whole life grooming for power. The only catch? Philippos wants a republic, not a dictatorship. But if he takes the throne, the empire will be plunged into a bloody civil war. Just because you're a war hero doesn't mean you'll be a good leader. That's why Philippos needs someone in his corner, someone who refuses to bend their principles. Callie, the badass who isn't afraid to challenge authority, is that person. John wraps it up by saying Philippos won't touch a hair on our boy's head. Now, back to the present, where the prince and our boxer are still locked in their tense talk. Philippos is convinced Callie's got secrets. He says he won't press him for answers, but the door is always open if Callie wants to spill the tea. Callie plays dumb, saying he knows nothing, but promises to tell the prince if he ever figures anything out. And then, out of nowhere, Philippos just starts laughing. He's impressed by the kid's guts and sheer audacity. He hands Callie a book, telling him it's to build up his spirit. It turns out to be a manual of imperial combat styles, and he casually mentions that Iskander is an absolute beast with these techniques. Callie is completely lost. Is Philippos actually setting his own brother up to fail? The prince clarifies that Iskander is his dear younger bro. He'll be thrilled if Iskander wins, but if Callie wins, then our boy owes Philippos a massive favor. It's a win-win for the prince, no matter who comes out on top. Later, back in his room, it hits Callie. Philippos is a genius and way more terrifying than John gives him credit for. He cracks open the book the prince gave him. The book is packed with legit combat moves for all kinds of scenarios. He notices a heavy focus on ground-and-pound grappling techniques. He realizes if Iskander hadn't been totally wasted that night, he would have gotten destroyed. This is seriously bad news. And then, another realization hits him. There's just one massive problem. Callie can't read the local language, at all. The only things he recognizes are his own name, and a couple of other words he's seen a lot. The letters kind of look like English, but not quite. He goes to Sullivan for help, but she's clueless too. This is high-class script she's never learned, and John is way too busy to help. The mercenary suggests he hit up Azealia for help. He hasn't seen her around in a few days. So, after hesitating for a bit, he finds himself knocking on her door, telling himself over and over that this is strictly about the book. Azealia finally opens up, and the look on her face is pure terror. She's on edge, instantly assuming Callie's landed himself in more trouble. The first thing she breathes is a question about his leg, and he reassures her it's feeling 1,000 times better. A wave of pure relief washes over Azealia, and our boy can't help but blush. He then asks if she would read the book to him. She's still blown away by how well Philippos is treating Callie, even hooking him up with such a priceless set of instructions. He asks her to read the crucial parts of the book, since he can't make sense of it all from the images alone. For a second, Azealia's heart sinks with worry, thinking Callie must resent her for everything that went down, but he quickly shuts that down. No blame. With that settled, they start deciphering the text, cross-referencing it with the combat illustrations. One section breaks down how to initiate a fight when you're face-to-face. It literally champions a dirty tactic, spitting in your opponent's eyes. Our guy is like, nope, immediately deciding he won't be spitting in Iskander's face. After that bombshell, the book details how to drop your enemy with a swift, decisive grab. It warns that if an opponent connects at full speed, it could be game over. But if they're distracted, even for a millisecond, they'll have zero time to react to the boxer's strike. Azealia ends up narrating the entire manual out loud. Callie gets it now. All that book knowledge is useless, unless you can actually pull it off in a real fight. After a moment, Azealia lowers the book, her eyes clouded with worry, and asks how a boxer like him ever plans to win this. This fight isn't built for his skills, but Callie just promises her it'll all be okay as he turns to leave. Then the cold reality hits Azealia. If Callie loses, she's trapped with Iskander, her fate sealed with absolutely no way out. She lunges, grabbing his hand, her voice cracking as she begs him not to go. In that instant, all their pent-up emotions erupt as they pull each other into a desperate, passionate kiss. The next morning, Sullivan finds Callie with a massive, cheeky grin plastered on her face. Our guy is deep in his pre-fight prep, completely oblivious to what she finds so amusing. The mercenary is practically glowing. So, she teases, "You spent a very long time in the ladies' chambers last night, didn't you?" Callie's face instantly turns beet red. He's completely floored, wondering how in the world Sullivan found out. It's time. Callie the boxer steps into the arena. Behind him, his comrade roars for his victory as the Empire's troops assemble in perfect formation across the square. A thunderous clang echoes as the soldiers slam their swords against their shields in unison, creating an earth-shaking roar. Prince Philippos watches from his throne as the army chants a single name, Iskander, summoning the descendant of Mars to the battlefield. Fueled by the deafening cheers of his army, the prince strides into the arena. He smirks, scanning the sky. What a beautiful day to deliver a beatdown. From the opposite end, Callie emerges and makes his way to the center of the combat zone. Philippos stands, his voice booming as he declares the stakes of the duel. The winner takes everything, and the loser will be stripped of it all. Iskander rips off his shirt, his eyes locked on Callie. This stopped being about Azealia a long time ago. This kid is the only person who's ever dared to defy him. And now, it's payback time. Callie is acutely aware this isn't boxing, it's a gladiator's brawl. But he's always been the one to overcome impossible odds, and today will be no different. The soldiers form a living wall, a tight circle that marks the battlefield. He and Iskander stand face to face. Without a single moment of hesitation, Callie explodes forward, landing a clean jab right across the prince's face. Then he's gone, bouncing back to create distance. Iskander grunts, noticing Callie's leg is fully healed. He throws a heavy right, but Callie fluidly weaves out of its path. Callie slips and dodges a whole combination from the prince, all while relentlessly firing back with his own counterattacks. The sheer force of Callie's punches crackles in the air around Iskander, who now realizes he's in for a hell of a fight. For a split second, Iskander leaves an opening, but Callie freezes. The thought of losing paralyzes him, because after last night with Azealia, he finally has everything to lose. Iskander, sensing the hesitation, doesn't think twice, and unleashes a brutal strike on the motionless Callie. He's sent rocketing toward the edge of the circle, crashing so hard he breaks through the human wall of soldiers. "Just give up," Iskander bellows. "I haven't even hit you with my full power yet." But as a seasoned warrior, Iskander noted that Callie instinctively guarded himself at the last second. Insane reaction speed for a kid like him. Our guy stumbles back into the ring, furious with himself for letting his mind wander during the most important fight of his life. With zero hesitation, he lunges back into the fray. Iskander charges to meet him. Callie's fist clenches, pouring every ounce of his power into it. As Iskander swings a devastating blow, our guy ducks under it, planting all his weight on his supposedly bad leg. That doctor's treatment really came in clutch. The pain is gone. He pivots and unleashes a terrifyingly powerful counterblow. Iskander screams in pure agony. He can't process how some lame kid can hit with that much force. He reaches out, desperately trying to grab Callie and drag him into a wrestling match. Our guy knows he can't let that happen. He knows the game. If Iskander gets a hold of him, it's over. Callie's fist digs deep into his opponent's gut, and a second shot snaps Iskander's jaw. He refuses to give the prince a single opening to grab him. He unleashes a furious storm of combinations, one after another. All the while, Philippos used to think boxing was a joke of a martial art, but Callie is lasting way longer than he should. Even so, taking down a beast like Iskander with just punches is a near impossible task. Philippos knows his brother will do whatever it takes to win. He has zero doubt who the victor will be. After all, every prince of this empire is forged in the fires of brutal training alongside legendary warriors. You aren't even acknowledged as a prince if you're physically weak. The emperor and the imperial family are expected to lead from the front. To the soldiers, the imperial family members are true comrades in arms, fighting and bleeding right beside them. And Prince Iskander, Philippos thinks, is a natural-born warrior. When he faces a strong challenger, he doesn't feel fear, only an intense hunger to crush them. And now, he has finally met his equal in Callie. Our guy can see Iskander hunting for that one perfect moment to land the final blow. He's being cornered, left with no escape. Callie struggles to his feet, staggering. Iskander sees it. His opponent's legs are about to give out. He charges forward, moving in for the kill. Prince Philippos sees it plain as day. It's a trap. He groans, thinking, My brother is such an idiot. The prince barrels toward Callie like a human bulldozer, but Callie stands perfectly still, waiting for the attack. He knows if his timing is off by even a fraction of a second, it's all over. Every variable has been calculated down to the millisecond. Callie unleashes a vicious right hook aimed directly at Iskandar's head. The connection is savage, a thing of brutal precision. Iskandar lurches back, blood exploding from his mouth as his eyes flare with crimson light. But instead of collapsing, he surges forward, grabbing Callie and slamming him onto the hard ground. A shot like that should have put Iskandar down for the count. Yet, it's Callie who's on the floor, not Iskandar. The prince towers over him, fist cocked back, poised to end the fight right there. A merciless barrage of blows rains down upon the downed Callie. This relentless assault is the product of his hellish training regimen. He's instinctively using a combat style designed to trap and immobilize an opponent, then systematically destroy them. Our hero is in a world of trouble and needs to escape now. He fights to break free, but it's no use. Iskandar has his arm locked in an agonizing hold. Callie feels the searing pain, his limb about to tear apart. Pinned to the ground, completely helpless, his gaze falls upon the raw wound on Iskandar's shoulder, the very same injury Callie inflicted on that fateful evening. Twisting his body, Callie drives his fist deep into the prince's wound. Iskandar's features contort in raw agony. He lets out a primal roar, his grip finally faltering, creating the opening Callie desperately needed. Before Iskandar can recover, Callie fires off a brutal uppercut to his jaw. The blow sends Iskandar stumbling back, giving Callie just enough time to scramble to his feet. Our boy can feel the strained ligaments screaming in his arm, but he pushes through the pain. Iskandar is looking rough, too, swaying on his feet. Callie shouts, taunting him, asking how it feels to be on the receiving end for once. Iskandar grudgingly notes Callie's shocking tenacity. From the sidelines, Philippos watches the brawl, noticing that Iskandar actually looks like he's enjoying this. He's never witnessed a royal family member pour this much heart into a mere scuffle. He can only hope Callie's skill is as massive as his courage. Just then, Azealia finally arrives to witness the spectacle. She takes a seat beside Philippos, murmuring an apology for her tardiness. But when she lays eyes on the battered Callie, her composure shatters, pure shock washing over her. Philippos, sensing her reaction, makes an astonishing offer: sell Callie to him. He'll pay any price she names. Azealia is so blindsided by the proposal that words completely fail her. The prince presses on, insisting Callie would have a better life under his protection. Azealia fires back with pure sarcasm, remarking on His Highness's twisted sense of humor. She states flatly that Callie is far too precious to her. Their bond transcends the simple titles of master and slave. The prince just scoffs, asking if they're planning on getting hitched, before reminding her that she was the one who abandoned Callie for Iskandar's faction. At that, Azealia's voice turns to steel. She declares that she will grant Callie whatever he desires, whether it's his freedom, his fight, or even her hand in marriage. She vows to repay every debt she owes him, no matter the personal cost. Meanwhile, in the ring, the prince concedes to himself that his opponent is far tougher than anticipated. He has to win this, no matter what it takes. With his wrecked hand, he knows he's only got one good shot left in him. On the other side, Callie's leg has reached its breaking point, sending waves of agony up his body. But he doesn't care. Beating Iskandar in this broken state will be a legendary victory. He's going to crush his enemy here and now, and show the world what he's truly made of. Callie charges forward for the final clash. He can finally say with absolute certainty that living in his own body, this life, is infinitely more meaningful than the one he endured as Park Gang. This life is worth fighting for. He pours years of struggle and repressed fury into this single, all-or-nothing attack. Knowing this is his moment, Iskandar instinctively tries to lock him in another grapple, but Callie masterfully ducks beneath his arms, making the prince grab nothing but air. In that same fluid motion, our hero smashes his knee into Iskandar's gut. The prince buckles, his defenses wide open, giving Callie the perfect opportunity to strike with his left. Even after that brutal hit, Iskandar is somehow still standing. He raises a fist, ready to counter, but Callie is faster. He unleashes a devastating haymaker with his injured right hand, aimed straight for the prince's jaw. However, at the last possible second, Iskandar ducks his head, the punch glancing off his skull. Instantly, Iskandar retaliates with a vicious headbutt, his face a mask of savage determination. The sheer force of the impact sends our boy flying backward, crashing hard onto the ground. Iskandar bellows that he is a direct descendant of the god of war and the most beautiful man in the entire empire. With those triumphant screams echoing, Iskandar unleashes a final, deafening roar, blasting him further away. Callie lies sprawled on the dirt, completely dazed by the distance he was thrown. His vision clears just enough to see Azealia, her expression filled with sorrow, her eyes silently begging him to secure this victory for her. With an almost superhuman effort, Our guy forces himself up and staggers back into the ring. Iskandar looks just as spent, his body swaying, but he refuses to fall. He asks with a mocking grin, "Do you know why I'm still on my feet?" Our hero spits back that it's because the prince's head is only good for taking a beating, since it's endured so many shots already. If he actually had a brain in there, he'd be deep in concussion territory by now. Iskandar corrects him, proclaiming it's because he is the chosen descendant of the war god, shielded by a divine aura. Iskandar lunges forward to attack, but a newfound confidence fills Callie. He knows he's going to win, because this time, Azealia is with him. Azealia stands at the very edge of the arena, her eyes shining with renewed hope. Callie thinks back to the words written in the ancient book. Knowing his opponent would stoop to spitting in his face to start a fight, our guy understood that Iskandar was absolutely shameless and would do anything to win, and his gut feeling was spot on. The prince gears up to launch a disgusting loogie, but Callie, anticipating the scummy tactic, flawlessly dodges the projectile. Planting his palm flat against Iskandar's stunned face, Callie unleashes a brutal uppercut that smashes into the prince's jaw. As Iskandar starts to crumple, he lets out a pathetic shriek. In response, Callie coolly remarks that he just heard the sweet sound of Lady Luck. Iskandar hits the deck, and Callie stands over him, the undisputed champion. A second later, Philippos ascends from his throne, his voice booming as he declares that everyone, from himself to the elite Imperial Guard, bore witness to this monumental victory. Boxer Callie is the winner. Tears of absolute joy and relief stream down Azelia's face as she hears those words, unable to contain her overwhelming pride. The prince officially confirms the win in the name of the Empire and the God of War, cementing Callie's legendary triumph. Our hero awakens in a haze of pain, laid out in a bed. The doctor, checking him over, explains that his leg is completely wrecked. He comments that both Callie and his opponent are on another level of toughness compared to regular folks. The physician points out that while most people would be laid up for over a month with that kind of damage, Callie somehow managed to regain consciousness in just 3 days. Still dazed, our guy asks how Iskandar is doing. The doctor clarifies that Iskandar has battled countless illnesses, ever since he was a baby, a lifetime of sickness which ironically forged him into something much tougher. He also mentions that Iskandar is now stress-eating like there's no tomorrow, devouring everything in sight. The doctor finds it bizarre that Callie, who's way more busted up, is even worried about Iskandar in the first place. Our guy cuts to the chase and asks for the prognosis on his leg. The doctor notes that his muscle tissue is ridiculously tough and elastic, which probably accounts for his freakishly fast healing abilities in the past. The physician tells him to seriously consider what he just said, before ducking out of the room. Just as Callie lets out a heavy sigh and slumps back, the door is violently thrown open, and an enraged Iskandar storms inside. Absolutely livid, Iskandar grabs him by the collar, demanding to know how he pulled it off, accusing him of studying some secret fighting manual. Iskandar just can't process the fact that our guy could have possibly beaten him without some kind of cheat code. Still totally confused, Callie explains that it was the prince himself who gave him the book. Hearing this sends Iskandar into an even deeper rage, as he swears that he doesn't care if the prince is his own flesh and blood, he's going to make him pay for this level of betrayal. Right on cue, the prince strolls into the room, looking thoroughly amused by Iskandar's meltdown. The prince coolly roasts him, questioning if Iskandar actually has the guts to challenge him. Iskandar screams, wanting to know why he would give away his secret playbook. The prince casually replies that it would be pretty messed up to let someone fight a ringer without giving them a fair shot. He tells Iskandar he should be happy now that he lost on a more level playing field. The prince then shifts his focus to our guy and congratulates him, adding that he heard about the nasty leg injury. He then drops a bombshell. The treatment is going to take a year, minimum. The news crushes him, and his mind immediately starts racing, trying to figure out a shortcut to recovery. The prince sees the desperation in his eyes, but explains there's one massive roadblock. Because of his status, he says that foreigners, like our guy and Azealia, are legally forbidden from staying in the Empire for more than 3 months, unless they're some kind of diplomat. Iskandar tries to call him out, arguing that the palace is crawling with foreign guests who overstay their welcome. The prince completely ignores him and lays out the only option for our guy. To stay in the Empire for treatment, he must first become a free man. The proposal hangs in the air, leaving our hero stunned. Should he really go after his own freedom? The prince elaborates, saying that skilled foreigners often land high-ranking positions, which grants them residency. With his fighting prowess, our guy could easily score a gig as a martial arts instructor. However, as long as he's a slave, giving him a post like that is completely out of the question. Our guy's mind spins, wondering if Azealia, after pouring everything she has into him, would ever be willing to just let him go. The prince twists the knife, openly questioning the nature of his relationship with his master. He even suggests that Azealia might offer him way more than just freedom if he asks the right way. The prince urges him to talk to her directly, convincing him that fighting for his freedom is his only real move. With his jaw set in determination, Callie decides he has to face Azealia. Using a cane to support himself, he slowly makes his way toward her. Watching him hobble closer, a couple of onlookers snicker before quickly scattering. Azealia senses his heavy mood immediately and asks what's wrong. He explains he's not fully mobile yet, but insists he's getting by. A thick, awkward silence hangs between them, before she finally asks if something is weighing on him. He struggles to get the words out, eventually explaining the prince's impossible offer. He could get the treatment he needs to stay in the empire, but only if he claims his freedom. When she hears this, a storm of shock and sorrow flashes across Azelia's face, but after a long pause, she simply agrees to prepare the paperwork. Our boy makes her a solemn vow. Once his body is whole again, he's coming back to crush the champions of both the kingdom and the empire. Azealia finds his fiery determination hilarious, but is totally here for it. She teases him, saying he doesn't even need to bother coming back, since the prince can offer him so much more than she can. But our hero shuts that down fast. This has nothing to do with what the prince is offering. He makes it crystal clear that he's going to live life on his own terms, with no strings attached, and he swears he will return. A few days later, our guy is officially a free man. Weirdly though, the feeling is surprisingly empty. Sullivan comes to say her goodbyes, mentioning she's got plans to open a shop back in Korea. She tells him to drop by if he's ever in the area, and they part on good terms. Azealia also swings by to see him off. Seeing the worry in her eyes, our guy tells her to be safe and then cracks a joke about her not getting snatched by bandits again. Azealia shoots back with a laugh that she'll be sure to call him if she ends up having kids with the bandit leader. Before he leaves, our guy puts Rovo in Azelia's care. He explains that he won't be able to look after the big guy during his treatment, and orders Rovo to watch over her. He's positive the massive beast understands every word, even though his short trip to the Empire somehow stretched into 2 whole years. By the time he finally leaves, Philippos, the 7th, has seized the throne, and our guy has become just a forgotten ghost in the Empire's history. The previous emperor of the Empire stepped down from the throne right after the northern conquest finally came to an end. As his strength began to fade, the first prince, Philippos, grabbed his chance and claimed the throne as the new emperor. He was absolutely ruthless, eliminating anyone who opposed him, even if they shared his own blood. During his reign, 4 of the 7 princes met their untimely end. The second prince, Eretz, who tried to spark a rebellion within the royal family because he hated the empire's new direction, was taken out by Callie on Philippos's orders. Of course, the rumors that spread claimed that barbarians were the ones who did the deed. Now, fast forward 2 years, our guy calls out Philippos, asking if he's really planning to use that as an excuse to keep him, reminding the new emperor that their deal was only for 1 year, but now he's just digging in his heels. Philippos admits that sometimes he misses the naive, innocent Callie from 2 years back. Our hero replies that he's just sick and tired of being played. A flash of regret crosses Philippos's face. He says he wishes Callie could stay with him, but our guy just brushes it off, telling Philippos to go find a girl and get married already. Later, in Dr. John's office, John gives Callie a long look and asks if he's really just a martial arts instructor. He admits he can't figure out how our guy pulls off Philippos's missions so perfectly every single time. John then remarks that it feels like just yesterday, that he was treating Callie's leg. Our guy replies that the experience was pure hell and swears he's never going through that nightmare again. This gets a heavy sigh out of John. He then tells the doctor that Philippos is getting super curious about his powers and his true identity, but John just shakes his head. He explains that the time for the big reveal hasn't come just yet. Callie asks if he's right to assume that Philippos would be more thrilled than terrified to discover the truth, and John agrees. As it turns out, our guy's disciples are all part of an elite unit. They serve directly under Philippos's personal shadow guard. They're a loyal crew, bonded for life by the hell they've walked through together. Our guy has actually grown fond of them, which makes his departure feel bittersweet. One of his students presents him with a sword. He begs him to accept it as a gift and to take care of himself. Callie, totally surprised, points out that they all know he doesn't use swords. He also points out that it looks crazy expensive. His disciple explains that it cost the 3 of them 3 months' salary, which shocks him even more. He tells them that if he ever has a kid, he'll pass the sword down as a family treasure. When the day finally comes for him to leave, Philippos and John are there to say farewell, and his disciples all wish him a safe journey home. The only one missing is Iskandar. He explains that he can't say a proper goodbye because Iskandar is still out there conquering the West. With that, he gives his final farewell and hits the road. Sometime later, he rolls into the western frontier city of Arzan and remembers its reputation for incredible jewelry, deciding it would be the perfect gift for Azealia. He asks an old man where to find the best gemstone shop in Arzan. The old guy just chuckles, and says that every single shop in the city sells top-quality gems. But Callie clarifies that he's on the hunt for something truly one of a kind. The old man suggests Callie hit up the auction house, since most shops only deal in the more common gemstones. Callie immediately heads for the auction. A guard blocks his way, demanding an entry fee of no less than 2,000 guilds. Callie just pulls out a heavy pouch of coins. He asks if that'll be enough to get in. The guard, eyes wide with shock, immediately lets him pass. Once everyone is gathered inside, the host dramatically unveils a ruby crafted by the master, Mr. Quirks, explaining it's the highest possible grade because of its intense, blood-red color. The bidding starts at 5,000 guilds. The offers immediately skyrocket 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, and finally, it lands on 25,000 guilds. Only one bidder is left in the game, and the host asks if there are any higher offers. Callie raises his hand and bids 30,000 guilds, completely stunning the host. Other bidders start accusing him of faking it, but then another voice cuts in, offering 33,000 guilds. The host reveals this new challenger is none other than Count Boromir. The auctioneer's voice echoes as he announces the latest offer from the kingdom's richest noble, 33,000 guilds for Boromir. Callie's eyes lock with Boromir's across the room, and he defiantly jacks the price up to 40,000 guilds, but Boromir instantly claps back with 45,000. He sneers at Callie, claiming the ruby is a gift for his wife. Absolutely fuming, Callie storms out, crushed. That ruby would have been the ultimate present for Azealia. As he turns a corner, he clocks a few nobles lurking in the shadows. He knows this isn't good. One of them steps out and accuses Callie of being a thief, forcing Callie to flash his bag heavy with guilds. Flanked by two massive guards, the nobleman doubles down on the accusation, and Callie starts to wonder if he's being tailed. He scoffs at the guy, tossing his coin purse and sword to the ground, practically daring them to make a move. The noble orders his goons to teach him a lesson, but when one guard goes down with a single, brutal punch, the others just freeze, their faces pale with shock. Callie gives a half-hearted apology. "My bad," he says. "I have a hard time controlling my strength. Hope you guys get it." Then, Callie moves like a blur, taking down the entire squad. In a blink, he's standing right behind the nobleman, who's completely shook. When the noble sputters, "Do you know who I am?" Callie smacks him, and then kicks him to the ground. He dismisses the guy's title like it's absolute garbage. The nobleman immediately starts begging for his life, and Callie demands to know if he's from the kingdom. The guy nervously confirms he is, and Callie's voice drops, demanding every detail he knows about Count Boromir. The noble spills that Boromir is just a rich kid. He's got zero ambition and zero skills, totally unlike his dad, who's the kingdom's treasurer. He even adds that the family's fortune is burning out fast. Callie waves off the useless chatter about Boromir's travels, pressing for something real, until finally, he learns that Boromir is a huge fan of pugilism. A grin spreads across his face. This is it. This is his opening. Meanwhile, in a lavish lodge in Arson, Boromir is admiring the fiery red gem he won, muttering about how he spent way more than he planned, and it's all Callie's fault for getting him worked up. Still, he shrugs it off since the gem is his now. Suddenly, he hears his men arguing with someone at the door. A voice cuts through the noise, announcing they're here on business with Boromir. He throws open the door. Boromir freezes, instantly recognizing Callie from the auction house. Our boy just flashes a smile. "Didn't think you'd remember me," he says, politely asking for a moment of his time. Boromir tries to blow him off, saying he's not in the mood, but Callie hooks him, asking if he's a fan of pugilism, and Boromir can't help but admit that he is. Callie then reveals he's a pugilist himself, not just some run-of-the-mill mercenary, and while the auction isn't why he's here, he still wants that gemstone. He explains it's for a woman who would look absolutely divine wearing it. A smirk plays on Boromir's lips. He points out that Callie tapped out at 40,000 guilds at the auction, then offers to sell the ruby right now. The price? 50,000 guilds. So, he asks, how are you planning to pay for that? Callie proposes a crazy deal. He'll fight in pugilism matches. He'll fight under Boromir's name, earning 10,000 guilds for every single victory. But if he loses even once, he'll give Boromir every cent he's earned and walk away from the gemstone for good. It's a massive gamble, but Callie has absolute faith in his fists. Boromir is intrigued. He agrees, admitting this could be entertaining, and asks for Callie's name. With a surge of pride, Callie tells him. 2 days later, at the arena, another count sidles up to Boromir, asking if it's true he's letting this nobody fight under his name. Boromir just shrugs, saying it's a way to kill some time. The count warns him that Callie's opponent is an absolute monster, but Boromir is unfazed, saying Callie can just crawl back home if he loses. Down in the ring, Callie is grinning. He feels the thrill of the fight coursing through him. It's been too long. He sizes up his opponent. The guy is shorter than Kijo, but his arms and legs are long and whip-like. His physique is perfectly balanced, and his body is a roadmap of scars that scream experience. The second the match starts, his opponent explodes into action. Callie sidesteps the attack with ease, noting the guy's insane speed. But the man's piercing stare makes Callie feel like he's being dissected, and it's seriously unsettling. Out of nowhere, a punch flies at his head. Callie ducks, but the blow still grazes his cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. He ignores the sting, laser-focused on finding an opening. Callie realizes the guy's long reach gives him a massive advantage from a distance. Blocking another hit, Callie feels the raw power behind it. He gets why they call this dude the strongest brawler in Arson. As the man winds up for another devastating punch, Callie slips under it and slams a fist into his opponent's side, forcing a pained grunt from the man. The entire stadium, including Boromir, gasps. Our boy closes the distance in a heartbeat, getting right in the guy's face and growling that he won't let him dictate the pace of this fight. With a thunderous punch square in the chest, Callie sends his opponent crashing to his knees, struggling just to breathe. Feeling the victory, Callie beats his own chest and throws a fist in the air, roaring praises to Boromir's name. The nobles in the stands go wild, and Boromir is on his feet, beaming with pride and shouting that Callie's performance was incredible. As Boromir grins down at him, Callie grins right back. He can feel it, he's earned Boromir's trust and respect. And that was the whole point. After the match, they stumble back to Boromir's mansion, both completely wasted. He throws an arm around Callie, laughing. You should have seen the jaws drop, the sheer disbelief on everyone's faces. He boasts about how absolutely thrilled he is, and Callie just smoothly replies, "Glad you're satisfied." Boromir then throws out an offer, saying he'd kill to have Callie as his personal fighter, but since our hero is heading home, Boromir gets curious, asking where he's been and what he's been doing all this time. A bit later, after Boromir has drunk himself to sleep, Callie silently slips out of the room. Stepping into the hall, he thinks to himself that the guy is actually pretty decent, even if he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. As our guy makes his way through the mansion, a voice cuts through the silence, calling his name. He pivots and finds the chief guard standing there. Wondering what this is all about, he flashes a friendly smile and tells the guard they'll be seeing a lot of each other, so there's no need for all the formality. But the chief guard just gives him a stone-cold stare, turns on his heel, and walks off, leaving Callie in a cloud of awkward silence. The following day, Boromir's crew rolls out of Arzon, prepping for the big fist-fighting tournament. As the sun begins to dip below the horizon, the chief guard reports that they're setting up camp for the night. Callie scans the area and suggests they find a more open spot. He points out that they're completely boxed in by the forest. A clearing would give them some moonlight, and they still had daylight to burn. The chief guard, visibly annoyed, snaps at Callie to stay in his lane. He fires back that it's all forest, whether they move or not. He declares it's better to just hunker down until morning. Our guy, not wanting to push it, reluctantly agrees and slumps down under a tree, wondering if he accidentally stepped on the guard's ego. Deciding it's not worth overthinking, he lies back and drifts off to sleep. Hours tick by, and Callie is deep in dreamland when a shout from Boromir, "Watch out," rips through the night. The commotion jolts him awake, his mind scrambling to figure out what's going on. Then he hears Boromir screaming at someone, his voice trembling and breaking with raw fear. As Callie's eyes dart around, they lock onto a man standing right behind him. The mysterious man speaks calmly. "Nothing personal," he says to Callie. "Just consider yourself unlucky." But before the assassin can bring his sword down, Callie explodes into action, yanking his blanket up and throwing it over the guy's head. He follows up with a lightning-fast punch straight to the jaw, sending the would-be killer crashing to the dirt. Utterly bewildered, Callie stares at the unconscious guard, his brain trying to process the sudden betrayal. Meanwhile, Boromir, clutching a sword with shaking hands, screams at the attackers, "Why are you trying to kill me?" His voice cracks as he asks if this is about the jewel, offering to give them as many as they want. But the chief guard just calls him a naive little count. He smirks, saying he'll give him the reason as a parting gift. It turns out Boromir's own nephew is finally old, enough to claim the family fortune. The news hits Boromir like a physical blow. Horrified, he stammers, "How could he? The boy I raised. We'll start by taking that red gemstone." The chief guard sneers. Boromir, realizing the very men he trusted are about to end his life, sinks into absolute despair. But just then, a rock cracks against the chief guard's skull. It's Callie, dragging the KO'd guard from before. He warns the traitors that they're going to have a problem if they touch the jewel, because he's already called dibs. Then he takes stock of the situation. 10 heavily armed guards. No way he can win this bare-fisted. Thinking fast, he snatches the gloves and sword from the unconscious guard, even though he silently admits he's not exactly a pro with a blade. The chief guard roars for his men to attack. One lunges, swinging wildly, but Callie parries the blow with the sword. In that split second, Callie sees his opening. He drives a brutal, sword-fisted punch into the attacker's face, shattering bone and sending teeth flying. Whipping his head toward Bormar, Kali yells, "Do you want to live?" The terrified noble can only nod, his eyes pleading for salvation. Kali scoops up a handful of stones and hurls them at the guards, blocking Bormar's escape route. He screams at the Count, "If you want to live, break through and run to me." But Bormar just stammers back, paralyzed by fear. I can't. Crap, the guy needs a serious push. Kali knows he has to clear a path himself. He bellows at him one more time, "Move your ass if you want to see tomorrow." Bormar, drenched in sweat and shaking uncontrollably, remains frozen in place. Count Bormar's life has been a perfectly paved road, cushy, calm, and completely free of any real struggle. He's been coasting on his family's legacy, never having to earn a single thing himself. But Kali's raw words slice through his pampered existence, shattering his complacency. A fire ignites in his eyes. With a surge of adrenaline, Bormar starts swinging his sword like a madman, charging right through the line of guards. The chief guard is livid, screaming at his men, "You incompetent fools! Why aren't you stopping him?" He finally catches up to Bormar and raises his sword for the killing blow, gashing the Count's arm open. The shock and searing pain make Bormar drop his sword, but he keeps sprinting toward our guy, tears of terror and agony streaming down his face. Our hero rushes forward to meet him. As Bormar begs for his life, Kali grabs him, praising his guts before effortlessly hoisting him over his shoulder. They bolt into the darkness, a desperate race against time. If they don't move fast enough, Bormar is going to bleed out. "Don't let them get away," the chief guard shrieks, ordering his men to open fire. A guard lets an arrow fly, but Kali clocks it instantly. "Hold on tight," he tells Bormar. As the arrow closes in, Kali pivots and shatters it mid-air with a single, perfectly timed punch, deflecting the others with his bare hands. The chief guard and his men are absolutely frozen, their minds blown. Running on pure fumes, Kali hefts Boromir onto his back once more and sprints into the unknown. 3 days blaze by, and they slam into the western desert. He lets out a curse, his eyes wide with disbelief at how the entire landscape has been completely transformed overnight. They plunged into the wasteland to throw any trackers off their scent. Kali's game plan was to slice through the desert and into the kingdom. But this place is radiating a mystique he was not ready for. Slumped against a cool cave wall, Boromir starts whining again, pushing his jewelry at Kali. Annoyed beyond belief, Kali snaps at him to channel that energy into walking, instead of crying about it, warning him that one more word, and he's leaving him in the dust. Then, a sound cuts through the silence. Hoofbeats, thundering closer. Glancing over his shoulder, Kali spots a crew of desert tribesmen closing in on them fast. He shoves Boromir, telling him they've got to bolt in the opposite direction, but Boromir just points behind them. Kali whips his head around, only to see another squad of tribesmen boxing them in. They're trapped, completely and utterly surrounded. The tribesmen swarm them, taking them captive, but instead of a prison, they're given a feast. One of the locals gestures towards a table overflowing with food, speaking a language they can't understand. Kali raises an eyebrow, asking if they're supposed to eat. Boromir, shaking with fear, whispers if maybe they're just being fattened up before becoming the main course. His mind races back to the dark rumors he'd heard, that the desert tribes were cannibals. Ignoring his panic, Kali dives into the food and tells Boromir to do the same. Between bites, Boromir's eyes land on a colossal statue, and he asks Kali what it is. Kali squints, figuring it's some kind of massive wooden sculpture, and he can't help but admire the insane craftsmanship. One of the tribesmen points and says a single word, Khan. Kali asks if that's its name, and the man just repeats, Khan. The meaning is lost on him, but Kali guesses they worship this thing called Khan, especially since its symbols are plastered all over the village. A few days later, the tribe brings them another mountain of food. Kali jokes that his stomach is about to stage a full-blown rebellion if this keeps up, but Boromir is terrified, saying he can't live in this suspense anymore. He's officially sick of it. Kali tells him to suck it up and deal. He reminds him that plenty of people survive without both their arms. Boromir shoots back that not everyone is built as tough as Kali. Kali's reply is cold and hard. No one is born strong. Strength is forged. Suddenly, their door bursts open and tribesmen pour into the room, shouting in their native tongue. They start dragging them outside, while Boromir, voice cracking, screams that he knew they were on the menu. One of the tribesmen cracks Kali hard on the back of the neck with a heavy stick, and his world goes black. Boromir screams Kali's name in a panic. As they're hauled toward a cliff, at the edge, they see a giant, ancient pillar carved with a horn. Boromir has no clue where they're being taken. The tribesmen chain them to the pillars and begin to chant, Dekhan, facing a dark cave. And then, just like that, they run off, leaving them as bait. Boromir is freaking out, desperately asking what's going on. That's when he hears it, a deep, guttural growl echoing from the shadows of the cave. Trembling, He tries to shake Callie awake, telling him about the horrifying sound, but Callie is completely out of it. Tears of pure terror stream down Boromir's face, but through the fear, he grits his teeth, knowing it's all on him now. It's nearly dawn when Callie's eyes finally flutter open. Boromir quickly explains how they were dragged to this spot after he was knocked out. He adds that some kind of monster is definitely lurking inside that cave. Callie hears the menacing growl for himself and puts the pieces together. This must be Dekon. And they're not guests. They're a sacrifice. They can't figure out why the beast hasn't attacked yet. Boromir theorizes that maybe it's waiting for the daylight to warm them up first. Just then, Callie notices Boromir's lips are raw and bleeding. Boromir explains that he spent the entire night chewing through Callie's ropes with his teeth. He did it so Callie could escape. A wave of gratitude washes over Callie as he pulls himself free from the shredded ropes. But in the next instant, a monstrous gorilla emerges from the cave. As Boromir screams for him to run, Callie plants his feet and gets into a fighting stance. To him, it's just a big monkey. Boromir desperately tries to tell him the power gap between them is insane. And in that moment, Callie gets it. This is just like him versus that ogre. But no matter how massive this monster is, it's still just a monkey. The two collide in a blur of motion, and Callie immediately realizes the ape's reach is way longer than he anticipated. Thinking fast, he flings a handful of sand into the gorilla's eyes and follows up with a brutal punch to its face. The beast roars in fury, but the punch only managed to give it a nosebleed. It retaliates, swatting Callie and sending him flying. As he crashes to the ground, he knows his chances of winning are slim to none. Sharp rocks pierce his side, and he realizes that at this rate, he's going to bleed out. He forces himself to his feet, determined to attack again. As he stares the beast down, he realizes this monkey is scarily intelligent. It's eyeing the sharp bone in his hand, recognizing it as a weapon, and hesitating. Knowing he's on the clock, he explodes forward, leaving no time to delay the fight. This time, he plunges the bone deep into the ape's thick hide. In retaliation, the gorilla tries to claw it out, but Callie circles back and shoves the bone all the way into its stomach, making it howl in agony. Boromir, still chained, is watching this entire scene unfold, absolutely stunned to see Callie taking on an opponent that's clearly stronger than him. Callie lands another punch on the beast and immediately dodges a retaliatory strike. He then snatches the ropes he was freed from and rushes back towards the gorilla. With his vision blurring, he begins to form a loop. Perched on the gorilla's back, he cinches the ropes around its throat, strangling the life out of it. The colossal beast begins to choke, gasping desperately for air. It claws at the rope, trying to break free, but Callie's grip is pure iron. Still, our boy is battling the creature's raw power, so he whips out a bone knife and savagely jams it into the gorilla's eye. After one last, brutal struggle, the massive beast collapses to the cavern floor. Our boy emerges, battered but victorious. Boromir frantically asks if he's all right, and Callie just fires back with some heavy sarcasm. He cuts Boromir free, who can only gawk in disbelief at Callie for actually slaying the monster. A second later, the adrenaline wears off, and our dude just passes out cold. Boromir immediately scoops Callie onto his back and presses onward. After a while, he spots a massive group of riders thundering toward them. His mind races, are they assassins? Or a desert tribe? No, there are way too many of them to be a hit squad. Then, he sees it, the flag of the Imperial Army. He instantly tries to turn back, but it's too late. A soldier has already spotted him and bellows for him to identify himself. He announces his name, and the soldier's eyes immediately dart to his missing arm, sparking a few cruel chuckles. Then a commanding voice cuts through, asking about the beast the barbarian is worshipping. The speaker is none other than the legendary Iskander. This is the general of the Empire's entire Western conquest army. As he swings down from his horse, his jaw drops, recognizing the unconscious Callie on the Count's shoulders. But he's hit with an even bigger shock when he finds out Callie was the one who single-handedly defeated the monster that he had come to conquer. He storms into the medical tent, kicks Callie off the bed, and shakes him violently, completely panicking the army physician. The doctor pleads with him, insisting Callie is seriously injured, but Iskander just scoffs, saying our boy is a monster himself. He claims a little stomach wound isn't enough to kill him. Just then, Callie's eyes snap open, and he lands a solid punch right on Iskander's jaw. Iskander retaliates by kicking him clean out of the tent, reminding him that Hay was the one who got him treated. Callie just dusts himself off and asks what the hell he's doing there. Iskander explains he's on a mission to conquer the region. He also gripes that Callie just completely ghosted the Empire, without so much as a goodbye, and he's clearly still salty about it. Seeing Callie acting so casual with a living legend leaves Boromir completely speechless. Later, back at their camp, Callie urges Boromir to return to his own lands as soon as possible. The Count confesses that at first, he was terrified knowing his own nephew tried to have him killed, But now, all he wants is to confront the traitor face to face. Callie is all for that plan. Back at Boromir's castle, the treacherous nephew, Begon, is sleeping soundly. Suddenly, he wakes to his name being called and finds our boy looming over him. Callie calls him an ungrateful snake for trying to murder his own uncle. As the reality of the situation sinks in for Began, he opens his mouth to scream for help, but our dude clamps a hand over it, coolly asking if he'd prefer a quick and tidy death. A moment later, Callie is dragging Begon out in front of the guards, holding him hostage. Begon desperately orders his men to stand down. Our boy just tells them to follow their master's orders as they march toward the main gate. Once they arrive, Callie gives the same command to the gate guards. Begon starts to panic, warning him that he's surrounded, and even trying to bribe him with a mountain of gold. But Callie couldn't care less about the money, and just commands the guards to open the gate. The guards don't move a muscle, so he asks Begon if he prefers his left or right arm. Before Begon can process the question, Callie snaps his right arm with a sickening crack. He warns him that if he wants to keep his other arm, he better give the order. Begon immediately screams for them to open the gate. The gate swings open to reveal Boromir standing there. He orders his guards to lower their weapons, threatening them with execution if they disobey. The guards are stunned to see Count Boromir, once a timid and passive man, now radiating with a new, commanding presence. This man has become bold. Begon desperately tries to claim the Count's title for himself, but Count Boromir furiously challenges him to a duel for the position. Begon protests, whining that it's unfair because of his freshly broken arm. In response, Boromir simply gestures to his own severed right arm. Begon smirks and picks up a sword, but the moment he sees the inferno raging in his uncle's eyes, absolute terror grips him. He drops the sword and starts begging for his life. Count Boromir, however, is fresh out of mercy. He orders his guards to haul his nephew to the dungeons. With that, he reclaims his rightful title as Count and has the traitor executed. A few days later, our boy is preparing to leave when the Count finally pieces it together, realizing he's the legendary ogre, Slayer, which makes Callie visibly uncomfortable. Boromir then presents him with a necklace he had made, a hasty but heartfelt token of his gratitude. This necklace features the very same ruby our boy was after. Taking it, Callie warns the Count that this better not be a payment he'll regret, but the Count assures him the debt has been more than paid. With a final farewell, they go their separate ways. Meanwhile, in a lavish guest house, a servant informs a woman named Azelia that Lord Jethro has arrived. He's the leader of a powerful merchant group. She welcomes him in, and he immediately starts praising her beauty. After they sit down, Lord Jethro gets down to business, revealing that he's inspected the barony. His report is grim. The land is in shambles, and the farmers are on the brink of starvation. Meanwhile, her thoughts drift to Lord Jethro, a man who started from nothing, a total commoner, but somehow clawed his way up to become a merchant powerhouse. His reputation precedes him. He's infamous for building his fortune on the misery of others. She cuts straight to the point, demanding to know his business here. He drops the act, demanding she cough up the 30,000 guild he's owed. He claims he's in a tight spot and needs the cash immediately. Then, with a greasy smile, he twists the knife, adding that interest has racked up the total to 40,000 guild. But out of the kindness of his heart, he'll give her a 5,000 discount, making it a solid 35,000. Fury flashes in her eyes. How in the world could the interest explode that much in just 6 months? It all comes flooding back 2 years ago. When Azelia returned from the Empire, she found Gadolf on his deathbed from drinking, leaving behind a mountain of debt. A debt so crushing that no amount of trading could ever dig her out. To this day, she's still buried, juggling loans from various merchants. She begs him to wait until the fall, but he flatly refuses, suggesting she just sell off her fighters instead. She instantly shuts that down. They're her only lifeline, her only way to make money. Her refusal makes his face darken with rage. He lectures her about needing to step up for her people. Just then, she hears footsteps approaching and orders that no one be allowed in. She's in the middle of a critical negotiation, but the man at the door announces he was going to be patient. But after seeing the drama unfolding outside, he decided he couldn't wait a second longer. Azelia's jaw drops when she sees who it is. It's none other than Callie. Jethro immediately scoffs at the intrusion, trying to put him in his place by reminding him he's just a slave. But Callie completely ignores him, his eyes locked on Azelia. "How much is the debt?" he asks. She tries to wave him off, telling him it's not his problem. But Jethro, ever the snake, eagerly blurts out, "It's 35,000 guild." Without missing a beat, our hero hurls a heavy pouch of 40,000 guild right at the merchant's chest, telling him the extra 5,000 is for his troubles. The greedy merchant's face lights up at the sight of the extra 5,000, promising he'll put it to good use. The slimy display makes both our hero and heroine visibly cringe. The merchant then thanks Azelia and hands her a receipt, which she immediately tears into tiny pieces before he can even leave. He pauses at the door, commenting that he's heard the name Callie somewhere before. Callie lifts his chin, telling him to remember it well, because it belongs to the tournament's next champion. The merchant just scoffs at his sheer audacity. Once he's gone, the two of them finally sit down with some tea. Azealia insists she'll pay him back every last coin, an offer he casually tries to brush aside. She's still in shock that he's even here, but he just reminds her with a small smile that while he may have been late, he never, ever breaks a promise. His gaze lingers on her for a moment, and a faint blush colors his cheeks. She then breaks down her entire situation for him, the chaos after her father's death, and asks what he was doing in the Empire for 2 years. He explains he was working under Philippos. She asks if he really came all this way just to fulfill his promise to her. He confirms it. After all, he has nothing else left in this place. Hearing this, she asks him if he plans to keep fist fighting. When he says yes, her expression turns to ice. Then you need to leave. The command infuriates him, but she just repeats it, her voice cold as steel. Is there another guy? He demands, his voice cracking with hurt, but she denies it. Then, the horrible realization dawns on him. This is because he's a slave. She confirms his fear, bluntly stating she can't get involved with him, not when he has nothing to offer her struggling territory. Heartbroken, he asks about her confession from 2 years back. She dismisses it as a naive, childish crush. Despite the cruelty, she offers him a place to rest and a chance to meet his old friends while he's in town. The moment he walks out the door, her strong facade crumbles. She's completely shattered, knowing she can't drag him down into her family's disaster. Callie finds himself at a bar, drinking solo. As he's staring at the ruby necklace, he's cornered by Jethro and his crew. He tells them he's flat broke, so they should just beat it. Jethro, seeing his wrecked state, sneers that he must have been shot down by Azealia. He then pivots, bringing up our boy's old title, the Ogre Slayer. That's the last straw. Callie snaps and lays him out with a single punch, which instantly enrages his companions. For a second, Jethro looks absolutely furious, but then he masters his anger, and a calculating look takes over. He even tells the bartender that he'll cover Callie's entire bill. Our boy instantly regrets losing his cool, and even mutters an apology to Jethro, who just waves it off. But you can see the gears turning in Jethro's head. He smells an opportunity to monopolize Callie's fame, knowing people are dying to see him fight after he vanished for 2 years. Seizing the moment, Callie asks about Azealia and what her life has been like while he was gone. Jethro explains that she's been through hell. Because of pressure from the powerful Joseph family, all the other noble houses cut ties with her now barren family. Her only viable escape route was to marry into a powerful house, but she rejected every single proposal. Now, no young lord will give her the time of day. Callie then presses for details about the Joseph family. Jethro informs him that even they've lost interest in Azealia's family now. Their financial situation is a black hole, a tangled mess of debts so deep that even a massive fortune couldn't fix it. Our dude is stunned, admitting he never imagined she'd be facing such a nightmare. The merchant adds one last jab, saying it was her father's failures that forced her to hide from the world. As Callie steps back out into the night, Jethro's words replay in his head, painting a grim and desperate picture, and he can't shake the feeling that she's keeping something from him. Stepping inside the training center, the entire place erupts, hyped to see Callie back in action. His gaze then locks onto Nixar. Nixar pulls him into a warm embrace, admitting he's low-key jealous that Callie gets to stay active while his old bones and busted leg keep him sidelined. Callie takes a moment to really look at him, seeing the hardened muscle he remembered has faded, and streaks of white now dominate his hair. So where's the rest of the crew? Callie asks. Nixar tells him Kijo is back at their quarters, and Torres is out for the day. Apparently, Torres is just a few matches away from earning his freedom's 67 wins total, and he's currently out settling his debts. Callie wonders if Torres will just bounce from the territory. Nixar shakes his head, figuring a loyal guy like him will probably stick around. Their chat is cut short by Kijo, who rushes in with a huge grin. But when Callie turns to greet him, his stomach drops. Kijo is missing an eye. Kijo just shrugs it off, bragging that the guy who took his eye got way worse in the exchange. Remembering Kijo's wild fighting style, Callie knows deep down that fighting with one eye is a massive, game-changing disadvantage. Still, it's incredible to see each other after all this time. Then he asks about Rovo. Kijo's face falls as he explains that once Rovo grew up, the wolf returned to the forest. Tears start to well up in Kijo's remaining eye. He quickly changes the subject to Azealia and asks if she ever visits the training grounds anymore. Kijo explains that with the Baron's contagious sickness, she's been on total lockdown, not leaving her estate. She hasn't seen anyone except a handful of her most trusted servants. With that, Callie says his goodbyes and heads straight for the western forest to find Rovo. Once there, he shouts the wolf's name into the trees. After a tense moment, a massive wolf emerges. Rovo guides him deeper into the woods, and Callie follows. Then he sees them 3 tiny wolf cubs. It all clicks into place. Rovo has a family now. That's why he never returned. Callie is about to speak when a sudden, terrifying realization hits him, and he bolts back towards the city. He skids to a halt in front of Azalea's mansion, but the guards immediately block his path. He asks them to let him through, but they just sneer and remind him of his place as a slave fighter. Having no other choice, Callie clenches his fists, ready to force his way inside. Meanwhile, his mind is racing, trying to figure out why she's been a complete ghost for the last 6 months. He scans the grounds for her and finally spots her inside a nursery. When she sees him, she dryly remarks on how clever he is. But Callie is completely stunned, staring at Azalea holding a baby in her arms. He hesitantly steps closer and gently touches the finger of the blonde-haired infant, feeling his entire world shift in that single, life-altering moment. Memories of the night they spent together flash through his mind, and he knows. This child has to be his. Is it a boy or a girl? He asks, his voice trembling. She tells him it's a boy, and she named him Soren, after her grandfather. He then demands to know why she kept him a secret. She shoots back that it was better this way, claiming she never thought he'd actually step up and take responsibility. When he tries to protest, she gives him an ultimatum: quit fighting and take over the estate. He begs her not to ask him to do that. She tells him to leave, declaring she won't be the one to tell her child his father was killed in a fighting pit. The two of them argue back and forth, with Callie insisting that he always wins. But Azalea stands her ground, firing back that he always pushes himself to the brink of death, and that's a risk she refuses to take with their son's future. She offers to make him a baron by marriage, but he still can't bring himself to accept. Later, he's reeling from it all, realizing Azalea hid her entire pregnancy so he could chase his dream of becoming a champion. On top of that, she's buried in debt and facing riots from the citizens. His spiraling thoughts are shattered by Kijo's fist flying past his face. As he watches his friend spar, Callie notices that Kijo's sense of distance and timing is completely off now. He thinks about how he already told Nixar that Kijo needed to quit, that fighting with one eye was basically a death sentence. Nixar explains that he'd offered Kijo a safe job as an instructor, but Kijo stubbornly insisted he had a few more fights left in him. Callie confronts Kijo directly, telling him to hang it up, but his friend just snaps back that Callie didn't quit when his own leg was mangled. When Callie argues that their situations are totally different, Kijo just unleashes a storm of furious accusations. But when he calms down and simply asks Kijo why he's so desperate for freedom, his friend finally cools off. Later, they're sitting on a bench when Kijo admits he met a woman, a cook who works at the training center. But here's the kicker: he can't marry her as long as he's a slave. Callie lets out a bitter laugh and says he's got his own woman problems. But then he asks Kijo what the most important thing in the world is to him, and Kijo answers without a single hesitation: her. And hearing that, something inside Callie just snaps. He remembers the old Kijo, the one who never had this kind of drive. Now, all he wants is to build a life with someone. A while later, Callie stands before Azalea. She tries to send him away, but he stops her cold by declaring he's ready to become the Baron, forcing the words out through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Azalea thinks about how she never wanted to be the one to chain him down and stop him from moving forward. A part of her had always hoped he'd choose his dream and never look back, but now she collapses into his arms, because his return means everything. It's proof that she's more important to him than his lifelong dream of being a champion. After that, the news of their marriage spreads like wildfire. Some people cheer for them, while others are disgusted, viewing it as an open rebellion against the rigid rules of high society. The news even makes its way to Count Joseph. A few days later, Callie officially steps into his new duties as the Baron and scans the list of fighters for a friendly match. He hunts for one name, but it's missing. Nixar delivers the bad news. Torres is a no-show until the fight. Callie's face hardens. This is a disaster. We don't have a single veteran fighter. Except for Kijo, Nixar agrees grimly, then adds, but friendship doesn't exactly print money. Callie slams his fist on the table. Then we'll just have to make it work. We're already at rock bottom. And let's not forget, plenty of people are pissed that I'm the new lord. This is his one chance to prove them all wrong, to show them he's worthy. They have to win. He refuses to let history repeat itself, especially with their high-stakes match against Doraemon, just 7 days away. He points at the paper. Put Kijo's name on the list, and I want him paid in full for this match. Nixar hesitates. Boss, you know the state of our finances. We can't afford to buy his freedom. Not right now, no matter how much you care about the guy. A fleeting thought crosses Nixar's mind that Callie could just enter the ring himself, but he dismisses it. Callie had left that life behind. Nixar then heads out, thinking to himself that, while it's unheard of for nobles to throw down in a slave fight, the one person the citizens are dying to see is Callie himself. After he's gone, Callie's gaze falls upon the necklace he'd meant for Azalea, the one he held back, fearing she'd sell it just to chip away at their debt. Besides, their financial situation was a tangled nightmare he couldn't afford to mess up. He comes to a firm conclusion. He needs a treasurer who knows what they're doing. As he walks through the streets, lost in thought, the whispers of the people follow him like a shadow, saying how much better Gadolf was. Listening to their venom, he confirms a hard truth. He was a warrior like Iskander, not a shrewd politician like Philippos. But damn it, he needed someone exactly like that ruthless emperor in his corner. He finds that person in a dimly lit bar, and it's none other than Jethro. "I need your help," Callie says flatly. Jethro scoffs. "I don't have any money to lend you." But as he tries to walk away, Callie's hand shoots out, grabbing him with a fiery intensity. The raw anger in Callie's eyes terrifies Jethro, who immediately sits back down, ready to talk business. "I need you to handle my money," Callie commands, leaving Jethro completely stunned. Even more furious is Azealia, who despises the man. But Callie tries to reason with her. "I'm clueless about economics. I need Jethro's cunning." They both know he's a snake, but a snake is exactly what he needs for the dirty work ahead. With Jethro sorting through the chaos, Callie could finally see the full picture and start making his move. He thinks back with disgust on the ugly, backstabbing politics Philippos was famous for, a game that often involved assassinating anyone who became a threat. It was the very reason he fled that empire. But now, he had to play the same dirty game. Azealia then officially hands over all authority to him. Usually, it's a rare honor for power to be given to a noble by marriage. But in Azelia's case, all she was handing over was a mountain of debt and a kingdom of problems. In the days that followed, she watched Callie pour every ounce of his being into wrestling the situation under control, just as he always did. Looking over his roster of fighters, however, Callie's expression is anything but happy. 4 days later, after a shower, he confronts his reflection. For the last 3 years, his entire existence had revolved around his boxing career. But looking in the mirror and remembering the man he used to be, he realizes with a jolt that he hasn't done anything boxing-related. Since he became a baron, he suddenly has no idea what the purpose of his second life is. A while later, he puts on a brave face to welcome Count Dorimon, who openly gawks at him, still shocked that Callie is truly the new baron. The two exchange pleasantries, though Dorimon is still visibly uncomfortable, shaking hands with a man who was once a slave. Over tea, Callie tells Dorimon about his hand-picked team of fighters, making sure to casually mention the ogre, a move that clearly irritates the Count. He then goes on to describe the ogre's shattered mental state after his little run-in with Callie. "The arena will be ready 3 days before the match," Callie states calmly. As he studies him, Dorimon speculates that Callie might be planning to fight and asks if he's competing. Callie's eyes flicker toward Azealia for a moment before he declines, which brings a wave of visible relief to Dorimon. He's thrilled. With only the blind Kijo and a bunch of rookies, he's convinced he can easily crush them. On the day of the match, Jethro is out front, passing out bread to everyone, barking at them to maintain order. Jethro is secretly fuming, knowing that the bread being handed out was bought with his own money. He asks our guy if he's actually going to get paid back. Callie smirks. "I wouldn't dare try to cheat a cunning man like you," a line that Jethro takes as a compliment. Still, he remains suspicious about Callie's connection to a man named Borlmarl. In the audience, opinions are split right down the middle about Callie as the new lord. Some are for him, some against. The match kicks off with Shiram as the first to enter the ring. Watching the fight, Callie understands the absolute necessity of winning this match. It's a way for the people to blow off steam before the harvest season. He also notices that the fighter's style has evolved, shifting into a modern, fluid form of boxing that focuses on precision technique. He knows, with chilling certainty, that this change happened because he was brought to this world. As Shiram's rival slams a fist into him, Shiram instantly clamps down on his arm, forcing a moment's hesitation. Then, a split second later, he unleashes a punch so blindingly fast his opponent can only think that the crowd couldn't have possibly seen it. But Shiram keeps the pressure on with a barrage of punches, each one skillfully parried by his opponent, as other fighters watch the brawl with glee. Our boy, however, is on edge, wondering how long Shiram can keep this up. He's just going to gas himself out and get wrecked. And that's exactly what happens. Shiram's stamina evaporates, and his opponent capitalizes on the opening, hammering him with a vicious blow. Shiram swings back, desperate, but his enemy dodges effortlessly and fires back with a counter that sends him reeling. Shiram is completely overwhelmed, unable to fight back against the relentless storm of hits. Callie figures it out. Dorimon is dead set on absolutely crushing their spirits. The opponent leans over Shiram and snarls, "Just die already." Disgusted by such a pathetic showing, Dorimon just chuckles, offering a fake apology about his fighters being a little too rough. Callie mutters that things like this happen in a fight, which gets a knowing smirk from Dorimon, who claims he gets it, because he used to be a pro boxer himself. He glances at his team, concluding that the power gap between their squads is just massive. On his side, Callie has no one besides Kijo. Sure, Jerome is decent, but he's not prepped to snatch a victory in just 1 week's time. His other fighter is completely terrified, getting absolutely demolished by Doraemon's guy. Seeing the beatdown, the crowd erupts, screaming about how they could possibly lose when their own Baron is a legendary boxer. They start raining curses down on Callie's team. Doraemon is soaking it all in, a smug look on his face now that he's already secured 2 wins. He casually asks if Kijo is Callie's last man standing, and Callie confirms it. Azealia glances over at Callie, shocked by the storm brewing in his eyes, and she gently tries to talk him down. Doraemon, completely oblivious, keeps rubbing it in, hyping up his next fighter, his ace in the hole, a champion he's personally sculpted into a weapon over many years. His name is Sharon. As he steps into the ring, the entire arena goes wild for Kijo, chanting for him to bring home the win. Callie knows they've basically already lost the competition, but they desperately need this one round to salvage some shred of dignity. Right before the bell, Kijo remembers our guy's pep talk to the fighters. He told them not to get psyched out by their opponent's raw power, reminding them that every brutal blow carries a cost for both of them. He urged the boxers to block with everything they had. One of the fighters had replied with a resounding, "Yes, sir." Then, our guy had turned to Shiram, telling him he had both the grit and the skills to win, pleading with him to stay calm and not let his anger control the fight. Shiram, through a slight stutter, had promised he understood. Kijo now stares at his own clenched fist, recalling how he told our guy that he never wanted to become a monster of strength like him. All he's ever wanted was to escape the brutal life of a slave fighter, to just live a normal life. And Kijo knows that to earn that freedom, he has to win this fight. The bell rings, and the crowd absolutely explodes. Our guy watches Kijo with intense focus, knowing full well how messed up his depth perception is with only one eye. But Kijo is radiating pure determination, ready to leave it all in the ring. Kijo strikes first, using his long reach to fire off jabs from a distance. But Sharon parries them like they're nothing, taunting Kijo for being a one-eyed joke. As Kijo spots Sharon's feet creeping forward, our guy starts to panic, knowing that if Sharon closes the distance, this is going to turn into a messy, close-quarters brawl. Kijo instinctively hops back to create space, but to his utter shock, Sharon closes the gap in a flash. Kijo throws another punch, the terrifying realization dawning on him that Sharon is trying to exploit his blind side. Sharon, his playful demeanor gone, steps back and effortlessly ducks the punch, leaving Kijo completely stunned. Our guy sees it now. Sharon is reading Kijo's every move. Frustrated, Sharon then lunges forward, shouting that the only fighter worthy of his time is the Ogre Slayer. Kijo roars back that he's all the challenge he needs, throwing a haymaker. But Sharon ducks clean under it, getting even deeper into Kijo's personal space. It's then Kijo realizes that keeping him at a distance is totally pointless. Even if he makes some room, Sharon will be on him in an instant. With 0 options left, Kijo charges in to meet him head-on, letting his fist fly. Sharon connects with a solid punch to Kijo's face, but Kijo eats it and fires back, digging a vicious hook into Sharon's side. Callie leaps to his feet, worried sick, because he knows if this turns into a slugfest, Kijo is toast. If only he had both his eyes, he could actually win this. As they trade brutal blows, Sharon sneers, asking if he should just take out Kijo's other eye too. Desperate to protect himself, Kijo tries to back away, but Sharon is on him immediately, smashing a brutal punch into Kijo's gut, followed by another to his ribs, and then a final, crushing blow to his head. Callie can only watch in a silent, seething rage. Sharon continues his savage assault, the force of his blows sending Kijo's eye patch flying, but he doesn't let up. He scoffs, saying he's heard the name Ogre Slayer so many times over the past 2 years that it makes him sick. He grabs Kijo's long arm, holding it up for the crowd. Sharon announces that if he ever gets the chance, he's going to be the one to defeat our guy and steal all his clout. He adds, however, with a hint of disappointment, that since our guy's a fancy noble now, he'll probably never step foot in a fighting pit again. Just then, a searing pain rips through Sharon's side from Kijo's earlier hit. In response, Sharon just snaps at him, calling him an arrogant bastard. As Kijo's scream of agony echoes, the crowd erupts in fury, roaring about what a pathetic excuse for a fight this is. They start hurling insults at our guy, accusing him of going soft ever since he became a noble. And through all the chaos, Doraemon is just laughing, savoring his victory. While the audience unleashes their anger on him, our guy's eyes are locked on Kijo, who's on the ground writhing and clutching his mangled hand. That image sends him spiraling back into his own brutal past. He's slammed with visions of his former life as Park Kang-tae, being mercilessly beaten to death, and the bloody path he walked to rise as the slave, Callie. These memories make something inside him snap, but he's yanked back to reality. by a single thought, his son, Soren. The rage, however, is still boiling as he crushes the ornate handle of his chair with a single, white-knuckled grip. The sound of splintering wood makes Dorman's blood run cold. Azalea calls out his name, her voice laced with worry, but our guy just says, "I'm sorry," which terrifies her even more. He admits that he doesn't think he can ever be a good father, completely ignoring her pleas for him to wait. He rises to his feet and locks eyes with Dorman, shrugging off his suit jacket. "How about we go another round?" he asks, a question that horrifies the man. Before Dorman can even try to stop him, our guy vaults over the railing of the VIP box and descends toward the ring. The second he lands, the boos turn into a deafening roar of cheers as the crowd chants his title, the Ogre Slayer. Sharon just smirks, teasing him. "Can't believe you're making a personal appearance in that fancy noble body of yours," he says sarcastically. "What's the special occasion?" Callie just tells Sharon to rest up until the cheering dies down, but Sharon just stretches, insisting he doesn't need it, before blasting toward our guy at insane speed. Sharon's plan is to end this fight before our guy even warms up. He throws a punch, but it's dodged, and he lands a vicious shot to Callie's stomach instead. Except, Callie doesn't even flinch. Sharon starts taunting him, claiming the whole Ogre Slayer legend is just a bunch of hype. He claims there's nothing special about him at all. And then, in the blink of an eye, our guy vanishes and reappears directly in Sharon's face. He moves so fast it's unreal. "You planning to fight with just your mouth?" Callie asks, before slamming his fist into Sharon's arm shield. The impact sends Sharon flying backward across the ring. As he stares in pure shock at his trembling arms, our guy speaks, his voice pure ice. "I despise the title of Ogre Slayer," he says. "I think I'll carefully choose my next one." In response, Sharon unleashes a blinding flurry of punches, but Callie blocks every single one, noting to himself just how fast Sharon is. He thinks this guy might be one of the fastest fighters he's ever gone up against, though not so fast that he can't be dodged. With a subtle pivot of his foot, he masterfully sidesteps Sharon's next haymaker. Sharon throws everything he has, trying to land a single hit, but he can't even comprehend how his opponent moves so effortlessly. Then, in a flash, our guy explodes to his side and smashes a solid punch into his face, leaving Sharon reeling, completely stunned at how easily his every move is being countered. Determined, Sharon winds up for another punch, but our dude flows around it once more. Sharon sees the raw intensity burning in Callie's eyes, and, mustering every ounce of speed he has, he launches a fist straight at his head, finally landing a blow that draws blood. As a drop of crimson hits the ground, our guy mutters that he must have gotten rusty, but he's fortunate. It's only a deep gash across his forehead. He knows he has to move fast. His vision is already starting to blur, and the bleeding shows no sign of slowing down. He deliberately drops his guard, taking a small step back, baiting Sharon to come closer. Sharon spots the opening and, curious about what Callie's planning, he shoots forward like a bullet. He's wondering if the guy is actually about to give up. His punch connects squarely with Callie's face, and the crowd absolutely erupts with anger, screaming and questioning why he's suddenly hesitating after being so damn confident. But their shouts only pour fuel on his internal fire. All he wants is to fight. With a savage roar, our guy buries his fist deep into Sharon's stomach, making him hack up blood and scream in agony. He desperately throws more punches, but they are all blocked like they're nothing. And then our dude retaliates, absolutely refusing to throw away everything. He has clawed his way up to achieve, landing another brutal punch square on his face. Yet Sharon refuses to back down, and unleashes a furious volley of his own. But Callie takes every hit without even flinching, before answering with another crushing blow to Sharon's face. Sharon curses, knowing he hit way harder that time, but Callie is still standing, still walking toward him like a Terminator. Sharon just can't understand how he hasn't gone down. The sight reminds our guy of a past battle, against an enemy who seemed completely immune to pain, a monster who refused to fall no matter how hard he was hit. But then he remembers the truth. That opponent had only been bluffing, just pretending not to feel the pain. With that realization, Callie launches a punch filled with pure, unbridled rage, a blow so powerful it sends Sharon staggering backward. The citizens go ballistic, roaring for him to crush Sharon completely. Sharon tries to swing again, but our guy flows around the punch and slams a fist into his side, delivering another devastating, targeted blow. A wave of unimaginable pain rips through Sharon, as our guy strikes the exact spot Kijo had injured earlier. As Sharon gasps, our guy unleashes another punch, taunting him. "You left your jaw exposed." The fist connects with a sickening crack of bone, and Sharon hears his own jaw shatter right before he collapses to the ground, his body going limp. But our guy doesn't stop there. "Model." He snatches Sharon's hand. A sickening crack echoes as he snaps one of the dude's fingers clean in two. "That's for Keijo," he growls. "Don't you ever forget it." Pivoting to Dorman, our guy lets a smirk play on his lips, commenting, "Your other two fighters, They don't look half bad either. He then challenges Dorman. So, are we going to continue this or what? Causing Dorman to stare back like he's gone completely insane. Even with his shiny new title, Dorman is absolutely fuming, roaring that this ridiculous fight is officially over. Our hero, feigning exhaustion, shouts to the remaining fighters that he's getting worn out and asks them when they're planning on earning a legendary title for themselves. If not now, then when? That one line ignites their spirits. Their confidence surges, and they immediately start arguing over who gets the first shot at him. He lets out a low chuckle, telling them to cut the chatter and just attack him at the same time. It would make things way more entertaining. As the two pugilists charge toward him, his gaze finds Azalea in the crowd. He flashes her a silent, apologetic look, seeing the raw worry etched on her face. He knows he can't tell his life story without the chapter on fighting, and right now, he realizes that the promise he made to quit was one he could never truly keep. Planting his feet, he steels himself, watching as the two challengers climb into the ring. He feels the blood on his forehead finally start to clot as the bleeding stops. He sizes up his opponents, their leagues below Sharon's skill. The first brawler throws a wild punch. He effortlessly ducks underneath the blow and buries a devastating counterpunch into the man's stomach, dropping him in an instant. Immediately, the second fighter closes in from the side, swinging for his head. But he understands this isn't just a fight. These people don't need money or food right now. What they desperately need is a symbol of hope. He lunges forward, unloading a punch on the fighter who had backed up to shield his face. But the guy just isn't quick enough. The blow lands squarely on his jaw, and he crumples to the mat, completely defeated. Raising his fist, our hero hears the roar of the crowd chanting his name. He knows they need someone to believe in, a figure who can carry their dreams for a better future. He turns to them, his voice booming, "I am just like all of you. I have starved. I have been forced to the ground, enduring the foul stench of the so-called nobles." Dorman's face drains of all color, absolutely horrified. Our guy then addresses the citizens, declaring, "I have clawed my way here, using nothing but my fists, and that's not going to change. I have never lost a single fight, and if you find it hard to believe in me, then at least believe in these fists." A moment later, the exhibition match concludes, and the energized crowd begins to file out of the venue. While Callie is recovering in the clinic, utterly exhausted, Keijo walks in and remarks, "In the end, you just couldn't stay away, could you?" Callie asks if he heard about what went down, and Keijo scoffs, replying that it would be impossible not to. The whole city is talking about it. Callie curses under his breath, admitting that he swore he would never get into a ring again. But Keijo just reminds him, "You're different. Fighting isn't just something you do, it's who you are." The statement leaves our guy speechless. He tells Keijo he has some serious insight, to which Keijo asks, "After everything, how could I not know that about you?" Keijo then notes that with all this going on, his dream of becoming a free man must be on hold. But he replies that after this match, he will be free. Keijo is stunned. He tells him to stop messing around because they don't have the luxury to joke about things like that. But our guy explains the deal. He has to work as a pugilism instructor for 2 years. After that, he can finally have a normal life, start a family, and live as a truly free man. With all his fighting experience, he's confident he can make it happen. Overwhelmed with emotion, Keijo crashes into him, hugging him with all his might, sobbing and thanking him over and over. Callie tells him to get a grip, but Keijo's hold just gets tighter, forcing him to pop Keijo one, making him yelp in pain. Later that evening, back at their home, Azalea is silently tending to his wounds, her face a mask of worry. He asks if she's angry that he broke his promise. She just tells him to forget it. She adds that she knew all along he couldn't keep that promise, and the coldness in her tone lets him know just how hurt she really is. He apologizes, his voice heavy with sincerity. He tells her, "You and our son mean everything to me, but I can't quit fighting. I can't just live out my days feeling like an empty shell. That's not a life." Azalea then asks what happens if he gets killed, and what is she supposed to tell Sora when he asks where his father went. He admits he's not entirely sure, but he pictures Sora asking him why he quit fighting. If his answer is that he gave it up because he was afraid for himself, for Sora and his mother, he knows how pathetic that would sound. He explains that, at the very least, he wants to become the undisputed champion of the kingdom. That way, he can tell his son he retired because there was nothing left to conquer, preserving his own dignity as a father. Azalea sighs deeply and pulls him into an embrace, wondering aloud how she ever fell for such a crazy man. He wraps his arms tightly around her. He apologizes again, promising her that he will do his best not to die. Tears stream down her face as she pleads with him, "Please don't die." He knows his life as Park Kang-tae is over. The only thing tethering him to this world is the fight itself. If he loses his chance to be a pugilist, it feels like he would truly cease to exist. A few days later, Torres and the other instructors finally get back from their own match. But while they were gone, The entire landscape of the Agistry barony has been flipped upside down, with the single biggest change being that Callie is now the new baron. Agist Torres stands frozen outside the office, his fist hovering just inches from the door, wrestling with how you're even supposed to act civil around him. Finally, his knuckles connect with the wood. He forces himself to breathe. Come on. Treating Callie with a little respect isn't going to literally kill you. The door swings open. Callie gestures him in, but his eyes widen for a split second. Damn, Torres got huge. Still, Callie schools his features, playing it cool. Torres strides in and cuts right to the chase. You and Azalea. It's been going on since that caravan trip 2 years ago, hasn't it? Callie can only manage a choked, stammered agreement. Without a single word of warning, a fist smashes into Callie's nose. Pain explodes behind his eyes, and in that blinding flash of agony, all he can see is Keijo's face. You always wanted Azalea, Callie screams, stumbling backward. What the hell, man? I'm a baron now. And I'm injured, he shouts, shoving his bandaged arm forward as proof. But Torres just glares, his voice a low growl. Shut up. You're still the same punk to me. Torres collapses into a chair across from him, cursing under his breath. I knew something was sus, he admits, the words dripping with resentment. Ever since that damn trip 2 years ago, after a beat of suffocating silence, a slow grin spreads across Torres's face. But whatever, the past is the past. Callie lets out a shaky breath he didn't realize he was holding. Well, congrats on earning your freedom, he says, forcing a smile. You're the first fighter from Agest to pull that off in nearly 5 years. Torres shrugs, not sounding apologetic at all. Sorry for making you bleed. Just seeing your annoying face after so long just set me off. Taking a calm sip of tea, Callie fires back. Maybe it's because I'm a noble now. My face isn't constantly drenched in sweat anymore. Torres scoffs. Shove your nobility. I heard you went full-on psycho and stormed the arena the other day. He sneers. My apologies, Grand Lord. But Callie can see it now, the anger isn't real. It's just their messed up way of talking. Torres never wasted words on people he wasn't tight with. Understanding this, Callie just says, feel free to curse me out. I've got it coming. He adds, for real though, I should probably be the one bowing to you. See, a freed pugilist has zero obligation to re-sign with their old training camp, and everyone knew that Torres, the infamous wild boar of Agest, had become one of the biggest names in the kingdom. But for all his fame, Torres was a loyal dude. Bam! Torres slams his teacup on the table. So are you gonna keep fighting now that you're a big shot noble, or what? Callie doesn't even flinch. If I was going to quit just because my status changed, I would have done it when my leg was shattered in pieces. Good, Torres says flatly. Because I'm not fighting for Agest anymore. The words hang in the air, and Callie just stares, the statement hitting him like a body blow. Wipe that stupid look off your face, Torres snaps. My plan was to stay with Agest, all right? Callie raises an eyebrow. Is this because of me, or is it because I married Azalea? That question hits a nerve. Yeah, I liked her. So what? Torres explodes. You think I'd torpedo my career over some trivial relationship drama? His voice drops, the anger fading into a raw confession. I was gonna stop fighting once I got my freedom. I just trained my ass off to get some money and respect. But then I saw you again, and it all changed. Callie is completely thrown. Fighting became more than just a means to an end. Torres leans in, a savage grin on his face. And I gotta admit, the thought of knocking a guy like you out with my own hands, that just sounds incredibly satisfying. A slow, challenging smile spreads across Callie's face. Want to make a bet on who's actually getting beaten up? I'm entering the Kingdom Tournament, Torres announces, dropping the bombshell. With a different training camp, they have a rule against more than one fighter from the same camp entering, and just like that, it all clicks into place. This is why Torres had to leave. As he's about to walk out, Torres stops. For what it's worth, I still consider you a friend. When you were fighting that ogre, I was desperately hoping you wouldn't die. I was genuinely rooting for you, he admits. But we're walking the same path now, Callie, and there's only room for one person at the top. His eyes turn to ice, and I don't like you. Enough to give up that spot for you. Callie's face is a grim mask. The feeling's mutual. With their goodbyes said, the rivalry is set in stone. A few days later, Baron Doramon's caravan leaves Agest, and riding among his men is Torres. The fighter, once known as the Boar of Agest, has a new home. Are you absolutely sure you want to join me? Count Doramon asks. He secretly figures the trainers at Agest must have been giving Torres a seriously hard time, but Torres just shrugs it off. I don't care about that. Your training center is the closest one. He adds, besides, I've changed a lot. Doramon can't believe his luck. The most coveted fighter in the kingdom literally just fell into his lap. This is an opportunity he refuses to miss. My territory is just over the hill, Doramon offers. Do you want to rest when we arrive, or would you rather meet the other slave fighters? Torres considers it for a moment, then says, I want to meet the ogre. The request clearly shocks Doramon. but he agrees. He leads him to the ogre, who's in a yard effortlessly holding two massive wooden logs. Torres immediately gets the vibe that this dude might actually be insane. Doraemon explains that Ogre is no longer allowed to compete in matches. He says the guy's fighting spirit is completely gone. Torres explains, "It's been a while since I last saw him. I got curious." Doraemon sighs, adding, "A year ago, I was completely stumped on what I should even do with him, because he was just a freeloader, skipping matches while burning through food and resources. And when he finally snapped, nobody could rein him in. But eventually, he got his act together and started pulling his weight." Doraemon checks in on Ogre, asking how the work is going. Ogre just says it's fine. Doraemon has to warn him though, "Watch where you're going, and try not to accidentally flatten anyone this time." That's when Torres blurts out, wondering if Callie could even take down a monster like Ogre. The second Callie's name hits the air, Ogre goes ballistic, roaring in pure rage. The entire crew realizes he's gone feral and immediately scatters for their lives. Torres, meanwhile, is just standing there, completely clueless about what just happened. Doraemon explains that the loss to Callie 3 years ago still haunts him. He says that any time Ogre hears Callie's name, or even just the word pugilist, it triggers him, and he completely loses it. It all clicks for Torres. Callie didn't just break Ogre's body, he shattered his very spirit. And in that moment, Torres vows that he will face Callie himself one day. So, after the friendly tournament between the kingdoms of Ajust and Doraemon, the harvest season kicks into full swing. Ajust is in a tight spot, struggling to survive the coming winter. But thanks to the insane skills of their treasurer, Jethro, they somehow scored enough grain from various places to cover their needs. Still, the kingdom's debt is just piling higher and higher, and the wedding between Callie and Azealia is coming up fast. Jethro, absolutely fuming, storms up to Callie and demands to know if he has any idea how deep in the red he is. Our hero apologizes and promises to hit up Count Bormar soon, but he argues that their priority has to be finding their citizens. First, because people are worth more than coin. Jethro just shuts him down with an ice-cold stare, saying nothing in this world is more important than money. He lays it out. For a few measly bucks, people will sell their own children or even murder their parents. He tells Callie, of all people, that he should get this, coming from a slave background himself. He drives the point home, saying money can even buy people, and it's the only thing he puts his faith in. Despite his brutal words, Jethro agrees to front the cash for the wedding for now. Our guy thanks him, knowing Jethro is a financial genius, but he can't shake the fear that if he can't pay the debt back, Jethro will bleed his entire estate dry. He figures, in a worst-case scenario, he could beg the Emperor for a handout, but he can already imagine the insane price that Sly Devil would demand in return. Just as his mind is spiraling, Azalea's voice cuts through the noise, asking if he can even hear her. She's holding up an outfit, telling him he has to try it on for the wedding. She's brought a bunch of them, explaining they have to go all out because a ton of high-ranking nobles are showing up. Callie's confused, asking why it's such a big deal. It's just a local baron's wedding. But Azealia insists that, as her partner, this is a power move, a way to make sure the establishment treats a new baron from a humble background with respect. So, our guy reluctantly tries on the fancy clothes. Azealia loves it, telling him he looks amazing, and that's the one. Callie, however, has way too much weighing on his mind to care about outfits. The wedding date is officially set, and invitations are sent out to nobles far and wide. On the big day, they start pouring into the groom's territory, every single one of them with their own hidden agenda. The gossip is wild. Some people are calling Callie a legend, while others can't stop talking about his past as a slave fighter. Then, Count Joseph, a man who despises our guy, makes his entrance and greets Azealia. He smirks, saying it's been a while, and asks if he should start calling her Baroness now. Azealia is already completely done with him. She flat out asks what he's even doing there, but he plays it cool, pretending they have some kind of deep connection. She struggles to keep her composure and forces a smile, hoping he enjoys himself, all while thinking that kicking him out would start a whirlwind of nasty rumors. Meanwhile, Joseph, filled with venom, thinks to himself that there's no way he'd miss the wedding of the woman who humiliated him and her little slave boy. Joseph starts schmoozing with the guests while, from a distance, Lorvin Karina watches, calling them all pathetic fools for sucking up to the same guy who got wrecked after trying to pull a fast one on Azealia. He wonders how a certain someone feels zero shame hanging around Joseph, especially right in front of his own daughter. And right on cue, that same noble strolls over to Lorvin to introduce his daughter. Lorvin wants no part of it, makes a quick excuse, and dips. He heads straight for Callie's room and knocks. Inside, Callie is fighting with his wedding attire, complaining that the collar is practically choking him. Lorvin walks in, and Callie greets him, almost using his alias before catching himself, and properly welcoming him as Lorvin from Koran. The two share a warm greeting, Lorvin remarks that he always knew Callie wouldn't be a slave forever, but he confesses he never imagined he'd climb all the way to nobility. He lets Callie know that his name is the hottest topic of gossip among the nobles right now. Callie jokes that it must be why his ears have been burning. Lorvin gets serious, saying that while some of the chatter is good, most of it is bad news. He explains that Count Joseph has been making serious power plays in the capital, building a massive following. To make things worse, Joseph's daughter was recently made a princess, meaning their family now has the full backing of the royal family. This could become a huge problem for Callie. Hearing this, Callie's mood darkens as he asks if that means he needs to start watching his back around everyone. Lorvin just smiles, says he's taken enough of the groom's time, and takes his leave. As he walks away, Lorvin reflects on how pugilism has exploded into the most popular entertainment around. It was a scene straight out of the gladiator arenas in their prime. Callie had clawed his way up, transforming from a mere slave into a powerful noble, capturing the hearts and minds of the people with every step. Seeing this, Lorvin was convinced Callie was completely in the clear, and so, the wedding ceremony began. The priest's voice echoes, "Do you swear to cherish this bride for all eternity?" "I swear," Callie replies, his own voice a whisper of disbelief that this moment is actually real. Lady Azelia is absolutely radiant, a vision of happiness. The priest carries on, explaining that a piece of each of their souls will be sent to the goddess, binding them together for eternity. As the final words are spoken, triumphant music swells, marking the end of the ceremony, and the crowd erupts in cheers, congratulating the new baron and baroness. One lady playfully nudges Callie, joking that many young men must be absolutely crushed to see him snatch up such a stunning wife. But the celebration is cut short when Joseph slithers over, his congratulations dripping with sarcasm. He snidely remarks that Callie must be rolling in dough to throw such a lavish wedding. Callie fires back, spitting, "Since when are you so concerned with my finances?" "Since right now," Joseph smirks, shoving a contract into Callie's view. He lays it out plain and simple. Agist is deep in debt to his family. He even has the audacity to admit crashing the party was rude, but claims he desperately needs Callie to cough up 100,000 guilds. Now, fury flashes in Callie's eyes, but before he can explode, Count Boromarl himself makes an entrance, casually asking if he missed the main event. A ripple of whispers spreads through the guests as they recognize him, murmuring about his missing hand and his mysterious ties to the kingdom. Boromarl turns to Callie, a wry smile on his face. "It's your wedding day, but the vibe in here feels more like a funeral." Callie, forcing a smile, formally welcomes the Count, but Boromarl's sharp gaze immediately lands on Joseph, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Joseph is completely shook, his mind racing. Why is one of the richest nobles in the entire kingdom even here? Boromarl's reputation is legendary. Even after losing an arm, the man built a massive trade empire from the ground up, and he has enough cash to build a loyal army of followers if he ever decided to jump into politics. Then, Boromarl's eyes lock onto the contract in Joseph's hand, and he asks, "That doesn't exactly look like a wedding present." Beads of sweat start to form on Joseph's forehead. He stammers, trying to explain he's just there to urgently collect a debt from a guest. Boromarl scoffs at his complete lack of class, declaring, "A wedding is for celebrating, not shaking people down for money." But Joseph, fueled by rage, doubles down, insisting he needs the cash now, and warns Boromarl to watch his mouth. Unfazed, Boromarl simply asks, "How much is owed?" So Joseph spits out the number, confident that a sum this massive would make even Boromarl hesitate. But in a move that stuns the entire room, Boromarl casually drops a chest overflowing with guilds right in front of Callie, explaining, "Figured you might be in a tight spot for cash, so I brought 500,000 guilds." Joseph just stands there, jaw on the floor, absolutely floored by the insane wealth the Boromarl family commands. Callie is just as stunned, his mind reeling he only asked for 200,000 guilds. Pulling himself together, Callie assures Joseph that he'll have the full payment ready by morning and that they can settle things then. Fuming with disbelief and frustration, Joseph storms out. Later, when Callie pulls Boromarl aside about the 500,000 guilds, the Count just waves it off dismissively, saying, "For you, Callie, it's nothing." Boromarl then finally meets Azelia, who immediately grills Callie on how they know each other, and playfully scolds him for keeping secrets. "It's a long story," Callie admits. Boromarl just lets out a hearty laugh and tells Callie, "Well, it's your story to tell, my boy. Where do you want to start?" Then, turning to the curious crowd, Boromarl begins the tale. He recounts how he, completely drained, had to gnaw through a rope with his teeth while Callie single-handedly took on the beast. When the crowd asks about the monster, Callie silently panics, wondering how anyone could possibly believe the story, especially after seeing that horrifying ape creature with their own eyes. He continues, detailing his brutal injuries, and how he was certain he was a dead man. Callie quickly cuts in, telling him, "All right, you're drunk." Boromarl realizes he's been spilling way too much tea and immediately clams up about anything related to the Empire. Callie observes how just standing near Count Boromarl is like a magnet for other nobles, and getting mixed up with imperial business would just be a massive headache. Later, in a quiet moment, Callie presents Azealia with a stunning ruby necklace, admitting he's been wanting to give it to her but could never find the perfect time. Her eyes light up, she absolutely adores it, and is floored when she learns it was crafted by Quill, the master artisan of Arzon. Of course, Azealia has heard of Quill. He's only the most legendary artisan alive, and she confides in Callie that she had to sell all her own jewelry, saving only the pieces that belonged to his mother. She thanks him, touched by his incredible thoughtfulness. The following morning, after a night of drowning his sorrows, Joseph finally leaves Agest. Watching him go, a wave of relief washes over Callie. He's finally free of that parasite. Just then, Jotaro approaches, bowing low with deep respect. "Did you sleep well, my lord?" he asks. Jotaro then pledges his undying loyalty to the new Baron. Callie tries to stop him, saying it's too much, but Jotaro won't be swayed. And in that moment, Callie gets it. This man's fierce loyalty isn't really to him. It's to the 400,000 guilds that just landed in his pocket. The harsh reality was that Agest had scraped together just enough coin to barely make it through the coming winter. But even with a mind-boggling 400,000 guilds, it was only enough to chip away at their mountain of debt. Stuck with barren, mountainous terrain, Agest's entire economy practically rests on the shoulders of its renowned combat training academy, for cash instead of relying on serfs and manors. The problem? A ton of their top fighters had already bailed. Callie does the math and realizes if they wipe their debts clean with the 400,000 guilds, they'll be left completely broke, struggling to keep the lights on. Meanwhile, Jethro, trekking through the mountains, gets a flash of genius, a raspberry drink that could make them rich. Back at the manor, Callie gazes at his baby, completely captivated by the little one every single time. Azalea walks in holding a letter from the kingdom, breaking the peaceful moment. It's a huge announcement, a massive pugilism competition to celebrate the crown prince's wedding and his 17th naming day. The news hits Callie like a freight train, leaving him speechless. Azalea clasps her hands together and tells him that she wishes he would just chill for another year or two, but she knows that's not happening. He's going, and she knows it. Callie confirms her gut feeling, telling her he'll head out after winter blows over. And with that, it's go time. Our boy kicks his training into overdrive. While he's out on a run, Kijo starts talking smack, telling him to move faster, but then he apologizes real quick when he sees it's Callie. Later, during practice, Callie slams his fist into a wooden post, and Nixar has to step in and stop him, warning that they're already short on supplies and can't afford to be breaking stuff. Nixar makes Kijo an instructor, who immediately complains that he had no clue coaching would be this freaking hard. Nixar just replies that work is never easy, looking over at Callie and thinking about his insane journey from a crippled slave to a nobleman, and from the crew's least trusted member to a respected teacher. He's just grateful Callie made it back alive. Our guy continues to grind, sculpting his body into a weapon. By the time spring hits, his physique has been totally reforged, tempered, and perfected like a razor-sharp blade. Finally, he's on his horse, ready to ride out for the tournament. Azalea asks if he's absolutely sure he doesn't need guards. Callie tells her he's going alone. She just sighs, saying he always has to make her worry until the very last second. Calling his name, she tells him that he knows how she feels without her having to say a word. Callie cracks a smile and rides off. 2 days after leaving Agest, our hero hears a desperate voice screaming for help. He spots a guy tied up with ropes, surrounded by a bunch of thugs holding swords. Seeing our boy, one of them steps forward and says he'll let him live if he hands over everything he's got. Our guy hesitates, a flash of nervousness on his face. He scopes them out. Their armor is garbage, their weapons are a joke, and some are just holding farming tools. They look like desperate serfs, probably runaways who are in deep financial trouble. The leader shouts his demand again, making it clear he's dead serious. Slowly, our guy pulls out his weapon and asks the man what would happen if he said no. Another dude in the group laughs with confidence, saying there's nothing to be afraid of since it's just one guy against all of them. But instead of attacking, our hero plunges his sword right into the ground, which completely baffles the entire crew. The leader demands to know what he's doing, only to get a fist planted square in his face. This sets the others off, and they all start screaming about killing him. They charge all at once, but their weapons just cut through empty air, as our guy effortlessly dodges and counters with his fists. In just a few moments, all 4 of the attackers are down on the ground, groaning in pain. Turning his focus to the tied-up man, our hero asks if he's good, but as he gets a better look, he recognizes the face. It's Baron Kelly of Agest. Confused, our guy asks if they've met before. The man admits he didn't expect to be remembered and introduces himself as Bigan Boromaro. That name triggers a memory, and our guy realizes Bigan is the nephew who once tried to assassinate Count Boromaro. In a heartbeat, our hero snatches up his sword, points it at Bigan's throat, and demands to know what he's doing here, asking if he's come for revenge. Bigan denies it, explaining that he's here on the Count's orders to deliver a letter, but he was ambushed by bandits on the way. Our guy checks out the letter, which starts with a warm greeting from the Count, and then mentions Bigan. The letter explains that Bigan was thrown in prison for his crimes, but is now being offered a second chance. The Count's request is that Callie take Bigan on as a squire and work him into the ground, but if he turns out to be useless, Callie has permission to kill him. The letter also said that if Bigan actually manages to get his act together, he should be sent back. However, the Count warns that if Bigan is returned, Callie will owe him 500,000 guilds. The word squire completely throws our guy off, since he's always preferred to work solo. Still, he tells Bigan that, because the Count asked, he'll let him tag along, but warns him that if he pulls any funny business, he'll break his limbs and leave him for dead. Bigan agrees and asks to be untied. Later that night, Bigan is the one preparing their meal. While our guy is watching him, he notices that Bigan is surprisingly useful, and he's especially impressed by his cooking skills. Bigan explains that his cooking was the exact reason his uncle never suspected that he would be betrayed. Our guy remarks on what a messed up thing that is to brag about. Bigan, in a rare moment of vulnerability, shares that he once asked his uncle to punish him by chopping off his arm, but the Count showed him mercy and had him treated instead. That one act of kindness made him seriously reevaluate his entire life. The sheer honesty in Bigan's confession catches our guy totally by surprise, wondering if people can ever really change. But against all odds, Bigan is actually proving to be a legit squire, even hooking Callie up with a place to crash on their trek to Drago's gates. To kill time, Callie starts teaching him how to throw hands. As the training sessions stack up, the two start to vibe, and when they finally roll up to the gates, Bigan points out the epic streets of Wings of the Dragon. He explains that's where all the rich nobles flex, and suggests they head to a nearby mansion that Arga's old crew used to use, but their chill vibe is shattered when a tomato comes flying out of nowhere, splatting right on Bigan's head. Some random dude from a crowd starts screaming at Bigan, questioning how he has the nerve to show his face around here. The whole crew starts flaming Bigan, calling him a disgrace, and demanding he get lost. Then, the crowd clocks Callie, and they're like, "Wait, you're Baron Callie of August, for real?" They immediately start whining about Bigan's presence, calling it a stain on their district. Callie just deadpans that their reaction seems a little extra, considering the Count already pardoned the guy. He drops that he's personally in charge of Bigan's glow-up, adding that, if anyone has a problem with Bigan's past, they have to go through him first. Bigan is absolutely floored by this massive power move, and the hater warns Callie that hanging with Bigan is just asking for trouble. Back at the mansion, Bigan tries to advise Callie not to get tangled up in his mess, arguing that siding with a nobody like him will just paint an unnecessary target on his back. Callie just shrugs it off, stating he's not here to kiss up to nobles, he's here to dominate the tournament. It gets Callie thinking about his own past, about the second chance he was given. He figures if Bigan is genuinely trying to turn things around, then maybe he can be the one to steer him in the right direction. Overwhelmed by it all, Bigan just breaks down and starts crying. Meanwhile, the butler appears and is ordered to give the two travelers the VIP suite, marking a huge shift in their journey. Callie eyes the mountain of invitations piled on the table and asks what the deal is. Bigan explains they're all invites to a ton of banquets and balls. He skims through them, admitting he doesn't recognize half of these names. Bigan tells him that a lot of nobles are actually fans and that ghosting their invitations would be seen as a major diss. Callie is so over it. All he wants is to throw down in the tournament, but these nobles won't stop blowing up his spot. Bigan suggests they should at least hit up a few events, pointing out they have a whole month before the tournament even starts. Callie immediately shoots that down, saying it's impossible to go to all of them unless he can literally clone himself. So Bigan advises him to just aim for the top tier, the most powerful family. Thinking it over, Callie decides linking up with one of the kingdom's great duchies is probably the smartest play. Bigan mentions they also got an invite from Duke Wistry, but Callie shuts that down, explaining that the real powerhouse in the capital is the Ealdrin family. Intrigued, Callie asks how a family with just a marquee title has so much clout. Bigan breaks it down. The family's head honcho, Angelson Ealdrin, commanded the royal guards and crushed the Gladiator Rebellion over 20 years ago. So even though he only has an honorary title and no actual territory, his family of warriors wields an insane amount of power. The word on the street is he basically runs the royal guards like his own private army. Hearing this, Callie says it sounds like a division commander treating his drivers like personal servants, and asks what other tea there is on the family. Getting a little red, Bigan mentions that the Marquis's daughter is a total smoke show. Without missing a beat, Callie decks Bigan, yelling that he's a married man. Bigan is left groaning on the floor, nursing a new lump on his head. Pulling up to the Eldrin mansion, Callie takes a second to check out the architecture and comments that it has a real imperial vibe. The subordinate confirms he's got a sharp eye, explaining that an engineer straight from the Empire was hired to build the place. When they head inside, they're greeted by the Marquis in person, who says he's deeply honored Callie accepted his invitation. The Marquis then flexes hard, announcing that he's arranged for the royal head chef to cook for them. Callie is confused, wondering if the Marquis is really bragging about this stuff, just to show off his connections. Meanwhile, the Marquis himself is internally freaking out over Bigan's presence, wondering why this grimy dude was even allowed in his house. If Bigan wasn't rolling with the Baron of Aegist, he would have been kicked to the curb instantly. The food arrives, and Callie digs in, genuinely telling the Marquis that it's next level good. The Marquis then asks for a quick chat, saying he has a question for him. Callie finds it low-key hilarious, how these nobles always have an angle. The Marquis says that, unlike most of them, he's a fan because Callie is a true warrior, who understands what real power is. Coming from a warrior family himself, he's had to put up with shade from other nobles, who just coast on their family names but couldn't fight their way out of a paper bag. He admits that dealing with those kinds of posers has always been a major headache. Our boy fires back that if those kinds of nobles were the first ones charging into a war zone, it would be a total disaster. The Marquis just roars with laughter, declaring he's digging Kale's vibe more and more. He even adds that if Kale wasn't already a married man, he would have seriously considered him for his daughter. This piques the Marquis's curiosity, and he asks what brings him to the capital. Kale's eyes light up, explaining that a fighter's gotta fight, so of course he's here for the grand tournament. The Marquis pauses, admitting he's never once heard of a blue blood. Throwing down in a tournament themselves, they always sponsor some other fighter to protect their family's name. Without missing a beat, our guy clarifies that he was a brawler long before he was a baron, so this is way more than just a game to him. This sends the Marquis into another fit of laughter, pointing out that while most aristocrats would be deeply offended by a comment like that, he finds it damn refreshing. He then signals his servants to show Kale to the banquet hall, where he plans to introduce him to his family and his entire crew. As they step into the massive room, Kale scans the guests, and it hits him. A ton of these people are officers from the royal guards. It confirms Bigan's theory that the Marquis runs them like his own private security force. Bigan leans in and whispers the exact same observation. A moment later, the Marquis introduces his daughter, Nasha Eldrin, who's every bit as stunning as the rumors say. However, he instantly spots that she's frighteningly thin, her face a ghostly white. When he asks about her health, he's told she's been sickly her whole life. Locking eyes with her, he gets this bizarre, unsettling feeling. They exchange formal introductions, and Nasha acknowledges that she's heard all about his reputation as a pugilist. Her gaze then drifts to the scar on his nose, and she asks if a sword left that mark. He just replies that a slave's life is chaotic and packed with danger. She presses on, asking if he actually fought his enemies with nothing but his bare hands, back in those days, and he confesses that he came pretty close to death. Visibly impressed, she turns to the other guests and announces that Baron Aegist once single-handedly defeated a swordsman while completely unarmed, then asks if they're interested in the story. He's completely baffled as a swarm of noble ladies suddenly crowds around him, dying to hear all the details. Annoyed by the sudden spotlight, he flatly states that the noble he saved that day is now his wife. The women practically melt, calling it the ultimate romance, and saying that they all dream of a love story just like that. Feeling a bit flustered, our guy tries to steer the conversation elsewhere. Just as another noble steps out from the crowd, it's the same clown who chucked a tomato at Bigan's head earlier. The man says the story is impressive, but claims something about it just doesn't track. Kale's gut tells him this guy is just looking for payback, and he offers to clear up any part of the story for him. The noble just shakes his head, saying that words won't cut it. Since he's dedicated his life to mastering weapons, he just can't wrap his head around how someone could beat a skilled swordsman while fighting empty-handed. Kale simply says it's the truth. And that's when the noble proposes a little reenactment, offering a blunted practice sword so no one gets hurt. He lets out a sigh but finally agrees, remarking that it's much easier for him to communicate with his fists than with his words. Nasha tries to intervene, but the Marquis stops her, saying this is a perfect opportunity. He's also dying to see what kind of fighter Baron Aegist really is. The challenger warns him that, even though it's just a practice sword, one screw-up could still shatter his bones. Kale doesn't even flinch, declaring that any broken bones will be his own damn fault, and tells the guy to come at him with everything he's got. The watching noblewomen are absolutely stunned, their eyes locked on him. A circle forms instantly, the crowd buzzing with excitement to see the duel, especially since he's only fought in a couple of official bouts despite his fame. Our guy raises his fists, settling into a defensive posture. His opponent studies him, debating whether he should go all out. Before he can even finish the thought, Kale calls him impatient. Then, without any warning, our guy explodes forward. The noble tries to react, but a lightning-fast kick connects with his side, sending him stumbling back, wincing in pain. He immediately starts complaining, demanding to know why he used his feet, and calling our guy a coward. Our guy just scoffs back, pointing out how ridiculous it is for a guy holding a sword to call an unarmed man dishonorable. Fuming, the noble mutters that maybe it would only be a fair fight if he used his fists too. The Marquis watches the whole thing with a smirk, thinking to himself that Kyle must have gotten his skills from real, life-or-death battles, not from some sanctioned ring. That kind of raw confidence isn't learned, and he might just be the one to shake up the stuffy, boring world of high society. Now determined to take this seriously, the noble steels himself and launches a full-on assault. Kale evades it effortlessly. The noble strikes again with a precision thrust, only to slice through empty air. Every single move is dodged with insulting ease. Frustration quickly boils over into pure exhaustion. Finally, gasping for breath and completely defeated, he admits he was wrong. The Marquis looks on, thoroughly impressed, while Nasha watches in complete awe, seeing him as a man just overflowing with raw, untamed vitality. After that night, the Marquis invites our guy over constantly during his stay in the capital. One evening, he asks if Kale ever received formal swordsmanship training. He simply replies that he was never fortunate enough to have that luxury. With a booming laugh, the Marquis announces that the noble martial arts world better start recognizing pugilism, because these fighters throw down for honor, not just to survive. The conversation then pivots to the political chess game. The Marquis asks if Callie has had an audience with the king yet. He hasn't. A sly grin spreads across the Marquis's face as he explains the king is nothing but a puppet. The real power? It's held by the great lords, and he's the one holding the leash on the entire military. He does admit, however, that the king is sharp enough to delegate power to keep things from exploding. The Marquis lays it out. The real threat is the crown prince. He's young, arrogant, and has a nasty streak of cruelty. He's a guaranteed disaster for the kingdom. Our guy asks if the prince is destined to become a tyrant. The Marquis confesses he'd much rather see the second prince on the throne, but the kid is only 5 years old. A power vacuum right now would plunge the kingdom into civil war, with nobles brawling over bloodlines and control. He gives him a heads up about an unavoidable invitation from the crown prince, warning him to tread carefully because the prince is a total loose cannon. Our guy just smirks sarcastically. He quips that his own rotten luck will probably be the thing that keeps him alive. The Marquis lets out a chuckle, his eyes studying our hero intently. He compares him to a mercenary, who walks hand in hand with death every single day, saying he carries the stench of it. The words hit a nerve, and our guy leaves, lost in a storm of thoughts. As he paces the grand hallways, he can't figure out why he felt such a strange pull the moment he first saw Nasha. Just as he's about to leave, Nasha appears, stopping him. She asks if he's dipping out. He confirms. She latches onto his arm, demanding to know why he's acting so distant. She tells him to drop the formal Miss Nasha and just call her Nasha. Her forwardness sends a jolt of alarm through Callie, leaving him totally speechless. Nasha presses him, insisting he use her name instead of some stuffy title. He yanks his arm away, his face etched with irritation. "Let go," he says coldly. She switches topics to the upcoming tournament qualifiers, vowing to be there to cheer him on. She adds that she'll even bring more gorgeous girls. He says she's welcome, but gives a hard no on bringing friends. She laughs, teasingly offering to bring handsome men instead, playing dumb about his preferences. He doesn't skip a beat, shutting her down completely, and making it clear that whatever game she's playing, he's already promised himself to one woman and has zero interest in her jokes. He warns her that this is the absolute last time. He'll put up with it. Nasha's amusement instantly vanishes, replaced by rage. She reminds him she is the Marquis's only daughter and that there's just one thing stopping her from decking him. But before she can even finish the threat, his entire demeanor shifts, and he cuts her off. It's not her noble status holding him back, he tells her. It's the fact that she's a woman. With nothing more to be said, he pivots and walks out, slamming the door shut. For a moment, Nasha is just stunned into silence by his audacity, and then she erupts into laughter, declaring him the most confident and fiery man she's ever encountered. She immediately commands Blair to make him the subject of her next piece of writing. The next morning, at the Boralmarl estate, he introduces Bagon to the specialized training equipment for their session, a massive log. After a brutal workout, Bagon, bowing low with regret, wails that taking up pugilism was the biggest mistake of his life. But our protagonist states flatly that this is his new daily grind. Bagon desperately argues, crying that the intensity is going to literally kill him, but his pleas are ignored. Our guy insists that building foundational strength is non-negotiable. A blade can be perfected by a master blacksmith, he explains. But when it comes to forging the human body, there are absolutely no shortcuts. He gives Bagan credit for his progress so far, and the reality of the situation finally sinks in for the kid. His mind then flashes back to the confrontation with Nasha from the day before. He briefly wonders if he went too far, but then reminds himself that she was about to mention Azealia, which meant he had to shut it down immediately. Shaking the thought from his head, he gets his game face on for the tournament. He lets Bagan know he's stepping out and tells him to handle the cleanup. When Bagan asks where he's off to, he just says he's going to pick up some leather straps and ointment. Once he arrives at the bustling marketplace, he spots a tent that feels eerily familiar. It takes him a second to place it. It's a gypsy tent, just like the one where he had his fortune read, with Azealia all that time ago in Wistry. Deciding to roll the dice, he steps through the flap. The fortune teller inside welcomes him, saying she's been waiting for him and calling him warrior. The title throws him for a loop, but she quickly clarifies that she simply speaks what she sees. If the label makes him uncomfortable, she can use a different one. He waves it off, saying it's fine, and asks if this is a legitimate fortune-telling operation. He brings up the time an old woman read his future in a tent that looked identical to this one. The woman confirms that her people are selective about who they offer readings to. That old woman must have seen a spark in him, she says, the same one she sees now. Taking his hand, she starts describing visions of flying metal beasts, of a human trapped inside a glowing box, of a carriage gliding along without a horse. She confesses she's never witnessed anything like it. His entire body locks up as he recognizes the words. These are the exact same prophecies he heard from the old woman. For a split second, he wonders if gypsies genuinely wield some kind of divine sight. But then he remembers his own reality. He's a supernatural entity, reincarnated into this world as a slave. The existence of other unexplainable powers shouldn't really be a shock to him. The woman continues, sensing an incredibly strange guardian spirit lingering just behind him. Model, which she claims is proof of a grand destiny. But he scoffs, declaring that no guardian saved him. It was his own two fists. A slow smile spreads across her face as she tells him that's precisely why he's a true warrior. Life, she says, is one endless battle, and he's constantly throwing down against his own hardships. And somehow, she already knows he's entering the pugilism tournament. He's floored and asks how she knew. She just cryptically replies that word gets around. As he's about to head out, she leaves him with a warning. Watch your back, because the tournament is crawling with saboteurs. Stepping out into the light, Vegan's words echo in his mind. The capital is the most corrupt cesspool in the kingdom. He can't help but wonder if that means the refs are already on someone's payroll. Shaking the thought away, he tells himself not to get too invested in fortune-telling. Time blurs, and the tournament qualifiers explode into action. A savage match kicks off between Torres and some unlucky opponent. Torres is a freight train, launching a relentless assault until his rival crashes to the ground, out cold. The referee's arm shoots up. Torres is the victor, punching his ticket to the main stage. On the second day of the qualifiers, it's Callie's turn to enter the arena. Behind him, total chaos has already broken out, with participants brawling before the match has even officially started. He scans the commotion, wondering why everyone is so desperate. In the stands, Nasha arrives to scout the competition, with Blair tagging along. Nasha gives Blair a chilling order: use dark magic to eliminate him. Blair simply acknowledges the command, but deep down, she's mocking the girl, thinking how pathetic it is to believe in some hocus pocus. To Blair, death is staring Nasha right in the face, but the clueless noble can't see it. Blair's real game is to bleed her new boss dry. The second she's no longer useful, Blair plans to dispose of her without a second thought. Meanwhile, back in the ring, our guy quickly realizes this round is a free-for-all. No rules, no ropes. The qualifier is a chaotic 20-man battle royale, where only the last 3 fighters left standing get to advance to the finals. He's heard the talk how the scrubs always team up to jump the famous fighters. As the starting drum thunders, our guy braces for the incoming rush. But instead of dogpiling him, everyone just starts beating the crap out of each other. His patience is wearing thin. He's actually getting frustrated that no one is challenging him. When he calls them out, one of the fighters yells back that nobody is stupid enough to swing on a noble. Annoyed, our guy demands they bring the fight to him. Another dude warns him that if he just chills, he'll just get ambushed later. His frustration boils over, and he explodes forward, charging at both of them. They call him insane for not just taking the free pass to the next round, but he refuses to just stand by. He challenges them again, but one of his opponents hesitates, worried that the noble will seek revenge later, if they actually fight him. Callie just scoffs at the idea, calling it petty. To obliterate any remaining hesitation, he bellows to the entire arena, 10,000 guilds to whoever can take me down. The stadium absolutely erupts. Instantly, a horde of fighters swarms him, their eyes lit with greed. The first challenger lunges, but he's more than ready. Before the attack can even connect, he counters with overwhelming power, stunning the entire stadium into silence. As more fighters charge in, Callie taunts them, asking what they're gonna do now that he's the one being petty. He effortlessly deflects their sloppy attacks, weaving and striking with surgical precision. Putting on an absolute clinic, he tells them to watch and learn how real battles are fought back in the Empire. His opponents call it a bluff, screaming they've never seen a fighting style like that. He just coolly replies that it's the truth. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. Some think he's completely unhinged, while others can't deny his breathtaking skill, finally understanding that the rumors about him weren't exaggerated at all. Seeing that none of them can even touch the prize money, he provokes them one more time. An enraged brawler charges, but Callie easily withstands the blow and answers with a devastating punch that sends the man sprawling across the dirt. In that moment, he locks eyes with Nasha and Blair, watching from the stands. Nasha turns to Blair, asking for her take. Outwardly, Blair gushes about his incredible life force, claiming she's never witnessed anything like it. But secretly, her mind is already racing, scheming how to make it look like her dark magic actually worked. Her original plan was to assassinate him, but after seeing his monstrous strength, she knows that's completely off the table. Poison is now her only play. The battle ends with his decisive victory, securing his spot in the main tournament. Back at the Eldrin mansion, the Marquise congratulates Callie, saying he thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle, but there's a heavy look on his face. Our guy asks him what's wrong, and the Marquise informs him that the Crown Prince himself was watching his match. He called Callie the dark horse of the tournament and has requested a personal meeting. Apologizing, the Marquise admits his ominous predictions have come true. Callie just shrugs, saying it was bound to happen eventually. The Marquise promises that, if trouble brews, he'll do everything in his power to intervene, but he still urges Callie to be extremely cautious. Later that night, at the palace of Crown Prince Creon Larajus, Callie arrives with Vegan by his side. The prince welcomes him warmly, thanking him for accepting the invitation, and showering him with praise for his performance. He commends him for taking down those filthy scoundrels, and Callie finds his language shockingly savage for a crown prince. He's just looking at Creon, thinking, is this clown for real? Even Iskandar had a more kingly vibe than this guy. The crown prince starts gloating that the whole tournament is basically his wedding party, and he'd be seriously offended if some nobody actually won it. And with that, he whips out his sword with a dramatic flourish, declaring that a top-tier noble like himself is the only one worthy of victory. Sizing up this monumental ego, our guy flashes back to the Marquis' warning and thinks, yep, he's an idiot and a total trash human. Creon demands to know what he's thinking, and our guy just says, I'm determined to win. The prince just laughs, then switches his focus to Begwin, asking who he is. He introduces Begin Boromir as his attendant. Then, out of absolutely nowhere, the prince cracks Begin across the face, calling him some unruly brat and telling him to get lost. Creon sneers that this place isn't for people like him. In response, our hero announces he's dipping too, casually mentioning he's got dinner plans with the Marquis. Creon allows it but warns him not to bring Begin around next time. That's it, the last straw. Begin tries to hold him back, but it's no use. Without a single hesitation, he drops the ultimate bombshell. He was once a slave fighter, born from a vulgar and utterly despicable bloodline. Creon's jaw hits the floor, his shock instantly morphing into pure rage as he screams that he hopes they never cross paths again. Then, he storms out. Back at the mansion, our guy is spilling all the tea about the insane encounter to the Marquis. The Marquis reveals some heavy news. Creon is set to become the next king, because the current ruler is so sick, he's not expected to last the year. He confesses that he was once Creon's combat instructor and tried to beat that terrible attitude out of him. But some people are just fundamentally broken. On top of that, the Joseph family, who've got the nobility wrapped around their finger, will probably try to put him on a leash now that Count Joseph's daughter is the new crown princess. Intrigued, he asks why on earth Joseph would marry his daughter to a monster like Creon, knowing full well what he's like. The Marquis lays it out cold. Nobles will throw their own flesh and blood under the bus if it means their family survives. But he's different. He refuses to play that game. He says his own daughter isn't built for that savage world, and he would never send her into that snake pit. Later on, he tells Begwin to get the wagon ready. As he pivots, he spots Nasha. Annoyed, he grumbles under his breath that he was really hoping to never see her face again. She comes closer, apologizing for her past screw-up. He completely dismisses her, saying he's leaving. She latches onto his arm, asking why he's being so icy. She begs for just a moment of his time. He pauses, remembering how much of a jerk he was to her last time, and feels a flicker of hesitation. Nasha then holds out a small talisman, handing it to him and wishing him good luck in the tournament.